to see a full house here, capacity crowd, about 11,500 for this game between Australia and the West Indies. Been a long time coming.
Yeah, fantastic to be here.
All right, Narayan again bowls, and again Watson plays it down along the wicket area. Watson on 48, and Finch is 38. Australia a none for 87 after Michael Clarke won the toss, elected to bat first.
Oh, it's going to be important to see how Narayan goes here if he can peg him back.
Well, he did it in the PM's 11 game as Narayan again bowls, and again the ball is played back along the wicket area by Watson.
Probably interested to see how long they keep him on for. I mean, he'll be really useful against the guys coming into bat when it's in their starting periods where two guys are going here. It might be a bit tougher for him.
Yeah, you have a look at the form of Faulkner, you know, in particular. You sort of wonder, you know, when do you put Narayan on? Do you wait until he comes in? At the moment, it is Australia none for 87, and Watson on 48, Finch on 38. And this is the 15th over. Again, Narayan is bowling last ball of this over. Again, the ball is pushed on the onside through mid-wicket, and the batsman come through for one.
Yeah, it looks like they're pretty happy not to take any risks against Narayan at the moment, but obviously that will change throughout the innings if there are wickets in the bank.
So Watson on 49 of 50 deliveries, Australia none for 88, Finch 38 of 40 after 15 overs. And yes, Narayan 2 overs, none for 9.
And they're continuing here with Sammy as well, and I think they're going to come up with a plan to hit him down the ground here. He's probably changing his angles after being probably late cutted a few times last over.
All right, coming up next will be Jim Maxwell, and again it will be Darren Sammy bowling from the Manuka Pool end of the ground. And again, Sammy bowls just short of a length. The ball is played on the onside. Batsman no chance of a run. None for 88 is the score. Watson on 49 and Finch is 38. And Mark, gee, we've campaigned over the years, haven't we, for lights here at Manuka. Initially there was a thought that some of the residents wouldn't like it. I remember 25 years ago that was certainly part of the problem. There's also an issue with parking, not much parking around here, as Sammy again is bowling from the Manuka Pool end of the oval. And again the ball is laid back nicely by Watson, and this will be his 50. Watson 50 off 52 deliveries. He played that one down to third man.
A fantastic knock by Watson. Obviously played down the ground really well early on, and he's gone on to make a great 50. Hopefully he can make a big one and put Australia in position to make a huge total.
Australia none for 89. And this is the 16th over. Just a little bit of a stat here on Watson's 50. 61 minutes, 52 balls and 7 fours. Again, Sammy is bowling this time to Finch, and he's out, caught behind. And Finch is out. He went back to that delivery from Sammy. The appeal came up, and Sammy has just nicked it to the keeper. He stood there momentarily, but he's been given out, and Finch is out for 38. So Aaron Finch, the first dismissal for the Australian team today. He's out for 38. Shane Watson is still there on 50. And it was a pretty good opening partnership of 89. And Australia now 1 for 89 in the 16th over.
Yeah, I think for Finch there, again, probably playing a nothing shot, you know, when there's runs to be made, and probably he'll be disappointed again after playing a few of those sort of shots in his last couple of digs as well. Still a great start for Australia, though. Put on 89 for the first wicket.
Yes, 41 deliveries, 38. And Aaron Finch walks off the ground. Court Thomas bowls Sammy. The partnership 89 off 93 deliveries, 62 minutes.
Hughes coming to bat. Be interesting to see how Hughes goes. Obviously a big field. He'll be able to manipulate the field very well, and he obviously plays the ball square of the wicket well.
Drinks came onto the ground while the batsman came off the ground. Aaron Finch out for 38. Shane Watson still there on 50. 1 for 89. And Philip Hughes is the new batsman at the crease. Hughes is out there, and well, he scored a couple of centuries against Sri Lanka, and in pretty good touch there.
Yeah, he's been in good touch all summer for all forms for South Australia and for Australia. He's shown good form in all formats.
All right, I'll leave you in the hands of Jim Maxwell.
Thanks, Tim.
Some things never change. Isn't that good to hear? Ricky Ponting making runs, and Tassie really need him. Australia having just lost a wicket. Philip Hughes has come out to bat after a drinks break. 1 for 89. They're barreling along at upwards of 6 and over here. And now something else is going on behind the screen. And Darren Sammy's playing traffic cop down there to get them to move to one side and get out of the eye line of the batsman. So Hughes with the keeper now standing back after taking that little nick up over the stumps. And Hughes is showing us a few shots in the mirror before he settles and starts his innings here. So here it comes. Darren Sammy goes in from the swimming pool end, and Hughes leaves the ball just outside the line of the off stump. Nice to be sitting alongside you, Mark. Good afternoon.
Good to see you, Jim, and it's good to be calling next to you. I've been listening for a long time, obviously.
You're still a youngster, not that long.
Yeah.
I remember you playing for New South Wales before you went off to South Australia. That great 100 you got in one of those one-day games. Batted back Brian Lara.
Yeah, it was a long time ago now, and it'd be interesting to see how Hughes starts.
Sammy bowls. Back he goes, and he's edging into no man's land. He went between the keeper and gully. It was a no ball. So it's going to be a free hit, but it was a very sketchy stroke from Hughes.
Yeah, it was, and I think it'll be interesting to see what they do next over with Narayan as well. I think Narayan, with his stock ball going away, how much pressure will they apply? They've shown an inkling in the past to really crowd the bat with the left-handers.
There'll be a few former fast bowlers who wouldn't agree with that no ball call either. It looked like his heel came down behind the line and slid. So
Henry keeps saying it's a batsman's game.
Well, he's got a point, particularly when you've got pitches like this to bat on too.
Yeah, that's right. We might call that one the Federal Highway out there.
Yeah, so, well, we've got to keep giving the flavour to this game that it needs. It's centenary year in Canberra. A lot of people here to enjoy a game of cricket, and they're seeing Australia starting to make a pile. Watson's going strongly. He's on 50, and this is a free hit. So they can fiddle with the field a little bit as the batsman changed ends. Sammy bowls, and he goes whoop out to the boundary for 6. 1 bounce ball. It was a juicy full toss, and because of the height, what's he got him for there? Height or front foot? It's a no ball, and there'll be another free hit.
Yeah. And I think he shows up what sort of delivery he's going to bowl with the field he's set. He knows he has to be full and maybe a slower ball. He's only got a couple of options with that sort of field, but he'll have another go at it this time, and hopefully he can be more effective.
Might have got him for height, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Front foot looked all right.
Good height advantage here.
I think Watson wasn't too inconvenienced by it being full.
No, he's obviously taking the pace off it as well, in order to try and bowl full slower ball.
So a chance for Watson to dine out again here. It's 1 for 96. 2 no balls. 1 on the front foot, 1 over waist height. And Watson gets ready. The field set themselves. Where's he going to pitch it? He comes in and bowls a ball. It's hit hard in the air, down straight towards a long off for a run. Just 1 run.
Yeah, it seemed like a bit of a leading edge, that one.
He was aiming the
on
onside, wasn't he?
Yeah, wide and mid-on, I think he was aiming to put it.
It shows how good these bats are. Now, he's still talking to the umpire about the number of balls. Because he's bowled 2 no balls, he's still got 1 more to go, yes. And Hughes has the strike. Now, where's the floating slip going to go? Karen Pollard, is it about 2nd or 3rd slip? Hughes got off the mark very edgily. He's 1. Watson's 55. It's 1 for 97 in the 16th over. Taking a while to get through this over with a wicket, a drinks break, a couple of no balls, and now Sammy runs into Hughes, and Hughes back defending out into the covers to complete the over. So it's 1 for 97 after 16 overs. Mark Higgs with me here in the commentary position, and just a thought about the pitch today. This is the same one that they used for the match the other day. You would have thought they'd come up with another one, but there's probably a reason for it other than the fact that they'd like to have had a new pitch.
Oh, I think they would like to have. Obviously, the courts going in for the stump cameras and everything else. They didn't actually lay out 2 pitches for that. I think probably hasn't got the bounce and the pace in the wicket of the last wicket, the Prime Minister's 11 wicket, but I still think it's flat and probably a batsman-friendly wicket.
Very friendly. Now, what's happening here? We've got the substitute going on. Yeah. Russell's coming off the field, and Narayan with his sunnies on comes in and flicks one out that's short, and it's hit hard down to a long on for a single by Watson. He couldn't get back and pull it, but he hit it hard off the back foot for a single down the ground. He's 56 and the score's 98 in the 17th over. Now this could be interesting. We've got Philip Hughes.
Yeah, I think they will attack him a bit here, won't they?
Well,
they've shown a tendency to do that in the past. And
look where Pollard is at silly mid-off. I can't see it on the radio, can you? I know that, but
he's an opposing figure at silly mid-off.
If he fell over, he'd headbutt him. And here comes Narayan to bowl, a ball that's tucked away to the onside, just wide of mid-on for a single. Sarwan out there as they trotted through, and Hughes gets his second run.
Yeah, again, Hughes, they're really trying to put some pressure on him early, and I think that's how they use Narayan at his best, is new batsman and trying to hold up an end while the other guys sort of leak a bit.
Narayan bowls, Watson's back and turns him to the onside. Easy single out to deep mid wicket. Bit of the knocking around time here. The 100 comes up, and the crowd are on top of that. 16.3 overs, thank you, Liam. 71 minutes of batting. And they're rolling it along to, I would imagine, a pretty imposing total if they keep those wickets in hand towards the end of the innings. But Narayan flicks one at Hughes. Hughes, not too sure, went back and just played off the pitch at that ball away on the offside.
I think that's a fair indication there that he's not too sure which way they're going, because that pitch reasonably short, but was still straight batting it and not turning the ball.
Narayan in from the Manica end. He gets a fuller length, draws Hughes forward in defence. So what do you make of Hughes batting this summer? Where's he improved?
Oh, I think he's improved down the ground probably more so. I think he's straightened the line of his bat up to the ball. He's able to play the quickies more down to mid-on and mid-off.
Now he's going to deal with Narayan going around the wicket to him. Hughes on 2, Watson 57. As he flicks the ball out full length, draws him forward, and he pats it out on the offside. So a tidy over from Narayan.
Yeah, fantastic over. I think he's able to hold good players, Narayan, and it's all good players from around the world. No one's too sure what's going on, and I think any spinner in the world today that is able to bowl something a bit different has been more effective than the traditionals, I guess.
You've got to have a point of difference, don't you, to worry good batsmen? Yeah,
I think so, and I think we've got to coach that way as well, to teach our kids to be different and is encourageable, and to be diverse.
To bowl Doosras.
Doosras a whole lot. Teach it a lot.
Bowl good straight balls, but con them to think it's turning. Here's Sammy, whipped away on the onside by Watson to deep mid wicket for a run. The old straight breaks, 1 for 101 in the 18th over. And Sammy, just the steady medium. Keeper going back for Hughes. He did draw an initial full stroke from Hughes outside the off stump, but it was from a no ball. Pollard standing wide there, the floater, the wandering split.
Sammy's got through his overs quite well here without being taxed too much. I thought there'd be one guy they'd probably target on this sort of a wicket.
He runs into Hughes, and Hughes forward defending. Orthodox cricket down to mid-off. So Hughes has been given the opportunity in the one-day game. Is he a long-term one-day?
I think so. I think he's shown he can play great 2020 cricket as well as playing great longer version cricket. So it's natural to think that he can knock the ball around and play well in one-day cricket. You know, he's still got a fantastic drive, cut shots, a nice little tuck pull.
Here's Sammy. He bowls a ball that's cut hard to backward point.
Again, they're one of his strengths, you know, backward a point, super strength for him. Both sides of the wicket and a strong drive.
Yep, he's picked out the fieldsman there, Wayne Bravo. There's a man at deep cover in front of us, Kieran Powell. And it's a magnificent looking outfield. Very firm underfoot. And Sammy bowls, and back goes Hughes into his crease defending. Sammy hitting a length and not giving him the width that he'd like to dispatch the ball.
I think Hughes played that one like that might have been staying down. It'll be interesting to see how the wicket holds throughout the evening. Traditionally here the ball can go low later on in a one-day game, so with it being a worn wicket, hopefully the bounce will stay in the wicket, but it has been known to stay down.
1 for 101 in the 18th. Sammy comes in and Hughes goes back and forces the ball out on the offside off the bottom of his bat. It just dribbles away towards the short cover, short mid-off. I think it's the first time I came here for a first-class match. New South Wales played Western Australia a long time ago, and it was in December. It was LBWville. I think Terry Alderman got 5 LBWs on the opening day of the game. Very low. The grass hadn't grown at all at that stage. Here's Sammy, short, back he goes again, knocks it down to Bravo. So this has been a good over bowled by Darren Sammy, and they took just 1 run from it, didn't they, Liam? Thank you. And it's a 1 for 101 with Watson 58, Hughes 2, Finch the man out for 38.
Going back to the wicket, this is as much grass I've ever seen on the square. It's a credit to Brad and the ground staff. I think the good thing with the lights going in, it's also taken all the cricket off Monica with the exclusion zone, so it's actually helped the square, and it's helped the bounce in the wicket. So full credit to the ground staff. But it's been a bit precious, the old Monica Oval. You're not able to get a game on there.
I was going to say, looking at the square, it doesn't look marked. So who plays here?
Just usually the ACT teams. There's usually some travelling tour teams play here, and there's defence games here a little bit.
Ryan bowls a ball that's tucked away to mid-wicket. Dot ball for Watson.
It's a bit precious at times, old Monica Oval. It's a beautiful boutique ground, and there should be more cricket played here. It traditionally used to be a great game, great game of the round used to be played here, but that's not played anymore.
Ryan bowls again to Watson. Watson back, and he turns it around, whips it around the corner for a single. Is there a move to change that, given that they've got a facility here? Why not use it?
Well, definitely. I couldn't agree more. It is a fantastic facility, and a great place to play cricket, especially as a batsman, not so much as a spin bowler or a fast bowler.
Now it's Hughes. He's trying to work out Narayan's spin. No, not there. He props forward to a ball that takes the pad and goes away on the offside. He's reading him off the pitch at the moment.
Was that pad or was that shoulder of the bat? He looked a little bit uncomfortable there.
What did it hit? No, it was the shoulder of the bat.
It's got him up high as well.
Yeah, flying to gully if he was there, and he stretches a bit further forward this time and gets the ball away into the cover. So that was handy bounce for Narayan.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem to be moving down the wicket at all. He seems to be happy to play him from the crease and pick up what he can early on. I mean, Narayan's not going to go, doesn't traditionally go for too many, and they need to find a way.
He comes up to Hughes, and Hughes goes forward again. A lot of dot balls so far for Philip Hughes. The West Indies just holding up Australia now.
Yeah, they are, certainly are. It'd be interesting to see how Clark played Narayan. You know, Clark's a fantastic player using the crease both back and forwards. I think Hughes could probably use a bit of that.
Ryan comes in and flicks a quicker one in, and he wants a single. No, we're not going to have another SCG run out, are we? No. As he's sent back by Watson to end the over. 1 for 102 after 19 overs. Mark Higgs is here, and he's about to be joined by Quentin Holt.
Got some support already, Mark.
Oh, it seems to be a message there from my wife, Marie.
On the SMS.
Thanks for that. You should throw one at me.
0467920222. We want Higgsy. Love from Mrs. Higgs.
Very nice. It's always nice to see some people listening. I think she doesn't listen to ABC radio too often. She's usually into that doof modern music.
Really?
Yeah.
And number again, 0467920222 on the SMS. We can reach us on Twitter with the hashtag ABC Cricket. Now, Dwayne Bravo's going to have a bowl here. Watson on strike. Bravo from the northern end. Full and worked by Watson off his toes out through the onside. And it's fielded in the deep at square leg by Kieran Powell, and just the 1 run. Australia winning the toss, electing to bat, and the only casualty, Aaron Finch, who was well caught by the keeper Devon Thomas, keeping up to Darren Sammy. Finch out for 38, having combined with Watson for 89 runs for the first wicket. The wicket falling in the 16th over, and that single takes Watson on to 60, and now Hughes on strike, just struggling to really get any momentum early on here, but it is only early. He's on the back foot here. Hughes defending, and it squirts out towards gully.
He seems happy to sit back on most of the seam bowlers, Hughes, today. I think Bravo will try and bowl cutters, try and push him away from him, and try and make him push into that sort of gully region.
Bit of cloud out to the south. How's your local knowledge? Pretty good, I'd imagine, of the direction of those clouds as to whether or not it's a...
Those clouds usually start at Tuggeranong way, and they're working themselves to the back of Queanbeyan.
Dwayne Bravo in and pushed at by Hughes, down to mid-off, no run. So are they cricket-threatening clouds, those ones?
Oh, we do see a lot of storms come up from the south, and they usually push around out towards Queanbeyan, and if they build up enough, they'll come back in that sort of way. But at the moment, it seems to be just pushing out the back of the super city Queanbeyan.
Love it.
Yeah, Queanbeyan boy.
Here's Bravo, who's got sweatbands on both of his wrists that are black, and it's driven by Hughes out to the deep cover boundary. Kieran Powell does the fielding, and Hughes moves to 3 as they get a single, and the score on to 104.
A lot more intent there from Hughes to get forward. He might have had a chat with Watson about getting forward on this wicket.
So Bravo's got the 2 black sweatbands on his forearms. His half-brother's got a white sweatband. They wear numbers 46 and 47. So a bit of a body shape difference to them as well. As Watson here is forward and getting an edge. Didn't know much about that. And Devon Thomas comes around the keeper, throws away a glove as he then picks up. They didn't take a run. I think that went in between bat and pad. From square on, it's hard to know exactly, but certainly he didn't know much about that, Shane Watson.
No, he didn't. It's sort of a little French cut between the legs. He wasn't too sure it went. Obviously looking to protect his stumps first and foremost, and then hopefully getting off strike.
Here's a text from Stephen from Peakhurst. Are the Canberra Comets a chance of coming back into the domestic 50 over comp? Maybe the Big Bash? Question mark. Bravo full. Watson tries to heave him out on the onside and does so, but 3 bounces to the deep. Kieran Powell doesn't have to move on the mid-wicket boundary to gather. He throws in as the batsman dawdle a single. Watson to 61, the score 105 for the loss of 1. Speaking of Big Bash, maybe we could, get the story of your return to domestic cricket with the Hobart Hurricanes.
Yeah, well, funny enough, I wasn't playing cricket this summer, and sort of cricket come to me sort of thing, and I got an opportunity to do a bit of stuff with the Adelaide Strikers, and then it created the opportunity with the Hurricanes. So I mean, it was great fun. It's obviously been away from that sort of environment for a good period now. It was good to be back involved and notice the changes made in the game and how much the game's advanced.
Mark Higgs with you on Grandstand Cricket. What are the things that you really picked up?
Oh, I think this way they plan for the matches is a lot more to the point these days, and a lot more ownership is given to the players as well, to create the environment. I definitely noticed that with Tim Call down the Hurricanes. You put a lot of faith in the players to create the environment and create the way the game the Hurricanes wanted to play.
So Sunil Narayan to continue, right arm over, and Watson's on the back foot, and it's beautifully fielded by Powell as Watson swung lustily on the onside, but Powell in close at mid-wicket stopped a run.
Narayan, fantastic figures at the moment, 5 overs for 13. He's obviously been the pick of their bowlers so far this year.
He's got a bouncy approach, and on the back foot Watson now cuts, and it's misfielded by Kieran Powell at backward point, and that gives away a single. It was going to be a dot ball.
Yeah, he's probably cost him 4 there beforehand, so 5 of his runs have been through misfield at backward point. Wouldn't be too happy there as a captain, and probably important fielding position with the amount of pace that Narayan puts on the ball.
Watson's 62, and the score 1 for 106, and just a few changes, well, quite a number of changes to the field. There's going to be a a silly point in here. Well, they're really swarming around Hughes. There's a slip and a silly point. Fine leg up, backward point. Extra cover mid-on in the infield. As Hughes is forward and pushing airishly, should I say, out in the offside, upishly. But he gets a single. I think too close to hand.
What he did well was getting his foot to the pitch of the ball. He really made an effort to get a stride out to try and really cover the spin, not knowing, I don't think, which way it's really going.
Airily out on the offside, officially out on the offside, and he moves to 4. He's at the non-striker's end, 1 for 107 in the 21st over. Watson now waits for Narayan, and he plays a very deft late cut just to the right of the first slip. It's a long chase for Kieran Powell to try and haul it in, and he slides but doesn't stop it before it goes into the rope, down at third man.
Fantastic shot there from Watson, and I think again, using the pace of the ball with Narayan, he does change his pace up, but when he does change up, he actually puts a fair bit of pace on it, and you can use those angles here at Manuka and the ball will run away.
Well, full Nelson here, 1 for 111. Welcome back, Watto, 66 not out. So the superstitious are nervous here for Watson, but he gets away from that number of nervousness for many in the cricketing world to take the score to 112 and his personal tally to 67 with a single out through the onside. And that's the end, is it? No, still 1 ball left in this over from Narayan.
Watson looking comfortable to Narayan, doing it really easy, and I think he's picking him quite nicely as well, and able to use his change of paces as well.
Narayan's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Hughes on the back foot, and he wristily works it out through mid-wicket for an easy single as Andre Russell trots around from mid-on to pick up, and that ends the over from Sunil Narayan. Now, can I trust those figures out there? I hear that criticism of the attendance of the Jack Fingleton scoreboard is a distinct no-no here at the Manuka Oval as we end the 21st over. So I just see that tick over. The over number up on the board is the upcoming over. So we've had 21, and the score is 1 for 113, and Narayan 5 overs for 21. Trust that? Yep.
Well, I hope so. We'll go with that. I mean, the guys up on the scoreboard, I mean, they do a lot of our local games, our ACT Comic games as well, and they usually have a couple of cases of beer up there, and they enjoy their little afternoon in the sun.
Oh, look,
or in the shade in the sweat box.
I love that scoreboard, the Jack Fingleton scoreboard out on the northeastern side of the ground. Dwayne Bravo to start a new over, and Hughes just opens the blade, runs him to backward point, but Sammy fields, and it's a dot. We can refer to Liam as well. He's a Queanbeyan boy too, isn't he? Were you talking about that before?
Oh, I think he's half Queanbeyan. I think he lives in Tuggeranong now.
Oh, okay.
So I think he did spend time out there. His father actually coached Queanbeyan Cricket Club for a period of time.
Sorry, what was your last name again, Liam? Liam Baker. Liam Baker, our scorer today.
Yeah, Peter Baker. His father coached the club for a good little period.
Hughes is on 5, waiting for the all-rounder Bravo, and he's down the pitch, forcing the ball to mid-on, but doesn't get a run.
Hughes must be looking to get moving here. He's been caught at the crease a bit, and 5 runs. He needs to start moving the innings along. 300 is probably a pass score here at least. You know, we showed in the Prime Minister's 11 game that, you know, they nearly chased down 333.
And what's the club scene like here in Canberra? Many of our listeners not aware of how many teams and just the strength and depth now that basically the Comets were Canberra cricket for so many years.
Oh, it was great depth in the competition when the Comets were in, because players from interstate came to town to take their opportunities, guys who were missing out in the States.
One Mervyn Hughes also turned up.
One Mervyn Hughes, one Michael Valletta.
Yes, played for the Comets. As Bravo now around the wicket to Hughes, who flays out through cover point to the man in the deep, and just a single. Hughes elegantly getting to his knee there and opening the shoulders out on the offside, but just for 1 as he moves to 6 and the score to 1. 14 for 1 in the 22nd. Yeah,
8 clubs here in Canberra. Probably haven't been as strong last few years. A few clubs seem to be a bit stronger than the other clubs, but
who are the big guns here?
Queanbeyan probably been the top club over the last 3 or 4 years.
Are they linked to the Queanbeyan Blues, the famous rugby league team, at all?
No, not at all. No, they play at the other end of town. It's actually the Queanbeyan Roos have been strong in the rugby league lately, so from the same little area, Queanbeyan.
Now Bravo right arm over to the right-handed Watson, who's forward, pushing him to Chris Gale, who's close in on the offside. And a dot ball there.
Yeah, strong clubs. Tuggeranong's a strong club. They've got great facilities out there from the top. The Vikings club set up fantastic facilities, as they do for the rugby out there. East Lake local club, the inner club just down the road. They're strong through the senior grades.
And is it, you're talking about the Vikings with rugby for Tuggeranong? Is East Lake linked to the AFL club?
Yes, it is, yep. Most of the clubs are.
Bravo slower over the wicket, and Watson picks it late and is able to just drag it out behind square on the onside to the deep. Kieran Powell right in front of us here on the western side in front of the Bradman stand, and a run to Watson as he keeps it ticking over, moves to 68, 1 for 115.
It's fantastic seeing the West Indians move around the outfield. They're so quick over the turf. They look like they all could probably do the 100 in about 10 seconds, 11 seconds.
What about
Great
Chris,
athletes.
except for Chris Gale?
Chris Gale's a bit casual for him. He wouldn't refuse to go out that far.
So there's a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on in the infield as Hughes waits for Dwayne Bravo, and Hughes opens the blade, but straight to Sammy in the gully, and there's no run. So that ends the 22nd over. It's been a very good start for Australia. Watson into the team today for Khawaja. He's 68. Hughes is 6, 1 for 115. Great to have the thoughts of Mark Higgs on grandstand cricket. We'll speak to him throughout the afternoon. Get a bit more local knowledge here. So Khawaja out for Watson. That was the only change to the Australian 11 that was victorious at the Wacker on Sunday night. And for the West Indies, Andre Russell, who picked up a bit of an injury in the PM's 11 game here a bit over a week ago, missed the 2 games in Perth, but comes back in for Jason Holder, who made his debut in the West. So still a few clouds around in the nation's capital, but no threat to the cricket as yet, as Sunil Narayan is going to continue from that southern or Manuka Town Centre end. And on the back foot, it's Watson starting a new over with the defensive stroke to Pollard on the onside. Kerry O'Keefe's back.
Yeah, good afternoon, Q. Enjoying this.
Yeah, hopefully the rain stays away from here.
Hope so. Crowd are into the max. They're enjoying this batting, Watson in particular.
Narayan has Watson forward, defends on the onside.
Narayan bowling a pretty good spell here. He's the key man. He's in his 6th over. He's only conceded 21 on a belter. They don't drive him down the ground much, do they? He bowls this length.
As Narayan is driven down the ground by Watson, too long on for a single.
I knew that was coming. But if you...
On form, Scully.
Yeah. But if you look at the wagon wheels where he scored off, he's mainly scored square of the wicket. And, I mean, he will be unhappy with that length. He doesn't like being driven down. He's got a long off now for Phillip Hughes. But he likes to drive it into the pitch and having them looking to squirt him square of the wicket. He doesn't like the ball in the air too long.
No silly point now for Hughes, but still the slip as he's forward pushing to the offside. And it's an important job today for Phillip Hughes, but, well, just an early assessment of what's to come in the creams for Hughes and the challenges on the subcontinent that await. He's on the back foot here, and all may have been dropped at slip. Darren Sammy had to go to his right, which is to the near side for the keeper, for the left-handed batsman. They get 3 runs down to a very fine third man, and hard to tell here whether that went to hand on replay. Yep, it's gone through his hand. That's a big chance that the West Indies have let slip there. So Hughes dropped on 6 by Sammy in the slips. The score, well, it was 116 at the time. It's now 119.
Well, we all remember his catch in Perth, high to his left, Darren Sammy. That was brilliant. But this was low to his right, and he didn't quite get there, moved late.
So Watson now on strike. He gets a lifter that has taken off the splice, but controlled down on the onside. That ends an eventful over from Sunil Narayan. 6 overs for 25. Watson 69 and Hughes 9, and just a bit more of a chance, Kerry, to assess that that Gilt edge chance, really.
Oh, and look, it was a crucial mistake. They're not easy at first slip, particularly when the bat is flashing. But Sammy has that Ian Botham hands on knees approach to slip filling. He only moves when the ball's in the air, and this time he just moved a little late. But they have to be taken. I think the West Indies feel that Hughes is unsure against Narayan. That's why they should all be on the job.
So Dwayne Bravo's continuing around the wicket. Hughes back in the crease, defends, no run.
But if it's taken, the second wicket is down, and they can build a bit of pressure on the middle order. But it's not. Hughes survives, and we'll see what the wash-up is.
Yeah, tougher one for the first slip for the spinner when he has to come towards the keeper's side.
Yeah.
Instead of going away.
Yeah.
Although I don't think it was anywhere near Devon Thomas's catch on the replays that we've seen. Bravo right arm around, and Hughes pushes him to backward point, fielded by Pollard. Another dot.
I like Nareen. He's that new breed of spin bowler. It's not really above the eye line. It's subtle variations and yet driven into the pitch. And if Phil Hughes doesn't look like he's overly reading him, so Narayan has got the advantage, but he hasn't got him out. Should have. And now he's facing Bravo, who tends to bowl full.
Surging past umpire Asad Rauf, and Hughes whips him off his toes, and it's athletically fielded at mid-on by Ramnaresh Sarwan. He'll be hoping for a run in the internationals, let alone a few.
Well, he played for Guyana in the West Indian 2020 kind, didn't get in 7 innings, didn't manage to get past 20. So he's been brought back into the side. He got 60 odd against the Prime Minister's 11, but for a player of his class, he's just a little bit out of sorts at the moment, Ramnaresh Sarwan, and he needs runs tonight.
Yeah, 63 here in the tour game before the international started, as Hughes is forward defending Dwayne Bravo to Chris Gale in the covers, and that still a couple left in the over. Now our audience probably just getting a feel for this ground, because well, haven't had many internationals here, but the great old Finkleton scoreboard out on the eastern side of the ground. Lots of trees around this part of town. Well, lots of trees around Canberra. Full stop.
Beautiful part of Canberra, isn't it, Monica?
Yeah.
And full house. I'm really pleased with that.
Hughes waits for Bravo and opens the blade, runs him down to third man. Narayan has to come in off the rope, and almost a Bronx cheer for a run there for Hughes. A single it is to move into double figures, and the score to 120.
And there was a little spinners clinic yesterday at Eastlake Cricket Club, and lots of parents brought their sons. Well done them. There must be 50-odd spinners, and very encouraging to see so much interest in slow bowling, and very respectful kids, a few with a lot of ability. So there's some good work being done here in the ACT, and enthusiasm for cricket still very strong.
Last ball of the over here from Bravo, bowling to Watson, and he's back and playing it down to third man, and that's an easy single. So at the end of the over, Watson is 70, Australia 1 for 121 after 24 overs. Welcome back to our Western Australian regional listeners. Good scene here at Manuka Oval. Finch, the only casualty for Australia, out for 38. The hosts 1 for 121 after 24. Watson 70 and Hughes 10. In a moment, Tim Gable will be with Kerry O'Keefe.
Hello and welcome back to Manuka Oval, and we're currently watching Shane Watson batting. He's on 70. Hughes is on 10. 1 for 121. Australia batting first in the 25th over. Chris Gale is currently bowling from the Cathedral end. He's bowled 2 balls so far, replacing the Rhine, and so far Watson has failed to get him away. Shane Watson on 70, again following Gale, and Gale bowls it just on the leg side, and he's pushed it backward of square leg, and the batsman come through for 1, make that 2. 1 for 123 Australia in the 25th over. Shane Watson now on 72. Hughes is 10. Alongside me, of course, Kerry O'Keefe. Kerry.
Tim, yeah, and this has been impressive from Watson. Not bowling, playing as a batsman, trying to cut it with the other batsmen around the country.
Watson on 72, just plays it forward of square leg this time. And the batsman will make it safely through again for 2. Although Phil Hughes has to race through. throw a little wide. Chris Gale was turning his back on the ball as it came through to the bowler's end of the field. Pretty cool, isn't he? Chris Gale bowling in shades. And the ground here at the moment just a little bit dark, and you can see on the scoreboard the shining light there next to Chris Gale's name. 1 for 125. Watson on 74. Hughes on 10.
Yeah, light has deteriorated somewhat with the cloud cover and dark cloud. Hope we get through. Big crowd expected tonight, Tim, after work.
That's right, yes. A sellout crowd. I've had a number of people ringing saying, can you get some tickets still? No, a long time ago. And that one is played deftly down to 5 leg. Lovely shot there in the end by Watson. And the batsman come through for one, just lifting it momentarily. But Shane Watson seems to be in pretty good touch at the moment. He's on 76 from 78 deliveries. Australia 1 for 127. The batsman out earlier today was Finch, 38 of 41 deliveries. And just a little bit of a change in the field at fine leg. And Chris Gale, he has bowled a fair bit on the leg stump so far since he's come into the attack. Gale again bowling from the cathedral end. Again he bowls down the leg side to Watson. Again he pushes it backward of square leg. Batsman come through for one. And Watson moves to 77 off 79. 1 for 128 Australia.
No, well, disappointing over from Chris Gale. Really didn't quite get his line right. And Watson worked him through the onside virtually every delivery. But it's funny, isn't it? Shane Watson's name comes up and a lot of conjecture. Is he now top 6 batsman? And he's now declared himself just to be a batsman and going to take his chances against all the alternatives. But he again proves that he is a class act, and he's 77 not. He's steaming towards 100. It's been a very measured innings from him, yet his run rate is quite good. He hasn't really hit over the top. He's just played cricket shots. And a reminder that Shane Watson is in the mix for any form.
And it is going to be Dwayne Bravo bowling from the lake end of Manuka Oval. And again, he's bowling to Watson, and Watson cuts that through point. Beats the field initially, but there is a man a little deeper, and the batsman come through for one. 1 for 129. Watson moves to 78 off 80 deliveries. And Hughes will now face Dwayne Bravo, and he's on 10. He's a little slow going, hasn't he, Philip Hughes, so far in this innings?
He has laboured, and it's a concern. At number 3 on a belting pitch, you should be able to come in and adjust your game. And Philip Hughes has struggled. He hasn't ridden a Ryan, and they've just got him not doing much inside the crease.
Again, Bravo bowling from the lake end. Again goes to Hughes, and he whacks that one right over the head of the bowler. Races away towards the boundary. That's 4. And Philip Hughes moves to 14 of 33 deliveries, and just obviously decided then that he was going to start taking it up to the bowlers. Standard deliver. The footwork wasn't really all that great, was it? He just basically swung the bat at it, went over the top of the batsman's head, and we have a look at it again on the replay, and Philip Hughes, I think his mind was made up pretty early.
Oh, definitely. And that's his ability, isn't it? He can get bogged down, but he's always got that out shot. And it's normally a mow across the line, but he's got such a great eye, and he's so strong.
Again, Bravo bowling to Hughes. Bravo moves up, bowls to Hughes, plays it down into the gully. No chance of a run. Australia 1 for 133 in the 26th over. Hughes on 14. Watson is 78. And the batsman out earlier today, Aaron Finch. He was out for 38 after Michael Clark won the toss, elected to bat first.
I'm a big fan of Phil Hughes, but he hasn't really got the cricket shot to get out of a tight situation, but he has got that clear the front leg, mow across the line that he often employs to get himself out of trouble. It's the modern way. It's worked for him. His first-class record's outstanding, and it may have freed him up for some Hughes-like shots.
Dwayne Bravo again bowls to Hughes. He tucks that one nicely just backward of square leg. Batsman come through for 1 for 134. Hughes is on 15 now. Watson is on 79. SMS here. Skull, fond memories of you coaching. us catching up during the Comets matches. What do you think of the lights? Says Chris Theories from Hume. You know Chris?
No, I don't. But I did do a bit of coaching down here. Yeah. A lot of people who I coach don't play anymore.
Again, it's Bravo. He's bowling to Watson this time, and Watson with a lovely cut shot towards the boundary it goes, but there is a fielder out there, very deep, almost on the boundary rope, and the batsmen come through for one for 135. Watson on 79, and Hughes is on 15. And yes, Philip Hughes.
Yeah, he'll always be a figure of debate because of the unorthodoxy of the way he plays and his methods. But you can't argue with the book, and the book says he scores lots of runs.
Yes, a couple of centuries against Sri Lanka in the series before this one. As again, the ball is a little short this time to Hughes, plays it forward of square leg. Batsmen come through for two. And Philip Hughes, he's had an opportunity to play a few shots so far in this over, because the ball has been still a little bit short. Watson on 79, Hughes on 17, and after the 26th over, Australia 1 for 137, and Dwayne Bravo just a little bit short there.
Yeah, and he bowled poorly in Perth as well. His form is a bit of a concern, Dwayne Bravo. But as always, and that is the concern too, Tim, I think, about Phil Hughes going to India, that to extricate him from a position where spinners are tying him down, he employs the cow shot, and he often gets away with it, and that's why I'm most interested in how he goes on some dusty turners in India. The success of the cow shot will determine how he goes.
Again, Gale bowling from the cathedral end, a false start as he runs up, motions to bowl, but the ball doesn't come out. So Chris Gale at the moment bowling to Watson. Watson on 79. The umpire Simon Fry just having a word to Gale. Everything seems to be okay this time, as again he bowls to Watson, and Watson with half a sweep pushes it backward of square leg, and the batsmen come through for one. And Shane Watson just almost getting down on one leg there and pushing the ball, just tucking it nicely behind square leg. The batsmen come through for one. Watson on 80 now from 82 deliveries, 1 for 138 Australia. And now it's Philip Hughes to face Chris Gale. Gale in his second over, none for 8. Just moving the field around a little bit, just pushing them out a little deeper at long on. Hughes, who took to Bravo in the previous over, now faces Gale, and Gale moves up, bowls a little bit short this time to Hughes. Hughes with a late cut 4, crack shot, just laid into that one. It was short from Gale, and the ball went through point for 4. And well, he's starting to hit a little bit of form now, Philip Hughes. And Hughes moves up to 21. Watson is 80. Australia 1 for 148.
Where you don't get short outside Phil Hughes is off stump. He's one of the best cutters in the game.
Again, Gale bowls to Hughes. Hughes plays it back down along the wicket area. Now the 50 partnership of 67 deliveries, 46 minutes, and 4 fours. And that partnership between Philip Hughes and Shane Watson. Again, the ball is tucked on the onside this time from Hughes. 1 for 142. You like coming to Canberra? I mean, you do so many speaking engagements down here, don't you?
I've been here for a while.
Okay. Gale again bowls to Hughes, and Hughes with the cheeky run there as he pushed the ball towards mid-wicket. And there was an opportunity there. And Darren Sammy just diving on the ball, pushed the ball back towards the keeper, and the batsman safely made it through for 1 for 143. And Watson moves to 80. Hughes on 22. And it's Watson now. He's playing the ball back down almost on the popping crease. 1 for 143. I remember one occasion you used to do a lot down here, didn't you?
Oh, I have been here a bit over the years. It's just if I do 4 a year here, you're normally at all 4 of them.
Well, that's right, yeah. The thing is that I guess you always worry, don't you, whether or not you've done the same speech and you're speaking to the same people. That's always a worry in a small town like Canberra.
You've got to try and change your stuff.
Yeah. But no, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about...
No.
Yeah.
No, that's a rule.
How hard is it?
Well, I haven't got a team of riders. So.
No, that's right. That's right. It must be hard too when you see the same people in the audience all the time. 1 for 143.
That is a concern, of course. Firstly, when blokes come up, this is the 5th time I've heard you. Why have you come?
Dwayne Bravo again bowling from the lake end of the field, and again the ball is pushed nicely along the wicket to the onside by Hughes towards mid wicket, and the batsmen make it through for 1.
But I think you know, with guest speaking, I think you've just got to try and see what the audience is, and you know, if there are those that have seen you before, you've got to block it out. You're hopeful your new stuff works. I think it's a bit of an art, I think.
Yes, well, I often, if I get to a guest speaking role, I see the same people in the audience. I try and change it on the spot, and it doesn't come up well.
I think you've got to do that.
1 for 144. Australia as again Bravo bowls, and again a lovely shot from Watson off his pads, backward of square leg towards the boundary it goes, but Powell is out there, and the batsmen come through for 2. And the score moves up to 146 for 1, and Watson is now 82, Hughes on 23.
Well, I'm enjoying Shane Watson here. I just think he's playing every shot. There's not a shot he hasn't played. He's driven down the ground, he's square cut, he's whipped off his pads. There's been no, you know, shots where he's tried to just break the shackles. He's very measured.
Bravo bowls to Watson, straight drive from Watson, lovely straight through the outside, lovely cover drive, and it races away to the boundary for 4. And Shane Watson in fine form moves up to 86. Australia 1 for 150.
G'day, this is Pat Cummins. Catch all the cricket action on the ABC Listen app.
Alison Mitchell, Harsha Bhogle, Sunil Gavaskar, Darren Lehman, Glenn McGrath, Stuart Clark, and the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell.
He's bowled! Right through, he's bowled him! Knocked him over!
Hear every ball of the cricket all summer long.
It's gone for 4! Australia have won!
ABC Sports Summer of Cricket. On your radio and on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. ABC Sport, your home of rugby.
Well, he's one of the best drivers in Australian cricket, and that's the thing. This is a driving pitch. Bravo, he does bowl 4, and Watson will be looking to drive him even on the up, and that was on the up to a certain extent. There's not much movement now, and this is fill your boots time.
Bravo bowling to Watson, and almost a similar stroke there from Watson, but straight to the bowler this time, and well fielded on the follow through by Bravo. And the 150 coming in 27.3 overs in 113 minutes.
And I think it's the rhythm of his innings which has been the most impressive. We've seen people like Sean Marsh and that who always start slowly, lots of dots. Watson's has adopted a rhythm from the outset. There's been a tempo.
7 off the over so far as again Bravo bowls to Watson. Watson plays it down along the wicket area, and Bravo jumps high in the air, takes the ball comfortably. And Shane Watson obviously fighting to keep his place in the side as a batsman only without having to bowl. You get the feeling that he's in pretty good form at the moment.
Oh, look, we saw him in a one-day for New South Wales. He looked short of it, but he's fresh back into the game. He's had a bit more netting. He's fully fit now to bat.
Bravo bowls to Watson. Watson just lays the bat nicely on that late cut, down to third man. Batsmen come through for 1. That is the end of the over. The end of the 28th over. Australia 1 for 151. Watson on 87 of 88 deliveries, and Hughes 23 of 41.
And I think that's the thing, Tim. Although he's missed a lot of cricket, the quality of his technique remains, and we're seeing that today. There's nothing in this Manuka Oval pitch for the bowlers, and he knows that. So he's just choosing his shots so cleverly. And whenever they're fractionally offline, he's working them. If they're too full, he's driving them. Gee, I think it's been impressive.
And the West Indies persisting with Chris Gale. He's going to be bowling again from the Cathedral end. Gale 3 overs for 13. A little expensive in the last over. And he'll be bowling to Watson, who's on 87. Australia 1 for 151. Gale bowls to Watson, just a little bit full of a length down the leg side. Tucked away nicely, backward of square leg. Batsman come through for 1. And Watson moves to 88 of 89 deliveries.
Well, again, Darren Sammy's caught here because Russell conceded 24 in 3, Andre Russell, and he's now, Gale is trying to fiddle a few overs here, but he's not causing any concerns. And the batsmen like Watson are just picking him off. Hughes has to do likewise.
Gale bowls to Hughes. Hughes goes back, tucks that one just forward of square leg. Batsman come through for 1. Pouncing onto the ball there pretty quickly, avoiding a second one, was Dwayne Bravo. And Hughes moves to 24. Australia 1 for 153. Chris Gale bowling from the Cathedral end. Bowling to Watson. Watson tucks that one just around his pads a little bit. It was a sweep, but very short fine leg was there to stop any run. Chris Gale gets through his overs very, very quickly. Gale moves in again, bowls to Watson. Watson just tucks that one short of backward of square leg, and the batsman come through for 1. And it's pretty much just playing around the field. Just having a look at that big picture that's being portrayed and shown around the ground. Somebody's obviously brought a picture of a very young Michael Clark by the looks of it. And again, the ball is bowled by Gale to Hughes, an opportunity for a run out, but there's been a misfield at mid-wicket, and the batsmen safely make it through for 1. Well, the ball just wasn't picked up properly there. It was dropped. Real opportunity for a run out there for the West Indies. And Sammy just taking his eyes off the ball. And he's dropped it. And so Australia safely through for 1. 1 for 155. Again, Gale is bowling to Watson. Again, Watson just lays into that one. Drives it nicely on the onside. The batsmen come through for 1. 1 for 156. Watson is now on 90 from 92 deliveries. And that was the end of the 29th over. That lovely shot from Shane Watson. He's not getting too impatient, which is good to see. I mean, you sometimes think in one-day cricket that the cricketers feel as though they've got to score quick runs, but Shane Watson is scoring okay, and he's not trying to belt the ball out of the ground every volley and every opportunity he gets.
And I think what we're seeing, Tim, is that he's an opener, and all those tinkerings down the order and suggestions that he might be at 6. For him to get the tempo and the rhythm to bat long, he has to open in all forms, I think. And we've seen an example of it. He's looked the real class alongside any of them. He's 90 not out, and he's done it easily. And you just sense straight away he was into his stride. He felt comfortable with the early power play. And he's 10 runs from a century, and you'd expect him to get it in this sort of form.
Yes, the SMS number 0467920222 if you'd like to have your say. Does the old MCG scoreboard look like it's in good nick, says Chris from Baronia? And well, it looks pretty good, doesn't it? And of course they brought it up on a truck. It was laying abandoned after the redevelopment at the MCG. It was saved, and they decided to bring it up here to Manuka Oval. I think Jack Fingleton at one stage was a press secretary at Parliament House, Federal Parliament House. He played in the PM's 11, was a bit of a confidant to Sir Robert Menzies as well. So he had a fair role in cricket in Canberra, but not just cricket, but the wider political community here as well.
He was a very good writer on the game, wasn't he?
He a very good writer?
He was, and people, Jack Fingleton obviously was an outstanding Test cricketer, but he's writing. I've read a fair bit of his stuff at one stage, and it was terrific.
Yeah, I remember the first cricket book I really got into was Ray Robinson. I think was it Between the Covers or something?
Yeah,
something like
Sugar
that.
Ray Robinson.
It was a fantastic book, and
because he was such a legend, he was the one pressman in the bitter 70s that could come into the dressing room, and it was.
Yes, that's right.
People said no probs.
Well, imagine these days having somebody in the Australian cricket side working the press gallery at Parliament House.
Sitting around with the boys having a beer at the end of the day. Don't think so.
Roach bowling from the lake end of the ground, again bowls to Watson. Watson lays back nicely there, plays it through point, and the ball races away to the boundary for 4. Gee, didn't seem to be much effort there, but great timing from Shane Watson. And Watson in terrific form at the moment. He moved to 94 of 93 deliveries. Australia 1 for 160. Philip Hughes is 25. And we are in the 30th over.
Well, another example of Watson's deft touch. There was width from Kemar Roach, but Watson could have weighed in with a big square drive. He didn't. He angled it for 4.
Again, Roach is bowling to Watson. Watson just lays into that one. And there is a fielder just a short cover there, coming in quickly, and so no opportunity for a run. Yes, I was just thinking of Jack Fingleton and the role that he played in the PM's 11 as well. And quite obviously a very important fixture here in Canberra for many years. And prior to this game, probably the biggest fixture on an annual basis that we've had here in Canberra for the past 30 years. As again, Roach is bowling to Watson. Watson lays into that one, again straight to the field on the onside. But he's timing the ball beautifully at the moment, Shane Watson.
The only way they look like getting a wicket is a run out, because this pair don't quite, and they're not in sync with each other, and Watson's not going to hurry coming back from injury with calf problems. He's actually not running all that quickly between the wickets, and Hughes is a hair, so they've got to get that right.
Roach bowls to Watson, and Watson a little bit short. Watson goes forward then back and plays it down into the gully. And there has been a wicket at the Gabba. We might go to Alistair just to find out exactly what has happened there. Alistair.
Thanks, Tim. A brute of a ball from Nathan Coulter. Niall Luke Palmer's back, unable to control it. High on the bat and went flying into the slips court. And Mike Hussey with the catch. Queensland 1 for 17, a victory target of 440.
And again, it's Roach bowling to Watson. Roach moves up. Again, Watson lays the bat on that and pushes it towards point. Again, the ball is fielded quite comfortably. Shane Watson certainly finding the field in the last 3 deliveries. He's currently on 94. He's had the nervous 90s, hasn't he, during his career, Shane Watson?
He has. If he gets out now, I think he will need an armed escort to get off, because this is 100 for all money, and he's 6 runs short.
And it's Roach bowling to Watson, and Watson plays that one on the onside. Nice drive there from Watson, just following through with it. Batsmen come through for 1. Watson moves up to 95. Hughes on 25. And the score at the moment, 1 for 161 after the 30th over. Next up, Jim Maxwell.
So wherever you are listening to the cricket from Monica, it's a fine day here. There's a bit of threatening cloud moving around to the south of us, so I think we'll be all right. I don't think we're going to get any rain. We're going to get a good score on the board the way this is going. 9 wickets in hand as the 31st over starts from Chris Gale. And it's Watson on 95. A 6 for 100. Can he do that? No, he just plays a very well-judged sweep shot to go along to 96. Watson coming back into the side. Finch got a start, but didn't go on with it after making 38. Hughes a bit streaky early on. Could have been caught at slip at one point. Very difficult chance to Darren Sammy, but he seemed to be a bit late to move to it with the hands on knees at the point of Narayan's delivery. Hughes was not reading Narayan, and he's bowled 6 overs very usefully for just 25 runs. But Hughes is on strike at 1 for 162. There's a fair bit of shifting in the field before they settle it. Darren Sammy's wheeling his troops around from backward square as Gale comes around the wicket and draws the back cut, which is well saved at backward point. That was beautifully struck, but he couldn't get it through the field. Good looseness behind point. It was well saved by Bravo, and the next ball is driven, punched off the toes by Hughes to deep square, and he's coming back for a second throw to the bowlers, and there could have been a run out. My goodness, there would have been. They went back. Oh, Mr. Indecisive, yes, no. And I keep thinking of the Sydney Cricket Ground and the Ashes Test match, where these two have a little mix-up, as they have twice in this innings now, Jeff Lawson.
And that was very similar to that SCG mix-up. A throw came in flat and hard, and Chris Gale still wringing his fingers, and it was straight over the stumps. That was both heading in the one direction.
Now Gale's slower ball is pounded away by Watson towards long on for a run, just a run. He moves to 97, the score to 164. And they're in a position to really have a crack when we get up towards a power play somewhere in the next 18 overs.
You know, Jim, part of that indecision. Get back to it.
Here's Gale, he bowls to Hughes. Hughes sweeps, misses a wide down the leg side, indicated by Simon Fry.
I think a part of the indecision in the running has got to do with Watson's legs. And I don't mean his brain telling him not to run or to run at certain stages. I think it's the injury thing.
Back goes Hughes, cuts behind point, and there's a save out there again that prevents a run as he was looking to smack that through the field. Yes, he's got a measured stride.
Well, he didn't run the first one hard, and then when Hughes had and turned quickly, Watson found I better get going, because he hadn't run the first one as hard as he possibly could.
Gale again. Hughes looks to drive, gets the ball on the bump straight to cover, and there's no chance to score as it's collected out there on the offside to complete the over from Gale, who's bowling very tidily here. 22 off 4. It's 1 for 165 from 32 overs, and Watson's 97 and Hughes is 26. 31 overs. The scoreboard's always one ahead.
So yeah, look, I think where the front of the mind, the back of Watson's mind is the thought I can't really take off. I can't turn quickly. I can't go in low and turn and slide. And that's what he does do. He stands up very tall when he turns, and that takes an extra part of a second.
Roach is bowling, and a jump in the air from Watson as he angles his cut to third man for a run. He moves to 98. And if you want to SMS us, it's 0467920222 or the hash.
Mark Higgs's relatives go a little bit easier on the SMS at the moment. We've got the message.
All right. They're there, though. That's good. They're listening. And hash ABC Grandstand. You can find us there. Now, Philip Hughes is trying to find a way to turn the strike over, keep the game going. He's 26. Watson's 98. It's 1 for 166. Roach comes up and bowls to Hughes, who drives expansively, but not through the field because it's well saved by Pollard, who's in front of us here at point. Just hasn't quite got the strike turned over as much as he would have liked, I think, here, Philip Hughes, but there's a change in the field. They're going to pack up the offside a bit more and have a third man backward point cover, extra cover, and a long off. So 3 on the onside, a short fine leg and a push to the onside, hanging the ball away for a single. So we must be in power play then.
Well, I'm just looking around for some sign that's power play. I can't see. Can you see on the scoreboard? Usually
no. Well,
power. So it's underneath the West Indies name.
Yeah. So there's only 3 men out. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I was looking around the field. Why they got 5 in the offside there? So batting power play's got to be over before the 40th. So take it, which makes sense.
Roach to Watson on 98, and he whips him around the corner. If he goes quickly, he'll get 2 here. Pollard comes around to pick up, and there's 100 for Shane Watson, returning to the team. His 7th one-day 100. His first in almost 2 years. He removes his helmet and his bat in the gladiatorial style of the modern cricketer. He acknowledges the applause all the way around Monica, and Philip Hughes comes down and gives him a pat and a hug. And he's 100 from 102 balls, 129 minutes, 11 fours. No Dorothy's as yet.
Seemingly effortless. We talked about his form coming into this match as being scratchy at best, coming off his injury. No runs in state cricket, duck and club cricket. But from the outset today, he has looked in form. He's stroked the ball straight and beautifully and consistently.
Roach bowls to him, and again a little jump in the air to the shorter of a length delivery, which he angles to third man.
And how many runs to third man with that shot? That's his pressure release. If he doesn't get something full to drive and hit hard, or maybe hit hard on the leg side. He just runs a good length balls that are on off stump. They don't have to be outside. He just runs it down to third man. Sometimes he gets a little square. They take two. Such an easy and risk-free release for him to get off strike.
Here's Roach, bowls to Hughes, plays on the rise. Pollard dives, misses. It's a bad miss. He got the San Francisco bridge or something over that, and it went through him and out to the boundary for 4. He barely got a paw on it. He may have just touched it, and Hughes gets a boundary he really shouldn't have, and he's 31 at the end of the over, and the total is 1 for 174 after 32 overs. Yes, Pommersback can't transfer the white ball form into the red ball as yet, but he's certainly a talent. Yeah, Dale's going to bowl to Watson. Is Watson going to start looking beyond the rope at this point?
Well, there's
with a few men up.
Well, there's plenty of time left.
He's just got the field up, that's all.
18 overs.
Go over the top somewhere.
I would imagine so.
Deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and long on are the men out.
So that's leg side, and the Gale will be darting it in at leg stump. Watson will have to dig it out, hit it inside out from leg stump over the offside if he wants to score. Or hit it straight back over Gale's head's not a bad option.
So Gale it is. He bowls and Watson gets a short ball and he hits it hard. It's high into the deep in front of mid wicket, and it's collected out there as they get a couple of runs. But he was going big towards the boundary out there in the deep, and he got 2 runs on the bounce away towards Bravo at deep mid wicket. He's 103. Gale again, he's on the move and he's swinging hard and he's hit that long. That's gone way over mid wicket. First 6 of the day. He got across his stumps and he got underneath Gale's delivery and smacked it. Cow hit it powerfully into the crowd for 6.
Well, Gale's actually not darting in at leg stump. He's bowling slowly at leg stump and paying a penalty.
He bowls slowly again, and Watson has to adjust his shot as he propped forward and he knocked it down onto the ground. He's 109. 1 for 182. Gale again, and he swings hard, drives down to a long on for a single only. Back to Hughes on strike. So we're still talking 300 plus here. It was a par score.
Oh, I think so. 17 to go, 120. Wickets in hand. I can see 300 being achieved.
It should be.
It's only 7 over. That's been last 7.
Gale around the wicket, and Hughes back, cuts through the field. That's 4. That's flying away towards the boundary. You can give that one up. No problem at all. Beautifully played. Not great bowling really from Chris Gale there. Dragged it down, and Hughes pierced the field.
Well, they've got him on in power play, so bowling Gale in power plays sounds a little bit risky to start off with, and he really hasn't darted the ball in as we know he can. He hasn't tried to bowl those Yorkers. He's actually taking the pace off the ball.
13 from this over, make it 14 as Hughes tucks the ball wide of mid-on with a flourishing push. No more than that. He's 36. It's 1 for 188. 32 overs gone, and Gale got blown there. 14 from the over, 5 overs for 36 runs.
Yeah, curious tactics and curious bowling from Chris Gale, giving both batsmen flight to work with, letting them get under the ball, and Watson did that a couple of times. First one was a one bouncer to the cow corner, running around to save a boundary, then over the boundary. And then Hughes getting the opportunity to cut, and he doesn't miss very often. Missed a couple of times in the previous over from Gale when he picked out Russell, who fielded well behind point. He wasn't going to miss out for that third time. That is his go-to shot, and he picked up a boundary. So nice acceleration by the Australians.
Here's Roach bowling, and Hughes is playing in the air to the onside. Just picked the ball off the line of his leg stump and towards deep mid wicket for a run. Turn the strike over. He's 37. 1 for 189, and the 100 partnership coming up. Thank you, Liam. 108 balls, 8 fours, 1 Dorothy. 72 minutes of fairly fluent batting. A couple of edges that may have gone to hand, but didn't. Roach comes up and he bowls to Watson. Watson swings him. Big, long, strong. Bye-bye. Sixer into the crowd over long on. A big hit. About 10 rows back beyond the fence. Down towards Lake Burley Griffin. Another 6 to Watson. Last time he got 100, it was 185 not out against Bangladesh. And he's steaming here.
Gee, that's a nice shot. Big stride. Good length ball and 10 rows back.
Roach bowls to him and he hits hard again. That's gone on the bounce down towards the boundary for 4. Straight. He hit that straight. Dead straight back over the bowler's head. And down to the boundary for 4. Watson enlivens the scene here. He's 120 out of 199.
Often if players are out of form or they haven't played for a while, and as with Watson, they find it hard to get their timing.
Roach again, it's short, and he pulls him through mid-wicket. This could go to the boundary for 4 more, but Pollard's there. He dives, and he's a big unit. He got down there. He got the fumble in, which was better than missing it, and they picked up 2 more. The 200 comes up in 33.4 overs, and the last 50 has come up in 6.1.
Watson's timing has been superb from ball 1 today. And that's always an ominous sign for opposition bowlers.
Roach tries once more. Watson hits it hard off the top edge. It's going out to Pollard. He's under it. He takes it. He miscued there. He got a top edge, and Pollard just inside the boundary behind square has caught Watson. He's out for 122. And he's done a wonderful job to set up this innings for an imposing total. He's just gone 6-4-2 out in the Kumar Roach over. So here's the applause for Watson from this full house at Manuka. Shane Watson's 7th one-day 100 and a memorable return to the fold. He nods his head, he raises his bat and his helmet, and the crowd give him the cheer he deserves. Michael Clark.
Well, a fabulous 100 from Shane Watson. His form had been doubted. His fitness had been doubted. Neither of those will be questioned at this moment. Of course, he has to go and field for 50 overs yet, but that was an outstanding one-day 100. The first for a couple of years.
Clark comes out, drinks are on the field.
Peter, thank you. Great scene here at Manuka Oval, and well, a bit disappointing from an Australian perspective that Watson's innings has ended, but not such bad consolation, Henry, with MJ Clark striding out to the crease.
No, I mean, and he got a rousing reception. The fans gave Watson a rousing departure. He provided superb entertainment above anything else. So they've got their value for money already here at Manuka. Well, Watson perished by the sword, which is fair enough.
Off the second last ball of the Roach over. So here's the last ball, and they crossed with that stroke. So it's Hughes on strike, and he's going to get a boundary down to fine leg. Was there batting that? Yes, there was. Fine glance from Phil Hughes as Roach strayed down the leg side, and Hughes moves on to 41 and the score to 205. Australia 2 for 205 after 34 overs. Watson 122 from 111 deliveries. Earlier it was Finch out for 38. And the partnership between Watson and Hughes worth 112.
And Watson, the senior partner. Hughes had, 37 of those. But Watson, well and truly back in form. I think that's pretty obvious. A great...
to run a ball too, Liam, was it? 112 from 112 balls. Thanks, Liam Baker, our scorer here today.
112, is that right?
Yep, 112 from 112.
One doesn't like to criticise the scoreboard at Manuka. But they're just a little bit out in that case.
What did I say?
Well, they're going on 22 on the board.
Oh, no, sorry. The partnership was
okay.
112. Watson, 122 all up.
Okay, you just got to be a little more succinct, Q, I think.
Okay,
our listeners are doing the washing, cooking dinner. They're doing all that sort of stuff. I need to, you need to be very clear. Vacuuming, probably people will be up the nets practicing with the radio on.
Kieran Pollard to bowl from the southern end, and Clark strokes him to the covers, where Dwayne Bravo knocks it down, no run. And some of them are getting ready for a big charity cricket match in Bundaberg that I'd like to mention. There's a fundraising.
Oh, send them in.
Well, said with...
They'll be doing a bit up there, won't it?
Said with due respect, no doubt, as Pollard, big figure that he is, runs in and Clark turns him on the onside, no run. There's a 2020 fundraising game at Salter Oval in Bundaberg featuring the Army versus the Emergency Services. Gold coin donation, all the proceeds to the Queensland flood appeal, and the game gets underway at 5:30 local time.
Is that the Army Frogmen they're playing?
In Queensland.
In full gear.
Yes, well...
scuba tanks, flippers.
Here comes Pollard running into Clark, and Clark is off the mark, taking a cheeky single on the onside, turned him to mid-wicket, and they got the run, taking on Kemar Roach, who was roundabouts but couldn't stop the run. So, yes, it's the Army versus Emergency Services at Salter Oval. 5:30 Queensland time is the start of the game.
What's in the real world?
Well, it's in an hour and 3/4 from now.
Okay.
I think.
Thank you. Wherever you are in the world, you're now know.
And apparently there's some banter going on between the Emergency Services side and the Army side. Emergency Services Captain Mark Crowe said the Army was no chance, but the Army's been practicing in the local nets. So that's at Salter Oval in Bundaberg. Army versus Emergency Services, gold coin donation and all funds raised to the Queensland flood appeal. Pollard delivers to Hughes and thinks of a single on the onside and then is sent back as Pollard followed through and did the fielding and underarmed at the striker's end, but Hughes was back in his ground.
He moves well for a big man, doesn't he? He's a big unit. What's he, 6'5"? It's probably at 110. That's kgs. Got through there on the follow-through, picked it up, a little flick at the stumps. The flick went over the stumps, but had they run, he would have had time to walk in and take the bails off.
Lumbering in towards Hughes, full of length, and Hughes does get a run in on the onside this time. Well, it's laconic, isn't it?
Warwick Armstrong lumbered in.
He's not one to deep mid-wicket, Hughes onto 42, and the score to 207. Well, he doesn't bustle.
If Warwick Armstrong was a big ship, this is the big battleship. He moves quickly, this guy. Well, he doesn't. You can't bustle when you're 6'5" and 110 kilos.
Well,
oh, that's a bustle. That's not a lumber.
He's moving in to Clark, who takes... Well, he went to take half a step down the pitch, and Pollard didn't release the delivery for some reason.
No, and then he pointed to the keeper. What's the keeper up on the stumps?
Okay.
Perhaps he was expecting to see him up there.
Well, we do see Pollard hold back the deliveries on occasion to see what the batsman's doing walking around the crease.
Quite right, because batsmen do tend to leave early.
So indeed, Devon Thomas is now keeping up to Pollard. Slower delivery that hit Clark on the thigh, no run. Yes, you reckon in that strip, the Queensland Reds at times have had a flash of blue about their playing strip as well. He'd do well over at Canberra Stadium Saturday week for the Reds against the Brumbies. Kieran Pollard, as he takes his hat at the end of the 35th over. Australia 2 for 207 with Hughes 42 and Clark 1. Finch out for 38 and Watson recently departed for 122.
14 to go. Australia must be looking at 320. Wickets in the shed. Bailey to come after this. Maxwell, who can club it. Wade, Faulkner, Johnson, they all hit it. So there's plenty of dry ammunition left in the shed. I don't think Australia should go down wondering if they should have played some more shots. Maybe Hughes can play through, the others can keep playing the shots. Pitch is good. No signs of wear there. Sonal Narayan has yet to come back. 4 overs. That will be a stumbling block. Very hard man to hit.
And the Mohawked Andre Russell is back into the attack from the northern end. Right arm over to Hughes. Hughes turns it to fine leg, but it's inside the circle and no run. Andre Russell has got a bit of a look of a... remember the techno movement of the 90s?
I think I missed the whole movement.
He looks like a guy that, you know, he was almost the lead singer of 2 Unlimited, if you remember those guys. There's a few European...
Were they big on 2WG?
There's a few European techno groups out of the 90s that have hairdos very similar to Andre Russell, shaved on the sides and spiked up on top. Bowling right arm over to the left-handed Hughes, who just paddles him and beats to fine leg inside the circle. Got it too fine, and down to the rope it goes, despite the sprawling attempt of Kamar Roach. So Hughes is close to a half-hundred. He moves to 46, well, Australia to 11.
If Andre Russell's using that Mohawk as a rudder, he needs to point it a bit more over the offside, because that was a long hop on leg stump with fine leg up inside the circle. That was a very poor delivery.
So started slow, Phil Hughes, but the numbers racking up again for him as he waits and is opening the face, running it through the vacant slips cordon down to Sonal Narayan on the third man boundary, and a single for Hughes to move to 47. 2 for 2, 1, 2. And as ever, there's a big gold chain around the neck of Andre Russell. I think some diamonds in the ears as well. He's a very cool looking dude. And a prolific all-round talent. The Canberra fans know too well with his swashbuckling innings, where he made 54 from 24 balls.
Yeah,
here.
that last week.
Yeah.
And the game seemed to be well and truly dying. That's the Prime Minister's 11 game. Andre injected some serious life into it.
The Australian captain now in front of him, and Clark drives through the onside. Doesn't beat mid-on. No run. 3 4s, 5 6s as he hit 54 from 24 balls here the other week.
Well, if he keeps bowling rubbish, they'll need to make up for it again. He looked a bit rusty with the ball last week, and most of the windies look rusty in the PM's game. They obviously were rusty game 1 in Perth. Game 2 much better. Should have won that. Some really irresponsible batting late in the innings. Sammy and Pollard. And they'll have to chase something decent here today.
Clark waits for Russell, drives on the up and careers it to mid-on, and they get a single as it's just a few metres to the left of the fieldsman. Is that Holder out there? I think, yes, it is. He's a tall man. Even in, you could see it on television, but in the flesh, is just see how tall he is among his peers there. Young Holder, who's gone down to long on. I'm not quite sure who's off the field, but nonetheless, Clark got a single there. The score to 213 for the loss of 2, with 1 ball left in the 36th over, and it's Hughes facing it again, opening the blade and running it through the vacant slips cordon for 1, down to Narayan at third man. They half think of a second, decide against it, and that ends the 36th over.
And that also ends my stint, because the local hero Higgsy's back in.
Excellent.
After outstanding opening, I must say, Higgsy.
Okay.
Go easy on cue, will you?
Good on you, Jeff. Hear from Jeff Lawson later on in the broadcast as Hughes moves to 48 with that stroke. 48 for Philip Hughes. Clark 2 for 214 with 14 overs to go. Mrs. O'Keefe's on the tweet again, Mark. Hi, darling. Can you grab some bread and milk on your way home?
There's someone for everyone.
And the SMS 0467 920 222. 0467 920 222 or hashtag ABC Cricket if you want to get in touch via Twitter. And Curran Pollard's going to continue. Hughes is on strike, pushes it out through the offside. There's a backward point and a cover, so plenty of space around point if you control it through there. The man in the deep is covering the point boundary, but in between the 3, it was pushed there by Hughes for a single.
Clark showed it really intently to try and push it along. He's moving around the crease. He's obviously to try and look for those 4 balls and to knock them around and use the big area to run his 2s hard.
And Thomas, the keeper, is up right over the stumps for Michael Clarke. Pollard into the Australian skipper, and Clarke locks him high and safe down the field, and at pitches and almost plugs before taking a second bounce over the rope at long off for 4. Certainly wasn't a real missile down the field. It was a bit more like an 8-iron approach to a green.
Controlled sand wedge, I thought.
Yeah, it went over.
No, he didn't try and overhit it, but he just pushed it out there knowing that the fielder was up at mid-off, pushed it down over his head.
So Clarke to 6 and Australia 219. This time Pollard's a bit shorter, and it's turned in the air by Clarke. He's almost caught at mid-wicket, but the ball just pitches in front of Kieran Powell. It's at mid-wicket.
Leading edge there by Clarkey. I think a few of the boys have a few leading edges. Probably the pace from the whacker probably showing up there to a bit slower track here at Manuka and Canberra.
So the fine leg is up. There's a backward point.
Crowd's all in. It's like just about a full house.
Extra cover mid-off and mid-wicket inside the circle. Clarke tries to whip a ball down the leg side, and there's a big appeal for LBW, vociferous, and there's going to be a referral here. Both Thomas and Power were making the T signal for the appeal, and then Darren Sammy said, "Okay, boys." And square on. We're going to have to wait for the replay too, Mark.
Yeah, we are.
Because Clarke was certainly looking to flick it down to deep backward square.
Yeah, he was. And we know about all batsmen and bowling nets. They all appeal for everything. So we'll have to see how we go here.
So Michael Clarke awaiting his fate. First and foremost, it's a legal delivery. And Pollard's left foot, his plant foot, well behind the line, and that's rather adjacent. That's going to be out, I'd suggest.
Shout, yeah.
Clarke was trying to heave it across the line, and either the umpire thought he's touched it with his bat, because on first viewing, Mark Hidds, I can see how that is going to clatter into halfway up middle stump.
Oh, I'm not sure how you missed that one. I think that missed the bat by a bit. I think Simon's just gone for the old safety first. Didn't look like missing from here anyway.
Nothing on hot spot that I can see. And now another replay being shown to us of Clarke missing that by a mile. Yeah, that's cleaning up middle and leg stumps, you'd think.
Yeah, definitely. Look after the captain.
Here we are, finally getting there.
Maybe outside the line.
Oh, dear me.
Not out. There we go. What do we know?
And this is one of those ones where the ball, basically 49% of the ball is shown in the tracking to be hitting off stump, but because the 51% is outside the line of off stump, it sticks with the umpire's call.
It's been a contentious rule all summer, and it's a tough one. Like I think our cameras must bring the footage in from a bit of an angle as well.
So Clarke survives.
Yeah, he does.
The upshot of all is that the referral is turned down, and the West Indies loses its referral. So on 6, the LBW referral for Clarke goes down, but
it still looks good, doesn't it, on the replay? It's a tough one, that one.
Well, and the thing is too, the spirit of the game is, has the bowler beaten the batsman, and was he going to clean him up? Yes.
Yeah,
but
yeah, definitely.
Because the tracking, indeed, the umpire thought pitching outside off stump, hitting outside off stump, so not out, or hitting in line outside the off stump. As plays back underway, Clarke drives to mid-off and they get a single. Nonetheless, I think we're all suggesting here that the Australian captain's lucky to survive there.
Yeah, I think every time we look at the replay, it looks more out, so it is a tough one.
Well, here we go, and now we're getting further examination, and yes, the ball, when put in line with the shadow of the stump-to-stump line, there's maybe a third of it in line with the off-stump, but 2/3 outside the line of the off-stump. So
survived by
because it's not more than 51%, it goes with the umpire's call, or more than 50%. Pollard bowling to Hughes, who chops into the ground out to backward point. Sammy does the fielding, and there's no run.
There seems to be a lot of dot balls to Hughes out backward point. He likes to glide the ball that he isn't able to hit for 4 or 6. His get out of jail shot is that glide, and it seems an important position when you're playing against Hughes to have a good guy at that backward point. Saves a lot of runs.
And those clouds that were in the south last time we were on are now sort of more so out in the east. Mark, as you suggested, goes from Tuggeranong out towards Queanbeyan and then decides whether it's going to come back to towards Capitol Hill.
Yeah, that's right. They sort of build up and go out towards Queanbeyan, and if it does build up that way and comes out this way, it'll be pretty heavy shower. That's a traditional way here. If you see if the clouds come from behind us from the eastern side, it usually rains pretty hard.
Taking their time to get ready for this new over. So I'll bring Team Gable in to join Mark Hughes.
And yes, here at Manuka Oval, Australia 2 for 220, Clark on 7, and Hughes is 49. And the Australians going along nicely at the moment. And Michael Clark moves up to 8, and that's off 11 deliveries. And Philip Hughes now facing the bowling from the putting a lake end of the ground here at Manuka Oval, a pool end of the ground, and at the moment the Australians are going along nicely, but Russell is the bowler.
Russell, and he's gone for some early, so I think they'll try and tax him again.
Again, it's Russell. It's time to Hughes, and Hughes plays it with a lovely stroke out towards the cover boundary. The batsman come through for 1. Pollard is the batsman out there. Picks it up comfortably, and that is the 50 for Philip Hughes. Of 63 deliveries, 95 minutes, 6 fours.
Great knock by Hughes. He sort of come along the back end of that 50. Obviously slow start, probably with Narayan bowling. I found him tough early and therefore didn't find his rhythm, but is in a making a nice 50. And
again, Michael Clark facing the bowling, and he just tucks it away nicely on the onside, just at the mid-wicket area. Batsmen make it through for 1, and Michael Clark is 9. Philip Hughes 50 off 63 deliveries, and Australia 2 for 223.
In a strong position. What sort of score we're projecting from here?
Oh, listen,
wickets in hand.
Just having a look at the score that was recorded at the PM's 11 game, in excess of 350, and you look at 224, 38 overs gone. You'd have to say the Australians are going to have to lift the run rate a little more to get close to 350. But at the moment,
I think 350 is out of reach, but
yeah,
maybe somewhere around 330 might be.
Again, Hughes with a crossbat style stroke there. He just went back, tried to pull it through the onside. In the end, the ball has gone a little straighter than he probably expected it to go, and the score remains at 2 for 224.
330?
Yeah, 330 is probably a fair total, I think, for the Australians. I mean, if Shane Watson was still there, you'd be looking at 350, but with the new batsman at the crease, the run scoring just slows down a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And looking at the pitch and the wear on the pitch from the bowlers at the moment.
And Russell bowls to Hughes, and Hughes hits this one high in the air towards the boundary. It goes on the onside, over mid-wicket, 6.
It's a fantastic shot. It's just a whip from probably outside, just on middle and off stump. Is that about right? I haven't seen the replay yet, but he sort of worked it across.
And we see the replay, and Philip Hughes, he saw that one early, didn't he? With,
yeah, he did.
A movement towards the ball, and he's absolutely whacked that one.
It's a natural left-hander's flick, that one.
And Philip Hughes seeing them pretty well at the moment. He's on 57. And it's Russell bowling to Hughes, and Hughes again lays this one on the opposite side of the field. Long on, he's going to field. Long off, he's going to field it. And the batsmen make it through for 1. And just having a look at Philip Hughes, just gaining in confidence, as we saw during the Sri Lankan series. Once he gets his eye in, Philip Hughes is capable of anything. And he's on 57 at the moment. Michael Clark is 9, and Australia 2 for 230.
Yeah, Hughes has taken his time to get in this innings, and I think it's been tough for Australia when players have taken their time to get in and only made starts. It sort of put us behind the 8 ball, where in this innings he's actually taken his time to get in, but he's gone on to make a score, and it's able Australia to push on to a huge total.
All right, so the score here at Manuka Oval after 39 overs, 2 for 230. Clark is 8 and Hughes is 58. And welcome back to Manuka Oval, where the score is 2 for 230. Australia batting first against the West Indies in the 3rd game in this one-day series. Clark is 8 and Philip Hughes is 58. And Hughes is currently facing the bowling of Pollard. Pollard bowling from the Cathedral end. Tim Gable and Mark Hicks with you this afternoon on ABC Grandstand, on ABC Local Radio, as Pollard moves towards Hughes again, and Hughes with a late cut towards point it goes, and the batsman come through for one. But that's how well he's seeing at the moment. It's
a risky field, that guy there, like having the two guys up backward of square for Hughes, where he's one of his strengths is his cut shot, and he gets great power from the way he moves his feet into that area. So it is a risk for him there.
Yes, and Pollard again is going to be bowling, and again the wicketkeeper comes up. Thomas, he's done this a couple of times. He did it with Sammy just a moment ago, and it will be Michael Clarke who's on 9. Philip Hughes is on 58. Australia 2 for 231, and so Pollard.
Looking at this field here, now, two guys behind square on the leg side. It's a huge gap.
Just moved a man backward of square leg as Pollard again bowls, and this time Clarke moves the ball towards the onside with nice looking drive.
The field set here is probably more like your 2020 sort of field, happy to open up and give one away on the onside there. But it also gives a 4 option behind square on the leg side as well. But looking at him bowling cutters, he will create the option to be able to hit with the cut.
Just a man moving away, and that's Bravo on the mid-wicket boundary, and he'll field the ball now. That was a pretty good field position there from Pollard as Hughes comes through for 2, races on, but successfully through is Philip Hughes.
Great
Pollard, just a little bit deep there. And,
yeah, well, it's a tough ground. Like Manuka is one of those grounds. If you field on the fence and you create the 2s to those sort of shots in a ring that aren't hit that firm, it is a hard ground to defend on.
Well, Dwayne Bravo had been moved around a little bit there, and the shape had changed a little bit in the field, and he was just a little bit deep there. He's more shallow this time. He's about 3 metres inside the boundary. As again, Philip Hughes will face the bowling of Pollard. Australia 2 for 234 as Pollard moves towards Hughes, and Hughes really winding up, and he hits it with a nice drive on the onside. Batsmen come through for 1. But certainly there are plenty of gaps in the field in terms of getting singles, 2s, and we're seeing Philip Hughes just exploit the field a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, they are, and they've been given the easy one as well. So, you know, if he does bowl a good ball, they can easily opt out for the 1 rather than take on the big shot, which is probably not creating the pressure they need at this point in the innings.
And just a false start there from Pollard. He goes back to his mark now from the Cathedral end here at Manuka Oval, near perfect conditions, and he bowls to Clarke, and Clarke just pushes that one on the onside. Batsman will come through for 2, very deep field 2 at mid-wicket, and Clarke and Hughes running well between the wicket at the moment, and Hughes on 61, Clarke is 12. Australia 2 for 237 at the end of the 39th over. And having a chat to Michael Clarke yesterday, he said that he'd been speaking to Brad Haddin about how to play at this ground, given that Haddin had played so many great innings here during his time with the Canberra Comets and with Queanbeyan. And Michael Clarke apparently on the phone to him over the last couple of days, just finding out how the wicket plays, and then he came here and had a look at it and said, listen, it's a flat track, there'll be plenty of runs here. Brad Haddin, he was one of the better batsmen I think that's ever come from this region. You have a look at Haddin, you have a look at Michael Bevan. They're probably the 2 best batsmen I think that we've had come through this region in terms of, you know, just making it on the international stage.
Yeah, definitely. And Michael Bevan, obviously the star, you know, where everyone knows of Michael's exploits in the one-day game in particular, his ability to finish the innings, but also his first-class record is second to none. You know, he was a fantastic cricketer for New South Wales, and then later on Tasmania, and obviously played a lot in the UK as well. But Brad also, you know, fine strike maker from the local area, hit the ball hard, and I guess learning to play on these wickets, you're able to hit through the line of the ball.
Yeah, you had a couple of great innings with him, didn't you? Including that one in Victoria, where the Comets beat the Victorians.
Yeah, well, I didn't actually get to me that day. Pete Solway actually got
Pete Solway,
yeah.
And Pete Solway, you talk about players that have, you know, probably haven't gone on to the national, international stage. I mean, he was just one of those people that created a lot of runs in this area. We're seeing it at the moment with John O'Dean, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, Pete Solway scored a lot of runs around here.
As again we see Narine, and this time Hughes just goes on the back foot.
Yeah, but
plays it flat along the ground.
With all these things, you know, he's had opportunities to travel interstate to try and push his career, and you know, through his personal choices, he's decided to remain in Canberra and chose, you know, career and family, and, you know, probably had a chance in his earlier days where, you know, someone like John O'Dean is still got the opportunity, I think, after scoring a fantastic 50 in the Prime Minister's 11 game, and also a 300 not out the weekend. Showed people around the country that he can play, and I think as his coach, I've seen it for a good period now, and I'm always just hoping for him to do it on a bigger stage rather than, you know, playing for the ACT or club cricket.
Ryan bowling to Clark, and Clark goes back and tucks that one just forward of square leg. Batsmen come through for one. Pollard moves in from the boundary, and Australia is now 2 for 240, moving up from 239. Scoreboard just ticking over now. 2 for 240, and Clark is on 13. Hughes is on 62.
It'd be interesting to see if they don't push Maxwell up the order with the way things are going at the moment. Probably a stronger finisher than Bailey.
Hughes faces the bowling of Narayan, just plays it to point. There is a fielder there, straight to the field. And just laying back on that one nicely, Philip Hughes, seeing the ball beautifully at the moment. He's on 63. And Narayan, very unusual spinner in that he can bowl leg spin and off spin without changing his action all that much, and the players find it very hard to read. Again, he goes to Hughes. He misses this one straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, we've seen with Hughes in particular, the start of his innings really struggled to get him off strike, and now later on the innings, he in good form on 63 and still struggling to get him off strike.
Narayan bowling from the lake end of the ground, bowls to Hughes, and Hughes just playing this one into the point gully region, again straight to the field.
I think with Narayan at the moment, he's actually trying to bowl a lot more the traditional off spinner with the two guys behind square, and he's sort of closing him off there. Hughes isn't able to commit to his shot because he's not too sure about the one that might come back.
Narayan bowling to Hughes. Narayan at the crease now, bowls to Hughes straight down along the wicket, and he's finding it very hard to get him away at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, and no different to any other player. At the moment, he's one of those guys, I think, we look at Murley when he first started, no one could get him off strike, and I think Narayan, until people get to see a bit more of him, and with all the footage that we have these days, people will get that opportunity. You know, everything's a little bit over-analysed at times, and what comes with that, these unique spinners will get read and watched on TV and get the chance to understand exactly what's going on.
So Australia 2 for 240 at the end of the 40th over. Michael Clark is 12, Philip Hughes is 63 earlier today. Watson was out for 122 of 111 deliveries, and Aaron Finch 38 of 41. And Pollard will be bowling
Pollard,
fifth over.
4 overs for 15, you know, he's had a great start. He can bowl a few mix and pieces, but if you can get hold of him.
From the Cathedral end, bowling to Michael Clark, and Clark goes forward and lays that one nicely, a little bit in the air towards long on. And the batsmen come through for 2. And Clark just chancing his arm a little bit there, just moving towards the ball.
There's a case in point there. You traditionally have that guy at mid-wicket in the box, and with the T20 cricket evolving, that guy's been taken out, and they're happy to give away one without giving away a boundary. You know, there's been a few balls hit through there without any risk today, and maybe as a thought process on holding that guy there to maybe stop a few ones, create some pressure.
And Ricky Ponting has just made a tumble across to Peter Newlands in just a moment as we see Pollard bowl straight back down along the wicket from Michael Clark, fielded by the bowler. Let's go straight to Peter Newlands. Peter.
And Tim, a century here to Ricky Ponting, 103 not out of 169 balls. He and Fraser have put on 86 for the 7th wicket. Fraser's on 24, but a century to the great man. Tasmania battling away well here on a hot day at Bellerive, 6 for 218.
Great to see Ricky Ponting still scoring some runs as Pollard bowling from the Cathedral end again to Clark, and Clark looks to push that one on the leg side, and it's hit him in the belly.
Family jewels there. He's crouched over, trying to suck in the big ones. It happens from time to time. It's not a great feeling.
No, Clark is on 15 at the moment, and he just went back and looked to push that one on the leg side.
Yeah, might need a glass of water just to swallow him down a bit.
It's been a big week, hasn't it, for Clark? You have a look at, they've played 2 one-day matches in Perth. They flew to Melbourne for the Allan Border Medal. He won the Allan Border Medal for the 4th time. Immediately after that, they've flown to Canberra for this game here at Manuka. And then they'll be on the plane to Sydney. for the 4th game in the series on Friday night. And, you know, a couple of games later, he'll be off to India.
Yeah, it's a busy summer. It's a busy year-round program this year, the Australian team. And, you know, I think you can see with the staff in the Australian team, the bowling coaches, batting coaches, that there's a lot of transition.
Again, Pollard, again bowling to Hughes, out to Clark, and he's caught. Michael Clark has been dismissed for 14.
He toe-ended that one a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at his bat after he played it, he's toe-ended it, but I don't think there are too many guys who could catch that. He's leaped.
Very tall, isn't he?
He's very tall, and he's had a fair leap to drag it in.
So Michael Clark has been caught and bowled for 14 off the bowling of Pollard. And Australia are now 3 for 242. And this will be interesting. Do they bring George Bailey out? They do. And so George Bailey comes to the crease.
And you can understand that as well, you know, just coming off 100.
Yeah.
You know, his last over, he probably knocked for a 20-odd. So he's in quite good form. We've noticed in the last couple of innings he's played that his wrist has given him a bit of trouble early on. It'd be interesting to see if he's able to get himself moving today and how much that hinders him early.
So Michael Clark's 15 off 19 deliveries, 35 minutes, and the partnership 41 with Philip Hughes. So George Bailey, the new batsman at the crease, and Australia 3 for 242 in the 41st over. And Pollard did well to hold on to that one. It was driven back with force from Michael Clark.
It was, and to be fair, he's put it up the right hand, and it's not gone into that hand. He's sort of taken a second grab at it and caught it with the left.
Well, immediately before that, of course, Michael Clark was down on his haunches and really struggling to get focused. And I guess Pollard has capitalised on that. So George Bailey, who was in terrific form at the Wacker on Sunday night.
Fantastic form if we look at his record coming up here. He's got a great record playing for Australia.
And again, Pollard bowling from the Cathedral end. He's bowling now to Bailey. Bailey moves forward, just plays that one down along the wicket on the onside. Batsman come through for one. Just a little bit to the edge of the wicket area. Yeah, Pollard moving across but couldn't field it.
That wide of mid-on guy now you've seen here, where instead of having the two guys behind square, they've actually moved that guy into the box area at mid-wicket with the new batsman coming in trying to stop the ones, where before they were happy to give the one to Clark. And
so Philip Hughes on 63 now facing the bowling of Pollard. Pollard has the figures of 4 overs, 1 for 18 in his 5th over at the moment. And he bowls to Hughes, plays it down on the onside. There's a man at almost in a covering position there on the onside. Well fielded. 3 for 242. And yes, well, the Australians looking for a total, you'd have to think around.
ABC Books has great reads to enjoy this summer. There's David Batty's road trip wisdom in Batty's Bush Bible.
Handy tips, mirth and some ripping yarns.
A photographic treat, country to coffee table, with muster dogs, mischief and mateship. And the worst ideas of all time, according to the Chaser's Dom Knight.
Tastes like tea that has gone off.
Like kombucha, in the Dictionary of Terrible Ideas. These great books and audiobooks are available now in bookshops and online.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of cricket.
330.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's tough when you lose wickets to keep maintaining, but definitely 300. Anything over 320 will be tough to get. You know, you'll have your little periods. It surprised me they haven't played Doherty with a big ground, and just to change it up a bit.
So the score here at Barnacle, 3 for 243. Bailey is on 1. Philip Hughes 63. The batsmen are today Watson 122, Finch 38, and Michael Clark just out for 14. And coming up very shortly, it'll be a double change with Jim Maxwell and Kerry O'Keefe.
And George Bailey plays a neat little back cut to get a couple of runs down to third man. They don't come back for the next one. Third. Just settling into stride here. Australia in the 42nd over. 3 for 243. Bailey 3. And Hughes 63. Clark caught and bowled for 14. Narayan bowls. Back goes Bailey. Forces the ball hard to a deepish mid-on. 3 for 244. So Watson making an outstanding return for Australia. Found his stride, found the range of shots, and was humming at the end. 6-4-2 out, caught a deep backward square for 122. Narayan bowls now to Hughes. Hughes sweeps, slog sweeps. He's found the gap right in front of the Jack Tringleton scoreboard. That's an extraordinary stroke. It's a front foot smear. It's not a sweep, and it's not a drive, but it's a very fine horizontal bat shot that goes for 4. Carry out, Keith.
Jim, yeah, well, if I'm bowling spin to Philip Hughes, I haven't got a traditional mid-wicket and I haven't got a traditional long on. I've got a man in between, because that's where he smears the ball, and he'll just keep hitting 4s and 6s into that area if Nareen doesn't put a man there.
He bowls to him now, and he's on the back foot, missing. There's a bit of bounce, extra bounce from Narayan's ball outside the off stump. He's got a short third and a backward point to get past, and he couldn't get onto it. And he's getting a little bit more expansive as he goes. He's on 67. He's facing Narayan around the wicket, and he hits him in the air on the sweep. He could be caught. No one bounce out there towards Russell, was looking into the sun in the deep. And that was well launched by Hughes. Probably just as well he didn't get a bit more of it. He may have holed out. He's 68. Bailey's 4. So they need to be turning the strike over, if not hitting the 2, 3, 4 shots. And Narayan's operating down at the Lake Burley Griffin end of Monica in the bright afternoon sunshine. He comes in, and Bailey plays with a little push to the onside into a gap. There's a thought of 2. He wants the second. The throw comes in wide, very wide throw from backward point, backward square, and they get an easy 2 runs. No pressure on at all as he came racing down for a second. Bailey is 6. Hughes 68. 3 for 253 at the end of the 42nd.
And Narayan going at less than 5 and over, and he really has been the testing material. By far and away the West Indies' best bowler. He drives the ball into the pitch, and it works because they've got to wait to hit him square of the wicket, and they take a risk if they mow it across the line. So he's done very well on an absolutely brilliant batting pitch, Sunil Narayan. Australia has to finish. They've got a very good total, but they need to finish here.
Pollard comes in and he bowls a ball that's cut brilliantly for 4 by Hughes. A little bit of width, and Darren Sammy couldn't cut it off behind point. It went wide of him. And this is the great quality of Philip Hughes. If he gets a start, he makes a pile, and he's doing that today.
And they'd have talked long about not giving him any width outside off stump, and they continue to do it.
Pollard bowls to him, and he's driving down past the bowler. Long offs in play as they collect a run. Hughes 73. 3 for 258. Could this be the 3rd century for Philip Hughes this summer in one days?
Well, he came into this match, Jim, averaging 55 in 7 one-day internationals. This is a guy that just racks them up, Philip Hughes, and it's an unconventional method, but it suits him, and it may just suit Australia for close to a decade.
Now Pollard bowls a slower ball, bumped away by Bailey towards mid-off extra cover for an easy single. That's too hard a question, Malcolm, but someone will know. Who was the West Indies wicketkeeper before Junior Murray? Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but thanks for your note there. Before Junior Murray. It could have been Courtney Brown. He was around then. Was it David Murray?
He was around.
And Pollard bowls a ball. It's a hit hard down towards mid-off. David Williams.
It's probably David Williams.
David Williams. He too small to be a jockey, that bloke. Yeah.
I was hoping that Winston Davis played at the same time as Darren Sammy and Junior Murray, because I just like Darren Sammy to be at second slip, Winston Davis to be at first, and Junior Murray keeping. And you'd have Sammy Davis. Jr.
Oh, very good. Sammy Davis. That is good. Pollard comes in and Bowles Bailey drives to backward point, and he doesn't get a run. You've been working on that for a while?
I thought of it yesterday. I'm sorry. I did stage it, didn't I?
Yeah, you did it
but
well.
It just appealed to me.
Yeah. Sammy Davis Jr. Oh, dear.
Oh, it wasn't spur of the moment, I'll tell you now.
Very good, though. Pollard is bowling to Bailey, and he flicks him around the corner. No fine leg back, and it's a boundary down towards the old caretaker's cottage behind him. And Australia are hitting the gas here. Bailey's 11, 3 for 264. And there are another 7 overs to go.
And Australia are pressing the accelerator here. West Indies, if they're to have any chance, have really got to hang tough here. The slightest error in line will result in runs. This is now at its best, this pitch. And Kieron Pollard paid a price there. You just cannot drift onto the pads. And you can't get short to Phillip Hughes. He'll just bisect point and cover point all afternoon. He's 74, and you sense if he starts to smoke them over deep mid-wicket, he could race to the 100.
Here we go. Looks like Sammy, yeah? Your man? Yeah, Sammy Senior is coming on. He needs to do something here. Needs a wicket. No, 1 for 33 from 7. He starts and he stops. And there was another question there about the Spider Cam. Well, if it hits Spider Cam, it's not out. But Spider Cam's resting, saving itself up for the NRL competition, I think. It's not here today.
He almost got hit the other night, the Spider, didn't he? Was it Glenn Maxwell or somebody?
Yep.
Top edge one that went very close to Spider.
So we start the 44th over, and the ball's cut for 4. Just wide of the off stump, and again they're feeding some strength of Phillip Hughes here. You're more inclined to have a bloke out at third man than a deep point if you're going to bowl there.
Most definitely, mate. By saying to him, we're going to have a little backward point and a traditional point, and you do your best to beat them, he'll beat them all day. And to have this man at cover point, you're wasting. That's not where he goes. He goes between point and cover and third man.
He bowls a slower ball, and it's forced down towards long off for a run as Bravo comes in to field it. So at this point they can have what have they got? Five men out. 1, 2, 3. No, they've got less. 1, 2, 3, 4 out. And they've got for Bailey, third man, point, cover, mid off. Mid on and mid wicket are back, and the next ball is cracked away to deep cover where there's a man on patrol, and they get one out to Russell. Yeah, so it's 44th over, 3 for 269. Bailey's 12, Hughes 79. Finch made 38, Watson 122, and Clark, who was plum LB but not given because of some absurdity of the technology and the rest of it, he survived that, and he made 14. Really crazy. Around the wicket, Sammy comes in and bowls, and Hughes swings and misses. He was trying to plaster that through the offside, but he missed out, and Devon Thomas didn't take it cleanly.
Interesting that Phil Hughes at his age, he's only 24. If somebody could delve back into the record books through his junior days in Maxwell to see how many centuries he's compiled in cricket, they say it's phenomenal.
Run scoring machine. Sammy bowls a slower ball, and he's driving to the deep. Pollard comes in hard. They want to, not now. He throws a very flat, awkward return for Sammy. He certainly kept that under the line. If the light sun was an issue, but it was a very awkward one. It skidded through, bullet-like, and they weren't taking a second. Now, but Bailey's the man we're watching at the moment to see wherever he can improvise, keep the board moving along. Sammy comes to him, and he goes back and forces out on the offside. He doesn't get a run. He mistimes it. and Sammy runs across to collect it, and that completes the 44th. 3 for 270. Hughes 79, and Bailey 12, and Sammy 7 overs, 1 for 39.
No, he's done a fair job, has the captain, Darren Sammy. But he now has to try and get his bowlers right for this last period. You'd expect Ryan to bowl 2 of them. He's only bowled 8, and he's been the tightest bowler. Sammy himself might bowl 1. Pollard's obviously going to bowl 1 now. He's got to finish with his best chances of keeping this Australian innings in check at 3 for 270. If they were to go at 10, 12 and over for the last few, it's out of control, racing past 300. So he's got to get the bowling, and the bowlers have to get the line right. Again, they're inviting Phillip Hughes to cut with the man at short third man and just behind point, and no man saving the 4. He'll like that, the Maxwell boy.
Deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and Pollard's bowling, and he's off the edge in front of backward point, an awkward bounce and a save there as he went to drive expansively, and he got the outer part of the bat, the thick edge. It didn't carry to Russell out there from Pollard, and they get a run. Hughes 81, and Bailey's back on strike.
Maybe it's on the strength of that shot, Jim. Maybe it is a ploy. They want him to be slicing in that area. They think they may get him caught trying to, as you say, drowning in honey. That's his zone, and they might just get him trying to aim every shot there.
So Bailey has the strike, and Pollard has him going back to force the ball out to deep cover where there's a Bravo fielding, and he tosses it back. Thank you to Oggy from Colac. He agrees that David Williams kept after Dujon, Jeffrey Dujon, before Junior Murray. Yeah, but David Williams was the guy keeping in Barbados one day, and someone said he's so short he should be a jockey, and the other fella said, no man, he's too small to be a jockey. Pollard bowls down the pitch, he swings and misses. He was tiny, David Williams. He really was. A big swing from Hughes, missed out.
Well, he'll be disappointed because he likes to, that's one of his favourite strokes, to walk at a bowler and smoke him over deep mid-wicket, forward of deep mid-wicket. There's a man out there, Bravo, one of the Bravos is there. There's a man at long on, but Hughes will fancy his chances to bisect that pair.
Now, manoeuvring those chaps behind point. They're going to go one way or the other, and they're not going anywhere. They just had a chat. They stay put. Pollard bowls, and Hughes does swing and drives through extra cover for 4. A blazing stroke out to the boundary. Oh, he leapt on that, and he hit it very, very well out to the boundary. Nice shot.
Well, I mean, he's a 3-form player, isn't he, Phillip Hughes? He bats 3 in the Test team, and I just can't. I can see that he has to be a permanent fixture in the one-day team, and you'd think a 2020 fixture as well. He'll join Warner as a 3-format player.
Pollard again, and a slower, shorter ball he misses out on, and the keeper Thomas throws the stumps down, but they hadn't moved. So he deceived him there. Nice little change-up ball from Pollard. He was really through his stroke before the ball had come along, so he didn't get any result as Australia pushed towards surely 300, but 320 maybe with the George Bailey last over. 330. Now Pollard's just thinking about his field again. He wants to go around the wicket.
He's so tough to bowl to, Hughes. He's got his zones, and you've got to deny him those zones.
Pollard comes in, and he gets the change of pace, and he adjusts and pokes it square of the wicket on the offside for a single to move to 86. And that is the end of the over. We've just gone past 5:30 local time. A few of you might be in your cars heading home after work, and one of them might be Peter McAllister, who was very good to a few of us yesterday out at Yawani. So thank you very much to Peter for your typical country hospitality.
Is he related to Billy Joe, who jumped off the Tallahassee Bridge?
I didn't ask that question yesterday. He might be able to tell us with some return mail.
Were you guys
he's
up on
from Wagga.
Choctaw Ridge? Oh, I love that song. I don't know why Billy Joe jumped off the Tallahassee Bridge. It's been worrying me for 50 years.
Well, I don't know.
I guess he may have had to bowl to Phil Hughes.
He didn't have any choice.
No. I don't want to bowl to Phil Hughes. Oh, he keeps looking at short third man and just backward point and thinking, oh, I'll thread this needle. Who's on? Darren Sammy?
Around the wicket, he's bowling a ball that's driven out to deep cover. Sammy's bowling his 9th over, and they get a single here. Hughes goes to 87. John in Kangaroo Valley enjoyed your line about Sammy Davis Jr. I reckon it might be your best this year.
Oh, yeah. It's been a tough year.
But you're very creative. You haven't used that anywhere else in your trips around the estate?
No, this is the first one.
Oh,
it's the first airing because you brought up Junior Murray, gave me the in.
Yeah. I'll try and find something else for you. Sammy bowls and he swings. He hits it hard and long and strong, and he's caught, dropped, and it goes for 4. Good effort by Pollard. He left. He got both hands to it. It went through his hands. And the only good thing about that in the end was that it didn't go for 6. It only went for 4 off his hands. A big effort by the big man. And Bailey picks up a 4 when he could have been spectacularly good. It would have been a magnificent catch. He had to leap for it, and he couldn't quite drag it in.
Oh, it was a big effort, Kieran Pollard.
More of a Sammy, and a chop by Bailey, but it goes off the keeper's gloves. It's hit him on the end of his fingers, and it's going to be a bye. He chopped at that and missed it, and ouch, Devon Thomas threw off his glove, and that hit the end of his digits. He nicked it, in fact. He did get a little nick on it looking at the replay, and it hurt, and he's got away with that. But I saw the umpire signal bye, didn't he? It looked like a sneak. Yeah, he got a sneak.
Oh, and it slotted straight into the thumb. That didn't tickle Devon Thomas.
A difficult drop catch standing up with the stumps. Now he's on the move and he's swinging it and missing it. He's trying to cut it away. He's nicked it. He's got a nick. Did well there, Thomas, to hold on to that with a sore thumb. As Hughes got expansive and got a nick, he's out for one of those alleged devil's numbers. I know, don't write me another letter. It's been disproved so many times. It's a myth, I know. It's not a devil's number. It's 87, and you can get out for 87 just as likely as 86, 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. 4 for 284, and a very good innings comes to an end. Caught Thomas, bowled Sammy, 87.
Oh, fine hand by Phil Hughes. In the end, he did perish trying to find his favourite zone, and maybe Darren Sammy's tactic of leaving it open for him has worked. It's denied him 100, but he'll be much pleased with that effort. 87. Took a while to get going while Watson was on fire, but he manufactured a lot of strong strokes, particularly square of the wicket on the offside, and a couple of mows across the line that were successful. But he's gone. There could be a welter of wickets here as Australia throw caution to the wind, but they have a very good total. They just have to ice this cake a little more. They're running out of overs at 284. They probably think 310 is par. They'd like to get there.
All right, so certainly don't write any letters about 87 because he only got 86.
Yeah.
10 4s and 1 6. Sorry, boys, on the scoreboard. Just a little adjustment. Just roll that dial there. Apparently, he was out for 86, but it is 4 for 284.
And it brings in the big show.
Oh, yeah.
And,
the $1 million man.
The $1 million man. And
Yeah.
here he is with a license to thrash.
Don't go leaving it outside the off stump, son, this time.
Yeah.
Play him. Hit him.
Yeah. Oh, I think he's going to hit him. Glenn Maxwell. This keeper's in trouble, Devon Thomas. This has really hurt his thumb, but he's only got a couple of overs to negotiate. He's taken the catch, but he's in distress. But the physiotherapist said there's only 3 or 4 overs to go. Hang in.
Here we go. It's a push to the onside. They go scampering for 1. They'll get 2. Fields out. No pace on the shot. Beautifully guided away to get Maxwell off the mark. 4 for 286. Maxwell 2, Bailey 17. Well, Hughes is still up there at 87. We're getting showing the replay here of the little nick under edge that resulted in him being caught behind. Darren Sammy in the 46th over comes up, and Maxwell goes pushing to the onside. He might get two again. Pollard's racing in. They're going for the second. The throw comes in on the bounce. He gets home. The keeper was actually on the wrong side of the poles. He was trying to get in front so he could drag it in. I think they're going upstairs. Simon Fry doesn't want to be made to look silly, so he's just checking, but looked like he got home comfortably to me.
It does. I think this keeper could have broken his thumb, Jim. He's in terrible trouble, and he doesn't want to come off. But
he's limping as well.
Yeah. But
here comes the return. He's taking it in front of the stumps.
Yeah.
And Maxwell's in by a yard.
And
so there you go.
And he's made contact with his thumb on the stumps and dropped the ball. So Devon Thomas doing it tough out there, but as is his team.
End of the over. We've got 4 to go. Quentin Hull's coming in at 4 for 289.
Here's a good little challenge for the keeper with Narine coming back in. Mind you, they don't come as quickly, but he does look sore, doesn't he, Devon Thomas?
Oh, yeah. If it's a clean break, does the spray do anything? What does it do? Not much.
Luckily enough, I've never broken my thumb.
No.
But, I mean, you only have to play any level of cricket, even some of the indoor cricket stuff, and you're trying to take and it just flicks your thumb the wrong way. It just hurts.
Oh, it's stinging. He's in terrible trouble.
You just can't. If it really plays with concentration, and it looks like there's something severe here, but he's standing up, and Narine has got... is this his last? He starts a new over, and a reverse sweep audaciously played out to the boundary for 4 at point by George Bailey. What a shot. So not the cut shot to the point boundary, but the reverse sweep to the point boundary. Bailey to 21, 4 for 292.
And George Bailey developing with every innings now. I mean, the bravado is there. He worked hard early in Perth before he blossomed with that brilliant 120-odd. And here he is playing reverse sweeps to a guy that he has had trouble with, Narine. He doesn't quite work out his variations, but such is his confidence level that he's playing unorthodox with confidence.
Just confirming this is Narine's 9th over, so he's got 1 to bowl after this.
Been by far their best. He just bowls the length that the others haven't, and he's bowled pretty straight. A lot of the Australians have tried to play him off the back foot and work him square of the wicket. That's probably the best method against him.
His right arm over to Bailey, who heaves him high out to the fans on the eastern side. That almost hits the light tower.
Oh.
Big shot. Clearing the rope by some metres out to the sun on the eastern side, and Bailey whacks a big one.
Oh. Well, he's so hard to bowl to at the moment, George Bailey. It doesn't really matter what Narine bowls. He's going to go the journey. So he's reverse swept him for 4, and then he's cowed him over mid-wicket for 6.
So that's
what's he got here?
299 for Australia. Bailey to 17, quicker from Narine, and Bailey heaves it down too long on. They get 1, and that's all they'll get, but that's 300 for Australia. 4 for 300 as the crowd, some of them recognise the milestone in the 47th over. Or, well, I'm sorry, I'm ahead. Well, the scoreboard's got 300, but the television has got 299. Nonetheless, Maxwell goes to the eastern side, and he's caught brilliantly. A one-handed ripper taken by Kyron Powell on the boundary. Oh, yes. What a catch. Running to his right, he just threw the right mitt in the air and took it a metre from the boundary rope. What a catch.
Well, he's absolutely middled this. This is high. This is 6 until the outstretched right hand. Is it Powell or Pollard?
Oh, it's Pollard. My apologies. It's Kyron Pollard who's taken the catch.
I think they're checking whether he's touched the rope or not. What a stretch from Kyron Pollard. And he's managed to avoid the boundary rope. That is one of the catches of the summer in the last but one 50 over match. It must be 2, actually. And Glenn Maxwell is on his way. The Big Show is out for 4. Sacrificed, really, in the interest of trying to hit 4s and 6s, but it took the catch of the summer to deny him.
Well, the Big Show was the manner of his dismissal, as it turned out. And Matthew Wade coming to the crease. And we'll just confirm, Liam, are we at 299 or 300? 299, thank you for that. 299, so scoreboard just 1 ahead on the Jack Fingleton scoreboard, but the electronic scoreboard has us at 5 for 299. Nonetheless, Maxwell out for 4 as Bailey's on strike. They did manage to cross, and he gets a single to a dart, which he turns on the onside, and that's 300 for Australia.
Well, it's just a sign of the athleticism of the modern player, how Kyron Pollard could hold himself, his hang time, and the fact that when it hit his hand, it was travelling, and to have the presence of mind to stay inside the rope as you fell and you had to fall. He was at maximum effort, and he just had a quick squeeze at the rope and said, no, I can do this. Oh, catch of the summer, I think.
It's up there. There's been some beauties, that's for sure. Narayan bowls to Wade, who's back in the crease. Half an appeal for LBW. Might have been some bat in it. Not out. A dot to end the 47th over. Australia 5 for 300. Bailey is 29. Wade yet to score. Maxwell out in the over for 4. And if you just tuned in earlier today, Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. Aaron Finch made 38 in a partnership of 89 for the first wicket. Watson second man to go for 122 from just 111 balls. 2 for 201 in the 34th. And that was the platform for the explosion, which, well, it hasn't really got out of control for the West Indies. Philip Hughes out for 86. Michael Clark out for 15 in the Australian innings. Just look back at that 34th over, 2 for 201. Here we are, 11 overs or so later. Well, it's around 10 runs and over. It's been a very good batting performance from the Australians. 5 for 301.
Yeah, but they've still got a bit of icing to put on this cake. Kyron Pollard getting a round of applause.
Kemar Roach bowling from the northern end, bowling to Bailey, who pulls him fine backward of square for 4. One bounce over the rope. George Bailey, the finisher, 33 from 17.
Well, at his press conference after Perth, he talked about Bevan and Hussey, and he said, I'd love to be compared to those fellas. I'm not there yet, not by a long way, but he's putting bricks in the wall.
304 the score. This one from Roach. Slow, short, and cut for 4 by Bailey through the vacant point region. Oh, it sat up and it said, choose where you want to hit me on the offside, and he hit it between the backward point and the cover point. Bailey, controlled shot, another boundary. 34 from 18, 37 I think he is now. Yeah, he's going along well, George Bailey.
Can't bowl short on this pitch, and Kemar Roach has bowled 1 short at the body 4, the other short outside of stump 4. You've got to be bowling the right length here, and 2 short's going to go.
5 for 308. Roach full, tries the Yorker, dug out by Bailey for a single to backward point. Yes, that takes him to 38 from 19 balls.
Well, they didn't finish well the other day, did they, in Perth, the West Indies? They got it all wrong, and George Bailey was the man that pressured them into getting it wrong then, and he may be doing the same again here at the Manuka Oval. This is the better one-day teams, really. This is where they get it together. They've got Narayan, who you think will plough the ball in and bowl straight the 49th, but Roach is a problem.
Wade facing Roach, and he drives out in the offside, but out to deep cover. Pollard does the fielding, and it's just 1. Who would have thought, dare you say, a week ago that opposition teams would prefer to be bowling to Matthew Wade than George Bailey late in a one-day innings, but so be it on the last couple of games form.
Well, he came in averaging 45 in 20 one-day internationals, George Bailey. It's a very good record for a guy that seems to be so doubted.
He waits here, Roach right arm over, full, and beautifully lapped by Bailey. We don't know how fine that is because of our position square of the wicket, but it's gone, I think, almost over the keeper's head for 4. 42 now for Bailey, and now we're getting the replay, and Bailey's gone the ramp shot and has hit that, I think, over where first slip would have been.
He has.
That's extraordinary.
And Kemar Roach, he was too short first 2 balls. Now he's bowled a hip height full toss. He's had a very indifferent few months, Kemar.
Last ball of the over, full and whacked by Bailey out to the long on sweeper for 1. They come back for a second. That's a bit too laconic from Kieran Powell in the outer, it must be said. Had he bustled and shown intent there was only 1, but just the manner in which he moved to the ball, they were always going to take him on. So 2 to end the over, and the score to 316. So 2 overs left, 5 for 316 Australia, with Bailey 40 and Wade 1.
Well, again, it's haunting the West Indies. They've got men down on form. Kemar Roach, who had a modest Big Bash season and has not been a factor in 3 games already in the one-day series. And they're batting. There are people, Gale, Sarwan, Pollard. There are people down on form there. Somebody has to lift or the series is gone.
Well,
and they've still got 2 overs to negotiate. You'd back Narayan. He doesn't do too much wrong. It's going to take some super hitting to get on top of little Sunil.
Wade's on strike to start the penultimate over. He's back and cutting to backward point. They take on Sammy and they get the run. Went pretty much straight to the fieldsman at backward point, the captain, but the throw to the non-strikers and Wade was home. And the danger man now, George Bailey on strike. Where do they cover? They've got a man out at deep mid-wicket. Long on is out. Deep cover. And there's the 4th man. Just can't find him as Narayan's in. Bailey runs at him and heaves him out. Over, no, caught again. Oh, it's Corin Pollard once more on the eastern side, this time with 2 hands, jumping in front of the fans out in the sun at deep mid-wicket, and Pollard's pulled off 2 pearler catches in the last couple of Narayan overs, and that's the end of Bailey. Just an elementary, metre vertical jump, half a metre in from the rope with 2 hands for Chiron that time. Bailey's out for 40.
Oh, he has middled that too, George Bailey. It was 6 again, but this time it wasn't as high as he would have liked, and Pollard, who has his eye in out there, and he's facing the sun as well. But it makes no difference to Kyron Pollard in this catching form, and he's taken that easily. Bailey's out for 44. And Sunil Narine has his 2nd wicket. He has been outstanding for the West Indies on this belting batting pitch. Still with work to do.
So 44 from 22 balls it was for Bailey. Wade's now on strike. He gets a top edge and he might be caught. The ball going over the keeper's head and falling in between the 2 45s who are inside the circle. The fine leg and 3rd man up, but it fell in between them and they got a run.
Well, they didn't get that right. Russell had to run from point. The guy at, there's Andre
Sarwan? Russell and Ramner S. Sarwan.
Yeah,
yep.
He wasn't interested at all, and really it looked Sarwan's catch. That was poor.
James Faulkner.
Oh, James Faulkner.
Is out there.
Well, he's impressed with the ball, and he batted well in Perth. Job to do here.
Ryan in, Faulkner laps him, but straight to Russell, who's at square leg backward inside the circle. They get a run. Fielded by Andre Russell. So 2 balls left of Narayan at 6 for 319 in the 49th.
Well, you sense that Wade's going to run at him. You're running at a bowler who bowls just short of a good length in these circumstances.
Narayan bowls and it's cut by Wade again. Pretty much straight to Sammy at backward point, but they go on the shot and get a single.
Well, good cricket from Sunil Narayan. He's held himself here. Roach hasn't at the other end. And he's been a banker for Darren Sammy. This finger spinner with the one that goes the other way. But he's a very clever bowler, bowling the length in these circumstances.
So last ball of Narayan's spell. Faulkner whacks him out to deep backward square along the ground, fielded in the deep, and just the single. So James Faulkner will be on strike for the start of the 50th over, and Australia 321 now, 6 for 321 after 49 overs, with Faulkner 2 and Wade 4.
Well, Darren Sammy's having a word here. I doubt whether he's going to give it to Kemar Roach, or is he? Who's coming on here?
Well,
is it Kemar Roach?
You have a look. It looks like Dwayne Bravo. I'm just trying to get Narayan's figures from Liam. 1 for 54 from 10 overs for Narayan at the end, and it is going to be Bravo.
Yeah, I don't think you could back Roach. His confidence is down. That's a good move from Darren Sammy. It's not a disrespect. He just lost it. He didn't know what. And Bravo was heavily caned by George Bailey in Perth in these situations. He normally bowls very full, so Faulkner's going to be looking to hit him down the ground, you'd think.
So the last over, Dwayne Bravo to Faulkner is bowled. Big swing, stumps flying, and that's out. So Faulkner perishes in the pursuit of quick runs, and that's Australia 7 down now for 321. Faulkner bowled Dwayne Bravo for 2.
Well, straight and full. It's the right way to bowl, I think, at this time of the last over of the 50th. And Dwayne Bravo's got that dead right. A big shot across the line. Australia are losing wickets in this quest to get above par. They probably are already. 322 for 7 in the final over. They've done very well. They just need a couple of boundaries at the end. Mitchell Johnson's coming in. But well done, Dwayne Bravo. And good captaincy from Sammy. Kemar Roach has been a rock for them over the years in most forms, but he's just lost a lot of confidence. And to remove him and put Bravo, the experienced all-rounder, on was the right move, and he's got a wicket first ball.
We've seen a bit of that form from Roach, so to speak, even though he finished off well for the Brisbane Heat in the Big Bash. Australian fans have seen that he has struggled a bit at times closing out in the 20-over form while wearing the teal of the Heat in the recently completed Big Bash season.
I thought you'd bring up the Heat. Yeah, he didn't get many wickets, did he, for the Heat? Or did he?
Well, it was just patchy, I suppose, for a player.
Kemar Roach?
Yeah. For a player of his international standing.
I think he got 5 wickets.
Mitchell Johnson's the new batsman. It's Bravo bowling. A full toss swung at and missed by Johnson, and it bounced before the keeper, who cleaned it up, and that's a dot ball.
Well, that's handy. A dot here. Mitchell Johnson wouldn't have been looking for a full toss. I think Bravo's method is to bowl full. It cost him in Perth when George Bailey went nuts at the end. But I just don't think there's any cleverness in bowling short. Johnson be looking to drive.
Bravo bounces this one on the pitch, but again, it's a similar result. A swing from Johnson, missed, and through to the keeper, and another dot ball. So this is proving to be a good finishing over so far. Wicket, dot, dot.
Well, no runs. Mitchell Johnson's looking to swipe across the line. I think you know how straight Dwayne Bravo's going to be. And you may as well take on and long off. There's nothing in the pitch for him. And I think by trying to whop it across the line, you're giving Bravo more of a chance. I'd go downtown.
Failed to connect on 2 attempts, Johnson, and he does on this time with a lap sweep. Oh, he's gone deft carry instead of the big whop-o. He's just gone down on the back knee, flipped it very fine, down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Not as, well, aesthetically pleasing as some may say, the big careering shot down the ground, but effective. 4 runs.
Well, it was almost predetermined. It was a change-up ball from Dwayne Bravo, but Mitchell Johnson was already waiting for it, and it's forced another field change. Good batting by the Queenslander.
Come West Australian. Mitchell Johnson. The second last ball is slow, and he spoons it back over the bowler's head out on the onside, and it goes to where a conventional mid-on would have been, but there's no one there. So the bowler has to turn around, track out to the edge of the 30-yard circle, pick up. Meanwhile, the batsman complete 2. totally befuddled with the change of pace there, Johnson. He's got a big cheesy smile on his face as we see the close-up as he just spooned it in the air off an inside edge.
Well, lots of different slower balls being served up by Dwayne Bravo. What's he got for the final ball?
Australia 7 for 327. Last ball of the innings. Bravo bowls it. Johnson hits it down the ground towards the long on. They take one. They're coming back for the second, and we'll get two. And that's the end of the innings, and Australia making 7 for 329. So a big, big task for the West Indies, needing 331 runs at Manuka to keep the series alive. 7 for 329. Johnson finishing 8 not out, and Wade not out on 4. So a call of the card shortly, Kerry, but 3:30. The target for the West Indies.
It's going to take some getting, Q. This was a terrific performance by Australia. Good toss to win, of course. Belting pitch here at the Manuka Oval. And Australia had no hesitation in batting. And Watson back into the team, led off with 1-2-2. He was terrific. He had tempo from the outset. He had rhythm. He played cricket shots. The big hits across the line came late in the innings, but for the most part, he was deft. He punched his drives down the ground. He was superb, Shane Watson. His position is at the top of the order. It was confirmed today. He's an opener in all forms. He needs that to build that rhythm from the outset. And he's given Australia a fantastic platform. Phil Hughes came in, had 3, got 86. He looked good. He worked hard early, but all the Hughes trademarks were there. The square cut, the mow over deep mid-wicket, the forcing backward of square leg. He was terrific again today, Phil Hughes. Should have got 100 in the end. Tried to work one through point and nicked Darren Sammy to the keeper. George Bailey invented, caressed and smoked. He had everything. Got 44, looked terrific again, G. Bailey. He's a finisher. And Australia have done this well. The West Indies, for the most part, Sunil Narine was their best by a long way. He's a clever spinner. He knows how to bowl straight, knows how to bowl the length in limited over cricket. He was very impressive. Kyron Pollard changed his pace and bowled reasonably tightly. Sadly, Kemar Roach was collared and he went for 70-odd in I think 9 overs. So not a good day for the Kemar. But Australia will be happy with that. 7 for 329. It normally wins more than it loses. The big guns have to fire for the West Indies. They're there. Gale, Pollard, the Bravos, Sarwan, but they haven't really fired a shot in anger thus far. This is their night. They're 2-0 down. They're chasing 330 for victory to keep the series alive. All the money's for Australia, but this is a belting batting pitch. There'll be a big crowd in. Great atmosphere. I'm looking forward to it.
And let's hope that they can make a decent fist of it and we get a good second session of the match here, because the record crowd here, 12,000 fans, are about to see night cricket with the Australian national team featured for the first time. They got a bit of a taste with the PM's game a week or so ago, but it's going to be a great scene after the break. The details of Australia's innings: 7 for 329 in 50 overs. The opening pair made 89 after Michael Clarke won the toss and elected to bat. Finch, the first man to go, caught Thomas bowled Sammy for 38. Made that from 41 balls, 1 for 89 in the 16th over. And then the partnership, which was the real platform of the innings, a partnership at a runner ball of 112 between Watson and Hughes. Watson eventually fell for 122 from just 111 balls, caught in the deep by Pollard off the bowling of Roach. 2 for 201 in the 34th over, and the explosion came from there. Michael Clarke survived a lucky LBW referral on 6, was eventually caught and bowled by Kyron Pollard for 15, 3 for 242 in the 41st over. Then Philip Hughes couldn't quite find the triple figures today, but another very good contribution despite starting scratchily. Kerry finished with 86 from 93 deliveries, caught Thomas bowled Sammy. Ugly early, but the numbers are there again for P. Hughes.
Oh, they are, and I mean, I think he's an all-form player, and I think he proved it again. He came into this game averaging 55 in one-day internationals and got 86. Now, he's here to stay, P. Hughes.
And was dropped when on 6. When he was in that early period, Narine got a nick, and in the slip, Sammy going hard to his right got hands to it, should have taken it.
That's the question mark when the funky spinners are bowling and there's men around the bat. You know, he doesn't overly read it well. He's not a sweeper, but he fights his way out of it, and then he's got his trademark shots when they get untidy, the square cut and the smear across the line over deep mid-wicket. So he's unconventional, but he's effective, and they don't write how, do they? They just write how many.
So 86 for Phillip Hughes, and in the slog at the end, Maxwell caught Pollard, bowled Narayan for 4. Just a brilliant catch, one-handed in the deep. Bailey caught Pollard deep mid-wicket as well, two-handed that time. 44 from just 22 balls for George Bailey. Wade was not out for, Faulkner was out for 2, and Johnson out for 8. The quick bowling figures for the West Indies: Roach 9 overs 1 for 72, Russell 5 overs none for 41, Sammy 8 overs 2 for 49, Dwayne Bravo 7 overs 1 for 39, Narayan, the only man to bowl, is 10 overs 2 for 55, Gale 5 overs none for 36, and Pollard 6 overs 1 for 36. 330 is the victory target for the West Indies. Make sure you join us after the dinner break for the resumption and the first ever one-day international night cricket here at Manuka Oval in Canberra. A big task for the West Indies to keep the series alive.
And we've got an interesting situation at the Manuka Oval, because with Chris Gale having been off the field for a while, he's not opening. He has to hold back. So Devon Thomas is there with Kieran Powell, and here's the first ball from Mackay, and he flashes and misses. Low bounce, skidding through outside the off stump. He played over that as it went second bounce to Matthew Wade. Can the West Indies get these runs, Henry?
Well, yes, they can. This is a superb batting surface, although on evidence of the one ball Clint Mackay's bowled, you mightn't think so. It did scuttle through a little low. Last week they played here in the PM's 11. They chased, it was 333, and they started very poorly and finished about 20 short. So I think batting conditions are better than last week.
Mackay again, and forward. Powell plays it into the covers. Can't score there. It's zip for zip the start. 330 the target, with Watson, of course, the highlight in that innings, making 122. And of the bowling, Sammy probably the pick, 2 for 49, and Narayan 2 for 55. But the catching of Pollard was the feature. He took a caught and bowled, and 2 extraordinary catches on the boundary, one in particular at mid-wicket. Here comes Mackay, whipped away towards mid-wicket, and Hughes was there to pick up one of those one-handed to remove Maxwell. Must be close to the catch of the summer. Extraordinary athleticism.
And beyond. Tall man at full height, one-hander. Catching it was one thing, to come down and not touch the boundary rope was another. Astonishing catch. The two-hander was very good, just by comparison, but it was outstanding if you stood by itself.
Here's Mackay, bowls. Powell drives him towards mid-off, and there's no run there. So it'll be very interesting to see what effect Gale not opening is going to have on the proceedings here. That's I would have thought a little bit of a worry for them if they're going to get the momentum they need, because normally he's very good at doing that from the outset, but he's more than likely going to have to come in when the field's set back. Here comes Mackay. Back goes Powell. Another dot as he plays away to point. This is an impressive start from the one-day player of the year, Clint Mackay.
Well, he's steady stuff. Clark's not over-attacking, just one slip. Not a lot of movement so far with the brand new white pill. Most of the field's been set straight for Shane Watson. Very short cover point.
Last ball of the over, he bowls to Powell. Powell lets it go, and that is a maiden over to start proceedings. Only the second maiden of the day. Roach bowled a very good one earlier on, and Australia making that imposing total of 329 in the first one-day match, first day-night match Australia have played on this wonderful old ground in the national capital.
And Powell opening with when Devin Thomas, the keeper, got a nasty whack on the thumb towards the end of the inning, standing up to Darren Sammy, and he seemed to be in a lot of distress for that. Fears were he may have dislocated or perhaps broken it, but he's out there about to face the new ball from Mitchell Johnson. Oh no, Mitchell Stark. Got the wrong Mitchell. We'll see if Mitchell Stark can swing the ball, but I don't think it's the right thumb. He on the outside glove, a little bit of a nick off the bat, hit his right thumb hard, but he's been elected to send out number 1. I'm not sure where that leaves Gale, whether he's got about 7. Certainly the longer forms of the game, you've got to go right down. He wasn't off for a great deal of time, though. So.
And has he got an injury that could inconvenience him? Is that part of it too? As Stark bowls a wide ball outside the off stump, but not wide enough to be an extra, and Devin Thomas leaves it alone. So Thomas, the man we are watching closely here, he was a bit unlucky the other night. It was actually Asad Ralph sitting on the couch who fired him on some evidence he could find that looked a bit specious.
No one else could find it.
Well, if DRS is supposed to overturn a Howlers, that was far from a Howler from the outset by umpire Long to give him not out. So he found something there as Stark bowls and Thomas is forward. He gets an inside edge into his back pad. It could have run back into his stumps, but it didn't. So this is only his 18th one-day game, averaging 13.7, high score of 37, and I'm just trying to find some evidence of him opening the innings anywhere else. Maybe, but it's not apparent.
Yeah, well, his overall this day, which is domestic one-day cricket, he only averages 13.9 in that.
Pinch hitting night, Watchman opening batsman. Here comes Stark. He bowls the ball that is played into the offside towards mid.
Oh,
there's a collision out there between extra cover and mid-off. And it was Faulkner, yeah. Faulkner and Bailey have crashed into each other. Two Tasmanians. You'd think they'd know better. And that was very unfortunate.
Two heads are better than one as they clashed. He split his lip open too. There is some
claret there, blood bin.
It's like North Hobart versus Sandy Bay at North Hobart Oval with hip and shoulder.
Yeah, well, it was the head of Faulkner went into the body of Bailey, and his knee came up and collected him in the mouth. So Faulkner's gone off to the blood bin, and Ben Cutting's come out as the sub. That's bad luck.
Queenslander, he'll be a bit more rugged in the body clashes.
Dear, oh dear. They got a single while all that was happening. The lights are blazing, but the sun's still more than adequate in twilight time. So we've had a fall here. We've had the first tackle of the AFL season, and it was a free. I think a free for sure out of that one.
High contact, definitely.
Yeah. Stark comes in and bowls just outside the line of Powell's off stump, and he lets it go through to the keeper. Devin Cuthbert Thomas from Antigua. Yeah, he's 23, and he's played for a few interesting teams, including the Sagicor High Performance Centre. West Indies under 19s.
That's like the West Indies High Performance. As we have the Centre of Excellence here, they have, that's their sponsor's name. They have a similar deal.
Stark bowling right up at the line of the stumps, pinged away towards Ben Cutting, who's down there at mid-on. So West Indies have got a huge task in front of them, and you just wonder, without Gale opening, if they're going to get the start they need as a launch to get anywhere near it, because at the moment we're halfway through the second over and the score is 1. A maiden to start with, and now the left-handed Kieran Powell is on strike, and Stark down at the Lake Burley Griffin end of the ground. He comes in and bowls a ball that's defended as he got in behind the line. And they've taken him on the body and dropped at his feet. 2 overs for 1 run. Just the start. Australia want to try and secure this series, defending 329.
Yes, Devon Thomas. He's had 3 innings on Australian territory for 4, 3 and 0. And he's got a little bit of work to do. He's got 1 not out here, and he's got James Faulkner on his list as well. Just cross that off your thigh pad. With a gashed bottom lip and hopefully not a couple of broken teeth. But the bowling's been steady, as we expect from Australian new ball. Clint Mackay's about to have a 1 over spell.
Yeah.
Just the 1 maiden for Clint. 1 day player of the year for Australia in the previous 12 months. Mitchell Johnson's got the ball.
And the wicket-keeper Devon Thomas is waiting for him. And Johnson lets it go and he tries to turn and he misses. Takes the thigh pad and trickles away towards square. So a little bit of mystery at the moment about Chris Gayle. Where can he bat? How injured is he with this side strain that caused him to leave the field? And at the moment I don't have all the answers to those questions, but we just have to wait and see who comes out and when a wicket falls. Might not be for a bit. More of Johnson. He bounds in from the Manuka end and he's driven back to mid-on. And it's a dot as Watson fields it down there. So significant for Australia today was the form of Watson, of course. Hughes again got going, made 86. Bailey a useful 44 from 22 balls. But one of the catches taken by Pollard, he took 3, was amazing. He took 4. I saw him
Caught bowl. Did he caught bowl?
Yeah.
They count.
Yeah, and
he got Watson a deep backward square leg.
That's true. Now off the pad he tries to turn. It's a muted shout for LBW. That's right. Watson 2 at mid wicket, the caught and bowled, and he dropped 1 out here.
Dropped that Bailey. Sitter at deep mid wicket on the full length dive.
Saved 6 by jumping.
Imagine if he had taken that one, which would have been spectacular. Add a couple of those others to it. That one-hander on the deep mid-wicket fence was just about the best outfield catch I've ever seen.
Yep. Perhaps the sun in his eyes as well to make it difficult. Johnson's running into Thomas. Thomas back and defending down on the onside. So this is a very sedate start. And I'm just very curious as to why Devon Thomas, who got a whack on the thumb as well, is out there opening when the West Indies need to get away. Has he got the game for the job?
Well, if they want to send him now, he may as well play some shots. You know, don't bother defending, just whack it through the line. He's had a few opportunities to hit the ball in the air straight down the ground. Don't just block it and take up time and deliveries. Actually play some shots.
Here's Johnson. He bowls a ball that bounces and it's allowed to pass by Thomas outside the off stump. The scoreboard has Gayle listed at number 7, and if he's going to come in at number 7, the game could be miles away for the West Indies. Certainly got some useful players on that list. Sarwan, although he hasn't troubled the scorers lately, he's at 3. The 2 Bravos.
This summer, have a safe one by learning your ABCs. A is for action plan. Having an action plan means you know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. B is for be safe. Be aware of the hazards you may face in the local area. C is for connect. Connect to abc.net.au/emergency for the latest emergency information. During an emergency, listen to your local ABC radio station. ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Pollard and then Gayle. And Sammy and Russell, who can throw the cue. Now Johnson bowls to Thomas, and Thomas pushes forward in defence. Another dot and another maiden over. 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1 for West Indies, and they need 330. So someone will have to bump it along. Faulkner's come back onto the field after going to the blood bin following a collision with George Bailey.
Now George Bailey leaves.
Now Bailey's gone off to get some attention. Right.
Needs to get something stitched up, maybe.
Yeah,
He's had a bit of a limp though. Well, he get Faulkner in the head with his knee. Just a little bit of a hobble maybe. Anyhow.
Yep.
Faulkner on, he'll be okay.
So not much to excite the crowd so far. They're probably still enjoying their dinner. The Stark bowls a ball that's driven through the covers. Runs here for Powell. That will run away to the boundary for 4. It's being chased very hard, but they don't quite get there, I don't think. A great effort by Maxwell. He dived, he got his hand on it, but I think it's run into the boundary. Yeah, he's signalling to the umpire. That's 4. And
he's heard something.
Now the ground's very hard. He's making another signal. The umpires are having this reviewed, but they may as well just go on what Maxwell's told them, and they've got the news now after the replay. And Powell's off the mark with a 4, and the score's 5 in the 4th over.
Heavy tumble from Maxwell there. Full length dive.
Hard ground too. And you can
doing a few stretches and holding the back, and
you can do some damage.
Hit the deck hard.
Here's Stark now to Powell. Powell pushing forward at the line of the ball, and we're side on here, so it's a bit hard to pick up any evidence of swing, but one would think.
Yeah, I just had a look at the monitor and it's not swinging.
No.
Stark, when Stark swinging it, he's lethal. He just had such a fabulous summer, and particularly the one-day series recently. He's just been unplayable with the new ball.
None for 5 under the lights. Full house in. Still milling around, watching, waiting, and they see Powell go whipping away to the onside, out to deep square, and he gets another boundary. A good pickup from the line of the leg stump. That's what the West Indies need. Early boundaries. Get some momentum in this chase. Powell's 8. And the score's moved along to 9 in the 4th over.
And that one, Stark started at middle hoping to swing it away, and so often he does, and it didn't swing. It pitched middle and headed for middle and leg. Powell took up the invitation.
Stark flies in and bowls again, and that hits the pad going down the leg side, one would think, even though we're at deep point. There was no excitement from anyone out there in terms of an LBW shout. At none for 9. And Mitchell Stark and Asad Ralph just checking where his front foot's landing. Asad Ralph's a demon on the no balls when he's in form. And he gets them for no's when they're sliding.
Yes, he got one a bit earlier.
Yeah.
It wasn't. Free hit, and the square leg umpire got it wrong on the waist high fully, but that's in the past.
Stark, left arm and a rapid. He comes up and bowls, and Powell's on the crease pushing defensively to the onside. And Faulkner's out there to collect it. So that's the story on Gale. It seems that because of his absence from the field for a time, he's pushed back down the order. There is a suggestion that he has some side strain. So maybe he's also incapacitated and may not be able to bat at all. We'll just keep an eye on the progression of the innings to see when that's going to occur. But if they're going to get 330, you'd think Gale's got a bat somewhere. Stark comes up, back goes Powell, plays the bounce down the throw, could run out Thomas. It misses from Maxwell. He had a dart at 1.5 stumps and it just missed, and that completes the over. So at the end of the over, the score is none for 10, and Tim Gable is right here. I just couldn't find you, Tim. He's going to come in and join Jeff Lawson, and he has a special guest, so keep listening.
Welcome back to Manuka Oval, where Australia at the moment doing it okay with the West Indies none for 10 in the 5th over. Powell is 9 and Thomas is 1. And Mitchell Johnson bowling from the Cathedral end here at Monaco. The lights are on. It is a great sight. I've just been at a function downstairs and everybody's just talking about the lights. Also joining us is Lauren Jackson, one of the world's best basketball players. In fact, the best basketball player in women's basketball. Hello, Lauren.
Hi, Tim. How are you going?
Good. You enjoying the spectacle?
Yeah, look, it's been an amazing afternoon. Just a lot of fun, and it's awesome to see Canberra come out like this and just really indulge in the sport.
Are you being approached by people? They come up and say, what are you doing at the cricket?
Well, no, but it's interesting. A lot of people walk past and go, Loz, hey, how you doing? So it is fun. It's actually it's a great atmosphere.
Johnson bowling to Powell, and Powell goes back and plays it nicely just off the stumps there and pushes it out towards the square leg boundary, and the ball is going to race to the boundary. And Mitchell Johnson just straying a little bit there. Jeff Lawson is alongside me in commentary and just straying down the leg side, and the ball has raced away.
Mate, don't talk to me. Lauren's here.
And
well, I thought I've been talking here for hours.
Well, you're from Wagga and Lauren's from Albury originally.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a bit close to Victoria, but you know we're sort
I'm an Albury girl all the way, New South Wales.
Very proud Canberran as well.
Victoria, southern suburb of Wagga, Albury.
Once again, Mitchell Johnson. He's bowling to Powell, who's on 13, and he definitely plays that down towards third man, and the batsmen come through for 1, and Australia none for 15. And Lauren, how's the injury going? Much documented injury out for the season. How's it going? Because you had surgery.
I did.
Everything okay?
Yeah, look, surgery was great. Really successful from all accounts, and just getting back into rehab now. I'm not going to rush it, obviously, but
When are we going to see you back?
Well, in Canberra.
In basketball.
Well, pretty soon, I'm sure.
All right. It's Johnson bowling from the Cathedral end. The West Indies chasing 330 to win. And again, a great ball there from Johnson, just straightening up the attack. And Thomas just playing forward. Misses the ball, goes through to the keeper. Wade takes it comfortably, but Mitchell Johnson, he's been there and about, just a little bit wayward a moment ago, but nice delivery there. And the West Indies.
Do basketballers do they have an informed player management system? Do you have to fill in a log every day, how many shots you've taken and how many rebounds? And
yeah, I mean, in lead up to World Championship and Olympic Games, obviously, yes, we have very much monitored systems. So it's good. They keep track of the players. Yeah,
we'll talk about your rotation policy shortly. And there we go with Thomas playing it pretty riskily, but it races away to 4 on the offside, and in the end it's gone over the top of gully almost, and it's gone away to the boundary. So the West Indies getting comfortable boundaries in this over, and at the moment the West Indies, as we see it again on the replay, with Mitchell Johnson just pushing it a little wide. Thomas went after it, and the West Indies just pushing it through nicely in this over. Again, it is Mitchell Johnson bowling from the Cathedral end. And Johnson steadies himself, bowls now, and again the ball is played back down along the wicket. And Lauren, just on the rotation policy, I mean, they do have that in basketball, don't they? They don't make you play every game.
Oh, it depends on how fit you are and if you're injured or not. But I mean, I think it's like any sport. You try and get your players out there to train, to perform, to practice in those matches. But if they're injured, you need to sort of help them a little bit.
Yeah. Do you feel as though you play too much basketball sometimes?
Oh, I don't feel like that at the moment, but
yes.
Yeah, at times.
Yes, it's back-to-back seasons often for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
As Johnson now bowls to Thomas, lets that one go through. Yes, at one stage there, I think you'd played continuous basketball for 2 years. You hadn't had a break because of an Olympic Games cycle, and the fact that you'd played overseas, you'd played in Spain, and then, of course, you played in the WNBA, WNBL, Olympics, back to the WNBL, back to the WNBA.
Yeah, it's a pretty hectic schedule, and I think, like also with other sports, it's sort of surgery every other season, and it's in trying to fit in injuries and everything else. It gets very taxing on athletes' bodies, but we do it because we love it, and I'm just really proud that I get to be a part of this program.
West Indies at the moment none for 19, chasing 330 to win. The other thing, Lauren, is that you feel as though you need to promote women's sport as well. You're very much an advocate for the promotion of women's sport.
Oh, absolutely. Women get out there and train and play just as hard. So, I mean, it's always fun to watch men get out there and dunk balls and hit cricket balls, but it's fun to see the women do it too.
And we're seeing Stark bowl at the moment, and the ball is played down nicely by Powell. down to third man. Batsmen come through for 1. West Indies none for 20. Well, the Australian women's cricket side are doing very well at the moment. The World Cup in India, undefeated through 3 matches. Do you take an interest in other sports?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's fun. Like I said, it's just fun to be a part of this atmosphere and to be able to support Australian sport. So, yeah, of course, we're definitely following the girls' cricket team. And, yeah, I'm just glad to be an athlete and proud to be an athlete.
So Mitchell Starc, he's bowling at the moment from the Lake Burleigh Griffin end of Monica Oval, and he's bowling to Thomas, and he hits Thomas on the body. A short pitch delivery. Batsmen come through for 1, but it seemed to wound Thomas momentarily, and he was stunned there for a moment. He seems to be okay. And Mitchell Starc, just a short pitch delivery, and I'm not sure that he judged the length of that all the pace by the looks of it, Jeff.
He got both of those wrong. I hope he didn't hit him on that thumb that he got smashed when he was fielding. That'd be the worst thing. You just lose sight of Mitchell Johnson sometimes. He's got that slinging action, and Mitchell Starc, so he slings it and it's quick. And I don't think Devon Thomas picked that one up.
So Thomas is at the non-striker's end as Starc bowls to Powell, and Powell plays it down into the gully. And Lauren, just before we let you go, we know that you have other commitments, but in terms of Canberra, because we're hoping that you come back and play for the Canberra Capitals in the WNBL, when are we going to see you back playing?
Well, very soon, hopefully.
Well, given the season's just about to finish with the Capitals, next season are we going to see you back playing?
Well, I mean, I really don't know yet. We haven't come to an agreement. Initially, it was going to be the season following this next one, so there's no agreement yet, and I haven't made any plans. So yeah, we're just waiting to see at this point.
All right. And you were always going to be a basketballer, weren't you, with your heritage there, with your mum and dad, very good basketball as well.
Right.
Thanks very much for that, Lauren. Lauren Jackson joining us in commentary here at Monica Oval. Mitchell Starc is bowling to Powell. Powell plays that one down the offside. And at the moment, it's pretty steady as she goes from the West Indies. They're chasing 330 to win. At the moment, none for 21. Powell is 15 and Thomas is 5. Thank you, Lauren. That's Lauren Jackson joining us in commentary here.
Basketball and fast bowling would have gone well. We got a bit of bounce, I think, for the night.
Mum and Dad, very, very good basketballers. Both played for Australia, so I think she was always going to be a basketballer. Again, it is Mitchell Starc. And again, Starc is bowling this time to Powell, and Powell with a lovely on drive has pushed it out to the boundary. And the batsman met halfway down the pitch, but realised that it was a very good shot. Great timing there from Powell, just meeting it on the rise.
Well, they're scoring in 4s now, is it?
Yeah.
Wait, is that 6 4s in 25?
Well, the last couple of shots have been boundaries, haven't they?
Hang on.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there are 2 out here. One, I think that's... Actually, there's no quick signals being taken, Tim. It's not tip and run at the moment. It's just play a shot.
Mitchell Starc is bowling, and again he bowls single. Powell, and Powell comes back for a single as it goes to third man. They come back for a second. The race is on. A long throw towards the bowler's end. Batsman safely home. That was Thomas running towards the non-striker's end.
Gee, that was well run.
And that was a no ball as well.
You don't often take on Mitchell Johnson's arm. I mean, he had to move in 15 metres from the fence, but he did it quickly and he picked it up. I couldn't believe that, that Powell was coming back for the second. I thought, here's danger. And in the end, he had to throw to the non-striker's end. Thomas had to put a little hurry on.
So a free hit coming up now. No ball from Starc. And this is a free hit to Powell. Here we go. None for 28. And Starc moves in. Bowling to Powell, and Powell has an enormous whack, and it's 4.
Wow, great shot.
What a great stroke that was. On the onside, he's absolutely smashed that one away. And Powell seems to be in pretty good touch. He's now 25 from 23 deliveries. Thomas is 5, and the West Indies none for 32, chasing 330 to win here at Monica. Earlier today, Shane Watson 122, Aaron Finch 38, and Philip Hughes 86.
Tim, I'm going to leave you. Hicksy's coming. I'm going to discuss leg cutters and rebounding with Lauren Jackson.
All right. Thanks for that. See you, Henry. Jeff Lawson joining us in commentary. In a moment, Mark Higgs. And the attendance at 6 o'clock was 8,850. I'd suggest that it's grown in the last half hour or so. A lot of people coming into the ground after finishing work. And it is a great sight here at Monica. Of course, it was a sellout a couple of weeks ago, this game. So a lot of people bought tickets early, knowing that they wouldn't be able to arrive until the evening session. Not sure about Chris Gale. He's battling a side strain. Didn't bat in the PEMS 11 either with a back injury. And so the Australians, well, they're going along pretty well after 7 overs. The West Indies none for 32. Alongside me is Mark Hicks.
Yeah, they're moving quite nicely now. Obviously a very slow start, 4 overs. I think they only had 10 on the board. So you think, well, the ball's new here at Manuka, you probably have to take advantage of that. It's going to be harder to score later on when the wicket dries more and stays a bit lower.
Mackay bowling to Thomas. Moves in now. Bowls, and Thomas with an enormous whack forward of square leg. And on the first bounce, it's gone into the crowd. Great shot. Picked that one up early.
Picked it up nicely.
Yeah, didn't he? What?
I thought that was actually 6 from here, but
yeah, well, it bounced just before the rope, and the rope is in a fair way too, isn't it?
It certainly
He hit
is,
that high in the air, and we just saw that on the replay. But he picked it up nice and early, and so Thomas has moved up to 9. The Windies none for 36.
Slips have moved out as well, so
yeah, there's no
probably indication there's not much sideways movement at all.
There is a man on the boundary there now, though, as Kai moves in, and this one's played right over the top behind the bowler's head, and it's pulled up 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Batsman come through for 1, and here's the
they've snuck one through.
Here's the deflection off the stumps, and the batsman come through for a second. Well, that was a little bit sloppy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, deflections, though, there's not much you can do about them. I think the boys are taught to keep throwing at the stumps, so with that comes the occasional deflection and maybe the occasional run. But I think the pressure that you're able to put on the opposition it is important. So the occasional one you don't mind, I guess.
So the Windies none for 38. They're chasing 330 to win. Again, Mackay moves in, and he bowls to Thomas, plays it down just on the edge of the wicket area on the onside.
Interesting move seeing Thomas come to the top of the order. What is he, 11 off 18? I thought if you're going to bring him to the top of the order, you might use him as an impact player.
Well, they might have had to change things around a little bit with that injury to Chris Gale, and looking for somebody just to...
Yeah, maybe holding on to some hitting in the middle order as well.
Steady the ship a little bit.
Yeah.
Mackay bowls now to Thomas, who plays it down to the gully. Batsmen come through for 1. And the Australians with a pretty sparse field in that area, and in the end they decided to run on the arm of Glenn Maxwell. Maxwell moved across pretty quickly, but this wasn't quick enough, and the Windies just looking to move things around a little bit by the looks of it. Mackay bowling from the cathedral end here at Manuka. Lights are on. It is a great sight.
It is a great sight. Lights are on. They're starting to take effect as well, so it's fantastic seeing lights at Manuka Oval. They are low. As far as Australian grounds go, they're very low.
Yeah, and the shadow on the ground is from the 2 pavilions here, as again the ball is played through where the vacant first slip would be, and it races away towards the boundary. Will be fielded right on the boundary, though. That was a nice piece of work there.
Is the outfield still running fast, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
It's lightning.
And they are looking to resurface this ground at Manuka, and so Powell played that one just deftly, playing it too, just wide, wicketkeeper Wade, and it went down towards the boundary, but the batsman coming home for 2.
Yeah, when they relay the grass here, I might take some home for the front yard.
Yeah, looks a picture, doesn't
Might
it?
be a few people putting the queue for that.
What they do is they let it grow a little bit for AFL. Just been to a function downstairs. Kevin Sheedy's here, Michael Long. Also had a chat to Max Walker, and Max was telling me that he was a scoreboard attendant at the MCG with the Jack Fingleton scoreboard many years ago when he was a student. So he says he's got a great affinity for this ground here at Manuka. It looks as though, is Faulkner coming on now? Yes, he is. So Faulkner coming into the attack from the Burley Griffin end of Manuka Oval, and the West Indies chasing 330 to win, are currently none for 42 after 8 overs, and Powell is 28. Thomas is 12 earlier today. Watson made 122, Finch 38, and Philip Hughes 87. Here comes Faulkner, and he bowls to Powell, who plays it nicely back past the bowler. Batsmen come through for 1. The running between wickets between these two has been pretty good so far.
It has.
And they've been prepared to take those quick singles, and they're putting a bit of pressure on the field as well.
They are, and it'd be interesting to see which way they go with Faulkner. I think they will see him as a target bowler in this bowling lineup. He obviously is new to international cricket, and it'll be interesting if he can if he can stand up to what they bring to him.
All right, here we go again with Faulkner, and again he bowls to Thomas, and Thomas misses this one. Through to the keeper it goes. And there may have been a little bit of movement off the wicket there from Faulkner. And Faulkner took 4 wickets when he played for the PM's 11 against the West Indies a couple of weeks ago. And the West Indies need a run rate of 6.6 and over. So probably need to move it along
a bit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think if you look at the Australian side, they started the same and were able to capitalise the wickets ahead at the end.
Again, Faulkner bowls to Thomas this time. Thomas picks it up nicely, plays it on the onside, races away towards the boundary.
Yeah,
just forward of square leg, and he's picked it up early, and Thomas moved to 16 off 21. Powell's 29. The West Indies none for 47.
He picked that one up early, but if you look at the field they've set, you know, only 3 guys on the leg side, you know, and to bowl middle stump, even middle and off stump is probably an error from the bowling point of view.
So Faulkner bowls now to Thomas. Thomas plays that one back past the bowler. Batsman come through for one, a misfield. Certainly the pressure is being applied. Mitchell Starc was back there. Pressure applied on him.
Yeah, they've obviously shown a lot better intent at the moment, and they are putting the Australian fielders and the Australian bowlers under pressure. There's a lot of field changes at the moment, which says things aren't quite going the way Australia wants, and they need to probably change things and try and break it open with a wicket.
Faulkner again, this time bowling to Powell. Powell plays it nicely through gully. Towards the boundary it goes. There's been a misfield, and it has been saved right on the boundary. Nice piece of fielding in the end there by Maxwell. Saves the boundary after the misfield was made by Maxwell. Does the relay throw. Back it went there to Johnson, and so the 4 was saved after the misfield initially.
Usually very good in the field as well, so...
just seeing a couple of errors, aren't we, from the Australians. And Faulkner bowling from the Burley Griffin end of Barnacle Oval, and the West Indies reach their 50, none for 51. And Faulkner, and he's bowling to Thomas. Thomas plays it deftly down to third man, and they realise where the gaps are. They come back for a second. Races on. Wade picks the ball up now. Batsman safely home.
Quick between the wickets as well. It'll be interesting to see Faulkner as this innings goes on, his change of pace. In the Prime Minister's 11 game, he with a big tail on the board, he was able to change his pace well and make it hard for the batsmen to consistently go after him.
All right, so the score here, none for 53, and the West Indies chasing 330 to win. Powell 32, Thomas is 19, and the West Indies need a run rate of 6.6 and over. They're currently moving along at 6.14.
Quentin Hull with Mark Higgs on grandstand cricket at Manuka Oval, and Clint Mackay working away from the southern end. Has Powell driving in fine fashion down to long on, but just a single with Mitchell Johnson in the deep there. 330 the target for the West Indies, and with the lights on but still plenty of natural light around. The tourists none for 54. Thomas 19 and Powell 33, so a bright start with a big target needed here.
It's a tough couple of hours for the guys in that eastern stand with that sun hitting up there.
It is hot out there.
It must be hot over the other side there. You can see there's not too many. There's still a few people missing, and we're probably just waiting for that sun to go down.
So Mackay running in, right arm over the wicket to Devon Thomas, and Thomas is defending, and no run. He seems not to be affected by what looked like a pretty serious right hand injury that he picked up while keeping late in the innings, but he's been lively, Thomas.
He has. He's been fantastic at the start. Well, he's started to move things along after being slow early. It looked like he wouldn't be able to bat it all the way he was. He showed pain in the fielding innings.
Mackay striding forth and has Thomas lofting high with mistimed. He's mistimed that, and he's caught by Phillip Hughes at cover. Thomas was trying to whack that away on the onside, and I think there was some leading edge, and Hughes just positioned himself underneath it inside the 30-yard circle and took a pretty comfortable catch. I think it was the slower one from Mackay that's deceived Thomas.
It was definitely the slower ball, and I think he was a lot fuller. That he thought he was able to hit it down the ground, and he wasn't to the pitch of the ball at all, therefore hitting it straight up. Good catch taken by Hughes, and a wicket Australia need to have. They've obviously started taking it to Australia, and it's good for Australia to have a little bit of a fight back there.
So 19 from 25 balls for Devon Thomas, and still no Chris Gale, because the fact he's got a bat later on in the innings, having missed some time in the field. It's Darren Bravo coming in at the fall of the first wicket. The wicket falling at 54 in the 9th over.
I think Darren Bravo's watched a bit of Brian Lara when he was younger.
Yes, he's his cousin.
Might have a little bit of a look about.
Yes, Darren Bravo, I was reading a bit about him. Apparently he used to watch the television, and as soon as Lara would get out, he'd go out to bat himself. Wouldn't watch any of the rest of the cricket.
Yeah, I think I was a bit like that with Brian Lara. I was a bit of a fan myself.
BC Lara. Well, he's going to have to bat a bit like the champ to see the West Indies competitive here.
Yeah, definitely. I think what the West Indies need to do is have a few guys in that top 3 or 4 who can get majority of the score. Even if the run rate goes out a bit, they need to have the hitters coming later in the order.
They crossed, so it's Kieran Powell to face Clint Mackay now. And Powell is running the ball off an open blade, but fielded at backward point and no run.
Just going back to that again, like Pollard and your real strikers of the balls, they have to come in 35 over plus for them to have a chance of winning this game. You know, you don't want them too early on when there's too much to do, and they have to probably build innings and take a bit out of the total. They need to get in early, later on, so they can, you know, go whack basically.
So the left-handed Powell waits, and a slower ball from Mackay, taken off an inside edge by Powell on the onside to square leg, or just backward or square, fielded by Stark, and they get a run. So Clint Mackay yet again doing the job for Australia. And I saw particularly on social media a lot of players who have played with and against Clint Mackay very, very happy that he received the recognition at the Allan Border Medal during the week as the one-day player of the year. Are not widely heralded in the wider cricketing spectrum, but within the community, very highly regarded, and he's got the breakthrough. Has 1 for 12 from his 3 overs. West Indies 1 for 55 after 9. And James Faulkner going to continue from the northern end, bowling to Powell, who's back and trying to cut, but it is missed, and it bounces a second time through to keeper Wade.
Another slower ball from Faulkner there. I think that'll be his go for the night. He'll try lots of slower balls at the back of the hand, maybe the off cutter, a couple of jam Yorkers, and then obviously the new batsman, he likes to drop one in short early to give a bit of a look that way.
Yes, there's a few floating beach balls out on the outer side, as on the back foot it's punched by Powell to mid-wicket, athletically fielded by Hughes.
It's good to see the beach balls in Canberra, even though we're probably lacking a beach or two, other than like the other capital cities.
But only a couple of hours jaunt to the beautiful beaches of the south coast. Bateman's Bay, a predominant favourite of those of Canberra residents.
Canberra people, but personally, Churros Heads is probably the place we like to go to.
Okay. Here's Faulkner, left arm over, and it's defended by Powell. Yeah, so Denham's Beach and Surf Beach at Bateman's Bay, get inundated.
Not a lot of waves though. You want to get a bit further down where you can get a bit of surf up.
Okay, where do you go? Do you prefer Churros?
Churros. We've had a family house down there for 36 years, I reckon, and spent a lot of time there as young kids and also as adults.
As once again, it's Faulkner, left arm over to the left-handed Powell, who's standing tall in defence. And that's one thing about international games being here in Canberra from a cricket perspective. We've seen it from Australian football, and no doubt with the Brumbies and the Raiders as well. Those catchment populations around this area, it's not just the nation's capital of 300,000 or thereabouts, but people from the south coast, a couple of hours drive. My old home digs of Wagga and the Riverina.
Yeah.
Just a bit hard to get to Sydney or to Melbourne, but to come to Canberra, they can do it in a day.
Yeah, definitely. I look at our programs and how we push out to.
As Powell is leaving this from Faulkner outside the off stump, 1 for 55 it remains in the 10th.
Running the ACT programs around here, you know, we have players, a lot of players from Wagga come through our system. You know, we go as far as Newcastle now. There's a lot of people who would prefer not to go to Sydney, and they want to go through a smaller, closer environment. So all the way down the south coast, all the way out to the Riverina, and all the way up north to Newcastle.
It's been predominantly slow balls this over, and there's another one from Faulkner. Extraordinary, all out of the back of the hand, and Powell hasn't been able to get onto any of those. He was trying to punch it through the offside there, and again through to Wade. So you can't really call it an over of change-up. It's a tautology, because they were all the same.
Over of top spinners.
Yeah, the out of the back of the hand working there for James Faulkner. That's the end of the 10th over. West Indies needing 330, a 1 for 55. Quentin Hull and Mark Higgs at the microphone for Grandstand Cricket. Powell 34 and Darren Bravo yet to score. The man out, Devon Thomas, for 19. Earlier, Shane Watson making 122 and Phil Hughes 86. And then 44 from 22 balls for George Bailey as the Australians made 7 for 329, winning the toss and batting first. Darren Sammy took 2 for 49. He was the only multiple wicket taker for the West Indies.
I think it's interesting to see how much pressure they can put on new batsmen. I think dot balls on new batsmen is the key to playing well tonight.
Mackay continuing from the marker end, and on the back foot pushed by Powell into the, should I say Darren Bravo, into the offside field.
If we look at Hughes' innings, it took him a bit of time to get moving before he actually made a table. If you get guys who you're making your 20s and they're making him off high ball count, and that will push the pressure on the heavy hitters in the middle and the later order.
Yes, and the dynamic of 50-over cricket changed by the 2 white balls and the field restrictions later in the innings, as well as Bravo drives, but doesn't beat the infield. At cover, it's Faulkner fielding quite athletically, bouncing to his right.
It's good to see a fast bowler in at cover. I don't think we saw Henry there too many times.
Just a little sledge there.
Yeah, well, he's been having a go at me all night.
You're picking up on how it works here, Mark. You've got to get in while your chance presents itself. Mackay to Darren Bravo. That's out of the back of the hand as well, and it's defended by Darren Bravo. So the Australians have thought to themselves, yeah, we give them pace, they'll take us on. It seems a real tactical move to bowl the off-pace delivery.
Yeah, it has, and it surprised me a bit with Mackay. With his field set the way it is, I thought he might try and still push him through, but he's bowled change-ups this over as well.
Darren Bravo wearing number 46. His half-brother wears number 47. And Darren is there again, forward in defence. And it rolls along the pitch. And as is the fast bowlers want, Clint Mackay says, I'm not bending down and walking the metre to pick that up. No, I'll leave that for someone else to come and do. And it's the captain himself who trots in from mid-wicket to pick up the delivery. These fast bowlers.
Hard-working fast bowlers.
Back to the top of the mark. Mackay starts his run up from just about the edge of the 30-yard circle. Coming in from the southern end. A bouncer, which is mistimed on the pull stroke by Darren Bravo, but he gets it over the infield and gets off the mark with a couple as Mitch Johnson comes around from mid-on to do the fielding, 2/3 of the way to the wide mid-wicket boundary.
Good over this so far from Mackay. One ball left and hopefully get out of it. You know, for Dot maybe only one, and it creates the pressure for the next over. You know, if he gets away with a 1, then you're holding Bravo at pressure again.
So the light's on, but plenty of natural light around as Mackay is full of length and pushed by Darren Bravo through the gap at cover. But there's a sweeper in the deep out on the eastern side, and that ends the over from Clint Mackay. That's 11 overs bowled. West Indies 1 for 58. Bravo with that single moves to 3. Powell is 34. And we're on the western side of the ground here in the Sir Donald Bradman stand. To our right is the Robert Menzies stand. To our left, the Bob Hawke stand. And just over the years, you would have seen the changing face of this ground. It holds around 12,000 fans.
Yeah, it's taken great changes over the years. Obviously, the AFL have had an impact on that as well. And this used to be a tiny little pavilion, and it's grown over the years. And it's turned into a nice little ground, Manuka Oval, boutique. But still big in size. You know, it's tough to hold people to totals here because it's so big. You still get your boundaries because it's so fast, but also you can knock it around for 2s everywhere.
Faulkner's going to continue from the Lake Burley Griffin end. That's the northern end here, left arm over the wicket. I think that was the full petrol delivery, and it's worked off an edge down to wide third man for a couple by Darren Bravo to move to 5, and the score on to 60. It's interesting you speak of the AFL here. For years, the Ainslie Oval was the predominant Australian football venue here, and I remember they played an AFL trial game at Bruce Stadium years and years ago, before it was renamed Canberra Stadium, as Faulkner is delivering outside the off-stump, left alone by Bravo.
Yeah, it's a fantastic little oval there over at Ainslie. That used to be a rugby ground, actually. And then the Ainslie Football Club obviously bought it and turned it into an AFL field. But there's some nice little grounds. Obviously, the stadium out there at Bruce is fantastic for the league and union. We've actually played cricket matches out there with drop-ins, but
wow,
it's probably a bit small.
Yeah. Here's Faulkner again out at the back of the hand, and it deceives Darren Bravo, and it bounces a second time through onto Wade.
It's the best leggies we've seen from Australia this summer.
Yeah, Faulkner's almost bowling left-arm Chinaman here at the moment. George Bradley Hogg or Michael Bevan.
Warner. Oh, Warner's bowling right.
Warner bowls with his right hand.
Yeah.
12th over being bowled, 1 for 60. Faulkner delivers. It's driven, square driven, but straight to the fieldsman. So Bravo doesn't beat Maxwell, just backward of point.
Again, getting those dot balls on the early batsmen is important, creating that pressure. You know, nipping a few guys out, early scores with making them chew up balls is important for the days.
Darren Bravo waits, and he drives an over-pitch delivery from Faulkner. Just a single, though, as it's saved by Stark at mid-on, who moved quickly to his right. So we've got a bit of form in a sense that the West Indies a week ago were chasing a very similar target. The PM's 11 made 6 for 333. Today, Australia making 7 for 329. And in that chase, they got to within 23. All out for 310.
They got to 23, but that was from Lusty hitting at the end from Russell. He hit the ball fantastic.
Here's the other lefty on strike. This is the opener, Powell. No runners. He defends out on the offside. Fielded by Maxwell at point.
It was a fantastic game of cricket, the Prime Minister's 11 game. It sort of got past him, and Russell turned things around. I mean, I'm not sure how many sixes he hit, but he was quick fire.
Hit 5 of them. Yeah, along with 3
50 off 24 balls or something like that.
Yeah, 54 from 24 balls. 3 boundary 4s, 5 6s.
It was fantastic strike. He actually made Manuka Oval look like a club ground. He hit balls like over the Menzies stand. It was fantastic striking. Striking I haven't seen at Manuka for a long time. Probably since Chris Gale got 150 a year a couple of years ago, or 100 late 40s.
So here's a change from Michael Clark. Clint Mackay taken out of the attack. And the big show, Glenn Maxwell to have a bowl. Finally got a 50-over international wicket at the Wacker. Got 4 of them. They've got hit for 4 consecutive sixes as well.
Well, it's interesting, the selection that they haven't taken in a frontline spinner. You know, you play a ground like Manuka where it does turn a little bit, but not much. But to have the big boundaries to play with as well here, it surprised me that they didn't take in Doherty.
So the protection for Maxwell, long on, long off, deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. And Johnson is right in front of us, just brought to a little bit more of a true mid-wicket region. He was almost deep square, but now a bit more in the middle of the 2 stumps. First delivery from Maxwell's a wide, down the leg side. So he'll have to re-bowl that, and a further run to the score, 1 for 62. At the start of the 13th over.
Oh, big wide.
Darren Bravo on strike. Maxwell around the wicket, and Bravo off his thigh. Thinks of a run, turning it on the onside, but no run as Wade quickly skips to his right to do the fielding and prevent the single.
Be interesting to see how much turn he gets on this wicket. Usually when it starts looking that grey colour, it doesn't turn much at all.
And very hard to see how much he's turning it from our position here at mid-wicket, square of the wicket. And that's hit the pad, and there's an appeal from Maxwell. He was the Lone Ranger in appeal. Not out, says umpire Simon Fry. And
I think it pitched in line, maybe a touch high.
I think that did straighten. Right arm around. Yeah, right arm around the wicket, pitching about leg stump and straightening.
Yeah.
Bit of bounce.
A little bit there.
And Clark still just trying to manipulate the field, but Maxwell's quickly into his work. Darren Bravo on the back foot punching, but doesn't beat cover. And that's a dot ball. So tidy so far outside of the opening wide from Maxwell.
Yeah, good start. Good start. Probably giving some confidence after probably going for a few.
Now he wants deep backward square moved squarer and the deep mid wicket moved wider, and that's happened. Now Darren Bravo on the back foot doesn't turn the ball off the bat through the onside, off the pad, and again Wade skips from behind the stumps to do the fielding. Now, well again, Johnson in this over has just crept a little wider at mid wicket by about 5 metres on 3 or 4 occasions. Now at the wide mid wicket in the deep as Maxwell around the wicket has Darren Bravo pushing on the offside, taking a cheeky single. Wade there to field, but couldn't stop the run. First run off the bat in the Glenn Maxwell over.
Yeah, good start. Good start. It's important to see him take the pace of the ball, and Maxwell playing an important part in this innings if he starts well and is able to get into a bit of bowling.
And the shadows of the stands are now cutting the pitch in two, as that's a flighted delivery from Maxwell, driven by Powell, and they take a single to wide cover, fielded by Aaron Finch, and that ends the over from Maxwell. So Maxwell off and Maxwell on here, because Jim is coming in to join Mark Hicks with the score after 13 overs, 1 for 64. The target is 330.
Yeah, twanging away here. They need some runs, these boys. Faulkner bowls short, turned around the corner. They get a quick single to backward square throw to the bowler's end. Direct hit would have had him, but it was wide.
Only by a couple of metres.
Well, he had sort of 1.5 to throw it from down there. That was Watson, and he missed. It's 1 for 65. Bravo 7, and Powell on 36. Thomas the man out for 19. He was open because Gale's got a side strain, and he's in at number 7 as he's back into his stumps and playing it away on the onside of their Powell, and Bravo rather. He's on strike, and it's another dot.
Again changing up. Last over a lot of slow balls, and this over he's hit the deck twice, so
they should take him to India
put
as
some money on a
spin
slow
bowler
ball here.
Yeah, spin bowler off a long run up. He comes in and churns another one out that's accurate, and it's a dot.
That one over the top, so at the back of the hand.
Does he actually turn them?
I think he does go a little bit, not much. A little bit to traditional Chinaman.
Yeah.
Without going too far. Bowls it well. I think Harves was young Harves was the first guy to bring it in.
Faulkner comes in, Bravo's back, and he forces the ball into a gap on the offside, and Johnson's up from deep cover. And the score just ticks along here. They're 10 down on Duckworth Lewis, so that gives you a rough idea of where they are comparatively in the chase. But they're a little disadvantaged with Gale leaving the field, having a side strain, and apparently he can't bat till number 7. Faulkner bowls, flash and a miss outside the off stump as Powell tried to get that to third man. So it's not all that convincing at the moment, this West Indies batting, and they've got a few good ones to come. But
they do. I think Powell's been important for him, and he's been good at knocking out a bit of the total. In the last game here at Monaco, I think he made 90, and he knocked a lot of the total out of it.
Faulkner bowls to him, and he cuts to backward point, through backward point, and there'll be a couple of runs here as he got the cut shot in, and Maxwell dived and missed it.
Maxwell again missed out the other one. Now another one's gone through.
That's what happens when $1 million is floating around, I suppose. I don't know. Normally he's very good.
Stop caring as much. Got a few in the bank. He's usually fantastic.
Yeah, outstanding. And he's bowled tidily. He probably bowled with a bit of good fortune in Perth. Batsman drowned in his honey. And he's got long on, long off in place here for Darren Bravo, a lefty from Trinidad. So we start the 15th over, and he's bringing the mid on up. Okay, there you are. Temptation time, perhaps. There's a deep mid-wicket on the cow, hit the backward square. Maxwell around the wicket. Bravo back and tries to cut the ball, but gets it a bit late, a bit tight on his off stump. And a single result, square of the wicket on the offside.
Still trying to find his way, Bravo. It's probably not there to go on the back foot too. We can pick the quicker ball. Still just trying to find his way into his innings. 9 runs off 20 balls.
Now Maxwell around the wicket, coming in to Powell, who's down the pitch and he's having a crack. He's lofted that ball over extra cover. One bounce across the rope for 4. Inside out, perfection. And a useful boundary. Powell's 42. It's 1 for 73.
Fantastic shot over cover. Great left-hander shot to go over cover, inside out.
You remember it well. Maxwell tries once more. Powell just defends. He said, let's have a single. No, 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 no. I'm not having any of it, says Bravo. He was in the blocks, not moving. Go back. Too
sure
risky.
He got too far there.
And Maxwell chased it quickly and put the thought out of their mind about a quick run. Around the wicket again, and he's back to turn. An easy single, just knocking it through the infield. And Stark hurls it back on the bounce. The lights are just starting to take some effect here as we get shadows across the ground, but the natural light's still pretty good with a white ball at each end. 1 for 74. We're in the 15th over. Maxwell's bowling it around the wicket, and he hits the pad. An appeal for LBW. Was that worth a shout?
I think it's straight. It probably needed to straighten a bit. One was sliding down leg by the shot he made. Hard to tell at square leg, but
pitched outside the leg stump and wasn't doing enough, was it?
Yeah, not doing enough.
Maxwell comes up again, and he's turning around the corner. Gets an easy single on the glide, just behind square. So Bravo keeps the strike at the end of the over. He's 10. Powell's 43. It's 1 for 75. Drinks for Mark Higgs.
Drinks. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. ABC Record Library's been busy tonight. Bit of a few tunes to keep us going. Just a little segue from one over to the next. And Mitchell Johnson, another lefty. He's coming up to bowl. And Australia appear to have a lid on the game at the moment. But it's a good pitch, and there may well be an explosion of shots as we go towards this target of 330. Australia made 7 for 329. Watson 122 and Hughes 86 of those. Bailey 44, but he and Faulkner had a collision. Faulkner was spitting tomato sauce, and Bailey's knee, his leg didn't seem to be too good. So Bailey's the one who's actually off the field. Faulkner went for an over or 2, but he's back out there, and Ben Cutting subbing out here at deep cover. So Johnson, with his little run in, comes to Bravo, who plays defensively into the covers, and he can't get a run. Sammy Davis Jr. is back with us. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm very well. Thanks, Jim. Interested in Kieran Powell here. I think he's a player for the future for the West Indies. He's only 22, and he's got to what is he, 43? And he looks the real deal. I liked his innings in Perth, and he's a developing player. He can be a plus for the West Indies going forward. K. Powell.
Johnson comes in and bowls a ball that's knocked down to backward point, and Maxwell's there to field. We don't watch a lot of cricket side on, and it's interesting to watch Johnson bowl side on. There seems to be a real sort of stutter in his approach.
Yeah.
You know how most fast bowlers sort of stride out in a measured athletic way as they build towards the delivery?
Yeah. I mean,
it's a stuttering run, isn't it?
And it's as if I don't want to get to the crease. It says nothing about his final delivery, does it? It's a...
He comes in and he then lets it rip, and he gets a single to backward square, backward point this time. Maxwell's charging and throwing and missing, and Bravo's down to the other end at 11. 1 for 76 in the 16th.
For a fellow with such a stunning overall record, and much criticised, Mitchell Johnson, A lot of the time you run up to the wicket defines you, and his doesn't, does it? It's because it's fairy footsteps and then a final fling. You don't get any sort of lead into what the final result's going to be by looking at him approach the wicket.
And then he unleashes that last stride, a big rip of his shoulder, and the ball's run away. Again, the third man, they take a second run on the throw as Mackay coming in from the deep to pick up a couple more. Powell's 45 out of 1 for 78.
He averages 32 in 13 tests, so he's played a bit of test cricket. Only averages 17 in 13 ODIs going into today, Kieran Powell. So work to be done in the one-day arena.
Johnson bowls, Powell plays to the onside. Another run. Not many boundaries at the moment, but the West Indies accumulating, consolidating, and working themselves into a position of attack a little later on.
And as you say, Jim, it is a platform. Sarwan, if he could rediscover his best, it listed it to come in next. Dwayne Bravo, Kieran Pollard, Gale perhaps. Gee, there's some firepower there. The platform's been laid, and one of that four, if they went off, they'd seriously challenge this Australian total. But pressure.
1 for 79. Johnson moves in and bowls a bouncer. He ducks underneath the bouncer there to finish the over. Bravo's 11 at the end of it. Powell's 46. 1 for 79. A beautiful evening in Canberra, a full house, and it's quite a spectacle. We're waiting for the fireworks, I think, at around 9 o'clock, but we're waiting for the fireworks from the West Indies batsman.
And particular interest in Darren Bravo. When he first emerged, this Trinidadian looked so Lara-like, Brian Lara that is, and but it's been a stuttering career to date. He really has to string together some innings.
Now Maxwell bowls. It's knocked away to the onside. They get a quick single as Clark comes around to field. Now there's some interesting points of interest about Manuka Oval that I have here, and I'll just throw a few at you about the park here that was established in the 1920s, and in 1929 the oval was graded, the grass was sown, all those things occurred as he bowls around the wicket and he's forced out to deep cover for another run. So we're milking in twilight here, so I can just divert for a moment. First cricket match took place on the 19th of April 1930, but it was the visit of the Marylebone Cricket Club that really got people interested in the sport. The curator's cottage, which still stands down near the scoreboard as he defends back down the pitch, was built in 1936, so the curator could live on the site and prepare the pitch in the oval for the visit in 1937. 36-7 they first came here to play a game. Now we watch another ball around the wicket, and he plays the premeditated shot. Is he caught? He's out. He tried to knock that around the corner, and Powell has spooned it in the air for Wade to leap away to his right and take the catch. There'll be a little bit of jumble of bat and something else in it as the ball popped up on the premeditated shot as he was trying to knock it around the corner, and all he did was spoon it in the air, and Wade took the catch, and that's the end of Powell. Not the best way to go.
No, and a high risk shot for not much return. It's a dinky shot that you're not going to hit a boundary from it, and you risk losing your wicket, and Kieran Powell has. That's disappointing from his point of view. He played pretty well, but out for 47. The second wicket's down, and Australia are controlling the game at the moment. They're not letting the West Indies get away. That they haven't really built any strong momentum, and they're already 2 wickets down.
Yeah, there's an interesting bit of history as drinks come out onto the field, but I might go elsewhere if we need to find out what else is going on, as we've got a chance to wrap up some of the Shield cricket today. So the situation of the game Australia made 7 for 329, and the West Indies 2 for 81 in the 17th over, with drinks on the field. So a job here for the West Indies, and Sarwan has come into this game with some pretty cold form. Needs some runs. And it's not out there. Who's gone out there to bat?
It's the other Bravo.
Oh, it's Aaron Bravo first.
Yeah.
Sarwan's at 5, right, okay.
Yeah.
Pollard 6, Gale 7, right.
He was actually listed to come in next Sarwan, but they've gone with Dwayne Bravo.
Okay, thanks, Kerry.
That's
good. Right.
So brothers together.
Around the wicket, Maxwell bowls, and Bravo drives back, and again Maxwell doesn't stop it. Was hit hard, he dived, and that would have been a good stop, but it got past him for a run, so Bravo is off the mark. So they need more than a run a ball at this point, and they're about 10 runs down on Duckworth-Lewis. Just to keep that in mind when you're trying to make the comparison. Here comes Maxwell, and he draws Darren Bravo forward. He drives to extra cover, and that's a dot, and that's a good over for Australia. Maxwell picking up a useful wicket during the over, with Powell out for 47 after Thomas made 19, and it's Bravo incorporated at 2 for 82.
And well done, Glenn Maxwell. I think with his IPL price tag comes a lot of not so much pressure, but you've got to deal with a range of emotions. You know that there are going to be those that resent that somebody's getting that much, who basically is so new to his cricket career at the highest level. And you know, Glenn Maxwell is trying to establish himself. He's trying to work on his skills and make himself that sort of player. I mean, he was just the beneficiary of an auction. And I think with that goes a degree of having to deal with it, and he's probably in that process at the moment, but he has a wicket, and that'll buoy him.
Now we're going to have Michael Clarke rolling his arm over. Hopefully he's going to be able to do that in India, and he's driven to deep cover for a run by Dwayne Bravo, and the score moves along to 83.
I think this, as you're pouring through the Manica Oval, I think this is the first game I can remember where the West Indies have been involved where you haven't lapsed into Calypso.
Well, not yet.
You are so close to it, though.
That's why I'm reading this stuff about Manica. Do you know what Manica means?
Tea tree.
Very good. You have done your homework. Right, can you pronounce that in Latin?
Scuba verum terrorum.
That's very good. As the ball's tucked away through square. They get a couple of
just
runs.
off the top of my head.
That was pretty close.
Yeah.
I think it's Leptospermum scoparium, a tree native to southern Australia and New Zealand. There you go. And that's Walter Burley Griffin named this place Manica in 1912. Here we go around the wicket. Back he goes and cuts it for 4. A good hard back foot shot by Darren Bravo, and he gets 4. Yeah, Bravo.
Yeah, sorry about the Latin, but yeah, tea tree will do.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
You did geography at school, not Latin, didn't you?
No, I did Latin.
You did?
Yeah, I did do Latin, and that's why I just guessed that the.
You were very close.
Yeah. Yeah. Philip Pope's come in and tells George Bailey has a tight hamstring being assessed.
All right. He'll be rested for a while, because that's plunged out to mid-wicket. Yep. A tight hamstring. What's Chris Gale got? What's happened to Chris Gale?
A tight G-string.
Yes. Clarke bowls. He sweeps it and cuts off the wicket keeper. I think that's pretty close to the truth, actually. Yeah. Oh dear, 2 for 99. Clarke's bowling to
getting
Bravo.
loose.
Bravo plays to the onside. Yes. Did you know that Canberra was named Canberra because they had so many other suggestions on the table? As Clarke comes up to bowl again and has played to the onside, that they just decided it was far better than naming it after some places in England that have been put on the menu, such as Scratchy Bottom in Dorset, Broken Wind in Aberdeenshire, and Shitterton in Dorset. I'll leave you with that because Quentin Hull's coming in.
Maxwell starts the new over, and a run taken by Dwayne Bravo, pushing out on the offside. You got the key to put back in the grenade?
No, just
Jim's just handed me.
Maxwell's silver hammer has just left with a live grenade in the box. Where's Die Hard? We need him to defuse it.
Oh, Bruce Willis. John McClane on the back foot, crunched by. This is the left-handed of the half brothers Bravo. That's Darren out to deep cover and a single. And
join the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, alongside Alison Mitchell and Harsha Bogle, plus expert commentary from Darren Lehman, Glenn McGrath, Sunil Gavaskar, and many more cricket royalty. ABC Sports Summer of Cricket on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of cricket.
Starting to see these new lights take effect.
Yeah, and they look impressive too, Q, I must admit. I like their design, and I don't know their capacity. We're going to find that out.
Maxwell around the wicket, and it's Dwayne Bravo off his toes, turning out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Ticking along here, the West Indies, 2 for 93 in the 19th over, needing 330 to win the game. So the runs must keep flowing. The wickets must stay relatively intact, although Chris Gale is batting down the order with a side strain. But I think he'll still be able to bash it if he gets in form. Around the wicket, the lefty in Darren Bravo pushes on the offside and they get a run.
And this is what the West Indies have to do, Q. They have to pick up singles off virtually every ball and then pick their 4-ball. It's a perfect scenario if they can get the hitters in after, when they're a chance.
Around the wicket, Maxwell, defended by Dwayne Bravo. So that's 237 needed off 182 balls now.
Yeah. They need a single every ball. Dots hurt them.
On the back foot, it's cut by, well, almost cut, but a single, no run to point. Was, he sort of wasn't the square drive, wasn't the cut. He was on the back foot trying to push it through the offside. Elegant enough, but straight to the fieldsman and no run at the end of the over. So the two half brothers just exchanged a fist punch at mid-pitch. It's DM, Darren Bravo 20, DJ, Dwayne Bravo 4, the West Indies 2 for 94.
And I'm a bit of a Dwayne Bravo watcher, and he's such a brilliant extender of his arms to hit over cover and mid-off. But he's almost consumed now. He can only hit boundaries through the offside.
Forward comes Darren Bravo, defends no run. And Clark continuing from the northern end.
And Darren Bravo has got to move it along. He's got to be hitting singles. He's dotting too many balls. This is hurting the Windies.
Clark off about 4 paces, a bit of a grunt as Darren Bravo turns him off his pads, and they'll get a couple down towards fine leg. Deep backward square is the only man in the deep out there, and that's Maxwell who does the fielding. So 2 to the score, moves on to 96 for 2.
And although he's a lovely open-faced slapper, Dwayne Bravo, you've got to hit both sides of the wicket if you're batting 4 in these contests. And the Australians know if they pitch middle and leg, he's just going to work singles. He looks as if he's shut off, scoring 4s through the onside.
Well, they've made the change. Mid-on has gone to fine leg inside the circle, and now it's outside the off-stump. Darren Bravo pushes to forward of point where Ben Cutting does the fielding. Ben Cutting out there with George Bailey. A bit of a hamstring.
Tight hamstring being assessed.
Yep. Clark getting through his work quickly, and off the back foot, Darren Bravo pushes down to long off for a single. So these two spinners, Maxwell and Clark, they're getting through it quite quickly here.
And it's suiting Australia. No boundaries coming, dots and ones. And they're just going to pitch leg stump to Bravo. Bravo has to whoop one over the leg side.
This is Dwayne on strike now, and he just dead bats on the onside, says, come on, and they get through for a single, as Hughes was just a bit too deep in the infield at mid-wicket. Well taken, cheeky run. 98 the score. So that takes Dwayne Bravo to 5, and now Darren on 23. Waits for the last ball of the 20th over from Clark. It's full and driven to long on for a single, and they're almost walking the single. And that ends the over from Michael Clark. So 20 overs down. 2 for 99, the two Bravos at the crease. After earlier, it was Thomas who made 19, was caught. Hughes at cover, bowled Mackay. 19 for Devon Thomas. The wicket falling at 54 in the 9th over. And Kieran Powell was well caught by keeper Wade off a weird shot. Glenn Maxwell bowling it around the wicket. Power tried a lap shot on the onside, and off the splice, Wade was able to take the spooned chance, scurrying a couple of metres to his right. Powell out for 47. And Maxwell quickly into it from the southern end. Starts a new over, defended by Darren Powell on the offside.
It'd be great if the Moore brothers afterwards, it'd be the curtain call middle order. Bravo, bravo, more, more.
Maxwell around the wicket and pushed on the offside by Darren Bravo for 1. So
the curtain call 11, do you like it? It's got merit. It's got some merit.
Yeah, if there was maybe a, you know, I know cricket's not big in France, but encore.
Yeah. Bravo, bravo, more.
Yeah. This is Dwayne, dead batting Maxwell. That's a quick dart, but well bowled, change of pace there. And the front foot was pretty much safe from LBW territory, but he got bat on it anyway, did Dwayne Bravo. How are you making the development of Glenn Maxwell, Kerry, as he's around the wicket here? That's a bit slower and turned as Dwayne Bravo went onto the back foot, helped it to deep backward square for 1.
Well, I'm a little concerned about his method in that he's basically just curving it across away from the right-hander. I think I think you can get used to the trajectory, and I mean, I know they're backing him. He's the horse they are backing to develop, and
aren't they what? They're
backing him on not outstanding mechanics. They're hoping he does a Colin Miller. It's a Miller-like approach.
Around the wicket to Dwayne. That's Darren Bravo, driven beautifully by the left-hander. In the air a little, but no fear of long on getting, or mid-on getting near that, and down to the long-on boundary for 4. So a good shot. Pitching up was Maxwell, and Darren Bravo took him on.
See, it was a predictable trajectory and not much side spin away from Darren Bravo, and he nailed it.
So that takes the score to 105 for 2. Darren Bravo to 29, and he'll stay on 29 as he tries to work that around the corner, but fine leg inside the circle. Mackay does the fielding, and that's the end of the over from Glenn Maxwell. Australia through 21 overs of their fielding effort, trying to defend 329, and doing a pretty good job. West Indies 2 for 105, Dwayne 6, Darren 29.
There's a new horse in the spinners stable by the name of Ashton Agar.
And I saw him bowl over the weekend.
And I think that's the horse they'll end up backing more confidently than Maxwell.
Made runs in the Shield game today too, in a big 10th wicket.
Justin Langer's a huge rap. Thinks he's one of the most outstanding cricketers.
Clark left arm around the wicket, taken on by Dwayne Bravo. That's a great, expansive, lofted cover drive over the infield and out to the boundary in front of the Jack Fingleton scoreboard for 4.
Yeah, so that's typical Dwayne. That's where he goes. So Clark has to alter his line to around leg stump. Yeah, I think the Agar horse, they're taking him to India.
Quicker from Clark, defended by Dwayne Bravo to point, no run.
If he was a stock, I'd be buying Ashton Agar.
Michael Clark. A grunt as he delivers the left arm around the wicket, and helped behind square by Dwayne Bravo for a single.
And that's the right line now to Dwayne Bravo, who's become obsessed that he can only hit boundaries over the offside. If you bowl middle and leg or leg stump to him, he's just going to work you for a dot or 1 on the onside, and that'll suit Australia. Good bowling from M. Clark.
2 for 110. Darren Bravo twice a sweep, and Wade doesn't take cleanly, and it's a wide down the leg side. No further runs as Wade just trots to his right to pick up. And MJ Clark, we know his form in Test cricket in India. He's a very handy proposition, but his body just not letting us see too much of this left arm finger spin. He's taken through the onside here by Darren Bravo for 2, out to the deep at wide long on. Scored a 112 for 2, or 113 should I say, for 2.
I think we should cut him some. I think Michael Clark assesses whether he can get wickets.
Another run for the left-handed Darren Bravo, turning through mid-wicket. There's no one in front of square on the onside in the infield. The one man on the onside in the infield for Darren Bravo was at fine leg. Then they had deep square, deep mid-wicket and long on. And now for the right-handed Dwayne Bravo, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket and deep cover, as Dwayne Bravo is forward, probing and stroking down to long off for a single. And with the spinners on, Australia really charging through the overs here. 2 for 115. That's the end of the 22nd over. And Skull's going to take a break.
I'm out of here.
Catch you soon.
Yeah, see you later.
Grandstand Cricket at Manuka Oval. Nice to have you on board. ABC Local Radio, Grandstand Digital, or wherever you're tuning in on your apps and web services around the world. Quentin Hull and Jeff Lawson with the lights on this historic night at Manuka Oval, and the West Indies 2 for 116, make it 117 as Darren Bravo takes a single on the offside, trying to chase down Australia's 329. And the two Bravo brothers at the crease, Darren 33 and Dwayne 13. And the spinners for Australia, Maxwell and Clark, getting through the overs quickly. It's Maxwell from the southern end to Dwayne Bravo, who just jams down on a full pitch delivery straight back to the bowler. And I'm sure the fans in the eastern stand happy that the sun has gone. It's been a pretty warm day in the nation's capital. As Maxwell into Dwayne Bravo, who shuffles half a step forward, stops and then turns the ball through the onside out to the deep for a single. Scored a 118 for 2. Hard work as an expert, Henry, with these two bowling.
I'm just letting you run because you need to do a bit of extra work.
Just give me one more ball and you can have the entirety between the end of the over and the start of the next. As Darren Bravo is on strike to face the last ball of the 23rd over from Glenn Maxwell. He tries to whip it away. Oh, it's going to be a wide.
No, you've got to do another one.
There's another one. It was down the leg side. Well kept by Wade, but a sundry to the score. Maxwell quickly at the top of his run again. About an 8 or 9 step approach. On the back foot, Darren Bravo cuts out to the deep point boundary where the sweeper keeps the scoring to 1. Go Henry, 2 for 120.
Well, Colin Miller's name was brought up a while ago. Glenn Maxwell, I think, is a hybrid between Tim May and Colin Miller. Not quite the length of the run-up. Colin Miller, originally a medium-pace seam bowler, converted to very successfully to off-spin and coloured hair. And Tim May had a couple of outstandings. His 93 Ashes, absolutely outstanding. Warne and May together, 93. They were superb. But yeah, to me, it's a mixture of both of those. Miller,
very much the tiptoe like Tim May.
And then the rock backs really made sort of stuff. Yeah.
Not quite the shuffle at the start, though.
No, and he doesn't put as much spin on as either of those two. And that'll be something for him to develop. He's a great hitter of the ball. He's an athletic fieldsman. He really is a cricketer in a development phase. He's been given that opportunity on the international stage, which is a very fortunate thing to do.
Michael Clark's had enough. Mitchell Johnson into the attack from the northern end. Left armour to left-hander. Darren Bravo takes a full ball off his pads out to deep square leg for a single. It's Faulkner working out in the deep there in front of the fans on the eastern side of the ground.
How come you're still here? I thought you were leaving at 5 to 8. What happened?
Oh, I'm on till 10 past.
Oh, okay. So I thought...
Timmy's raring and ready to go in a couple of overs.
That's misleading. Now, SMSs. Have we had any overseas ones tonight?
I've had a text from Roshan. Oh, sorry, a tweet from Roshan Abasinga.
Okay, tweet from Sri Lanka.
Yeah, he's disappointed that Kerry's not answering his mail. But he was happy to see the photo that I posted on Twitter of Kerry with
written mail,
with Lauren Jackson.
Paper and pen mail.
I don't know whether it's might be electronic mail. Johnson delivers. Dwayne Bravo works it away through mid-wicket, beats the infield. The dive of Clark couldn't prevent the single, and they get 2 out to Clint Mackay on the western side of the field.
It's just that last week,
123.
Last week we were doing that state game for the SCG. We were doing it on digital, and we had people from Scotland and the States.
I was listening to a bit of it. Yeah,
I mean, it was amazing how many people tuned in online to that. Tonight we've got the one-day international. Historic opening one-day international at Monaco. It'd be nice if the world was hearing about it. Let us know.
On the back foot, single for Dwayne Bravo as Johnson was a bit shorter on that occasion, turned on the onside Watson Fields. comes up from fine leg. The game just seems to be meandering a bit from the West Indies perspective.
Well, this is similar to the phase in the Australian innings where they continue to score at will, but not in boundaries. There's lots of ones and twos, and I think it's fairly sensible stuff. I mean, on the Duckworth-Lewis, which is a nice comparison as to where they are. They're only 14 down, which is one over, really, one good over.
With Gale to come.
Yeah, a couple of wickets, they've got plenty of wickets in the shed, so I think they're playing it reasonably sensibly at the moment.
Darren Bravo faces Mitchell Johnson, drives a full-length delivery to mid-off.
And sensibly is something they didn't do at Perth on Sunday. They could have easily won that. I think they needed about 5.4 and over. And then Pollard hold out to long on off Maxwell, and Sammy hold out to long off. And all they had to do was knock it around and keep it on the ground. Some really, not just careless, reckless batting by their senior players.
Yes, from 3 for 33, a great partnership between Bravo and Powell. And a square drive played here by Darren Bravo out to Clint Mackay in the deep for a single. 2 for 125. That takes Darren Bravo to 36 from 52 balls. Dwayne Bravo is 17. And pointing to a good stat on the screen, Henry, 44 from 43 for the partnership.
Yeah, so I mean, there's not the big hits or the big boundaries coming, odd boundary, but they've got the scoreboard ticking. It keeps moving on. They're not getting bogged down.
Johnson, left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Bravo. Gets a lifter that he controls off the splice from deep in the crease, and he gets a run down to third man where Ben Cutting does the fielding. So that ends the over from Mitchell Johnson. West Indies 2 for 126 after 24 overs, and the comparison to Australia at that time, the hosts were 1 for 121. So
and 6 off the over without taking risks. Now that's good, sensible cricket. Once again, something they did not do Sunday in Perth. They had an opportunity to tie this series up, and they were reckless, particularly the captain and the senior player. Right at the moment, that was 6 and over without a big shot being played. A good solid driving on the ground, the run to third man. I mean, Watson did a lot of that. In the end, he played some big shots, really accelerated towards the end of his innings, but for the most part, he hit the ball hard on the ground.
Maxwell starts his 7th over. Around the wicket, and a single taken by Dwayne Bravo on the onside. So Maxwell in his 7th over. Michael Clark's getting the job done from him, getting through the overs as Maxwell. 29 runs from his 6.1. He's picked up a wicket as well. So snagged a pole. Economy rates down from the all-rounder. Darren Bravo to face Maxwell, and he uses his feet but then checks his shot and defends, in fact, back to the bowler. And Maxwell's busy. He picks up the ball and runs back to the top of his mark. And now he's into his delivery stride at the southern end. Again, half a shuffle forward from Darren Bravo. Checks his shot to punch it in between the two fieldsmen in the infield on the offside to get a run.
Well, Maxwell's not doing anything fancy at the moment. Most of this, it's quicker and flatter stuff. Not really trying to beat the batsman in the air, giving them the opportunity to get under it and play the big shot. So he's quite content just to bowl the darts, and they're all 90k an hour plus, and make it hard to play a big shot.
Maxwell has, again, the Bravo brothers out of their crease. This time it's Dwayne, half a step down, looking to push on the offside. Was there bat in that? They got a run.
Might have been pad tap, boof tick.
Boof tick. No signal of leg by, a single to cover. 2 balls left in the 25th over. And there's no run there as Darren Bravo defends. 2 for 129. Earlier today, Watson 122 from 111. Hughes 86 from 93 balls. And George Bailey, again, bashing well at the end. 44 from 22. As Australia made 7 for 329. Again, Darren Bravo drawn out of his crease. He defends on the offside, but Michael Clark was aware at cover, came in to prevent the single, and that ends the over from Glenn Maxwell. 25 overs down, halfway through the chase. West Indies needing 332 for 129. Dwayne 20, Darren 37, and Tim Gable coming in to join Jeff Lawson.
A nice acoustic play on for Tim Gable. That sounds about right for you, mate.
I think so, about this time of the night, Jeff.
Yeah, it's mellow. It's a mellow play on.
10 past 8 on a weekday night. And it's Mitchell Johnson, who's going to be bowling from the Lake Burley Griffin end of Manuka Oval. And He will be bowling to Dwayne Bravo. The West Indies 2 for 129, and Johnson bowls now, and this is an attempted drive by the looks of it, but it's gone away for 4 anyway.
Well, it's wide.
Yeah.
You know, it was wide and full, and Bravo's, he's not interested in keeping it on the ground. He just saw he got the length and the width and just threw the bat at it and skewed away over gully. Never a risk, almost a wide from Mitchell Johnson. Bravo did well to get a blade on it. It was about a third bounce over backward point.
Well, they certainly have breathed life into the West Indies cause here. The 50 partnership of 51 deliveries, 28 minutes, 4 fours. And Mitchell Johnson was just about halfway down the track, but the umpire has sent him back.
Well, Bravo was wandering away. The law is the batsman must be ready when the bowler's ready, not the vice versa. The batsman should be ready.
Dwayne Bravo about to face Johnson. Johnson bowls now. Bravo plays it down on the wicket area into just that gully area. They make it through for 1, and certainly they're moving the ball around nicely at the moment, the Bravo brothers. And as I say, they've given a bit of a life to the West Indies. They're chasing 330 to win. And just having a look at the record for the highest totals, batting second. India versus the West Indies, 8 for 324. Here we go again. Johnson again bowls to Bravo, pushes it nicely backward of square leg, ball races towards the boundary 4.
Gee, that's a nice shot. Very uncomplicated deflection, wasn't it? He got the full bunger on the west side on, I'm going to say leg stump. Yep. But it was a full bunger. Now we get, yeah, it was. That is the perfect place not to bowl.
9 runs so far off the Mitchell Johnson over. And 3 deliveries.
I'm just searching for a bit of reverse swing to see if it just swung a bit down there, but it was fairly gun barrel.
Darren Bravo facing Mitchell Johnson. Johnson bowling from the lake end of Manuka Oval, near perfect conditions. A little bit hot here today. As again Johnson bowls, and again the ball is definitely played through gully. Batsmen come through for 1. West Indies now 2 for 139 in the 26th over. And just having a look at the Bravo brothers partnership moving along nicely, almost up to 60. And we have DJ Bravo, that's Dwayne Bravo, currently on 25 from 23, and Darren Bravo is on 42 from 58 deliveries, chasing 330 to win. As Johnson moves in, he shuffles towards the crease now. Bowls. Bravo goes forward, lovely drive, and ball bounces once before it hits the fence. Lovely drive there, off drive from Bravo, and quite obviously Mitchell Johnson struggling a little bit for length at the moment as we see the replay, and just a little bit wide too, and Bravo picking that off nicely.
Yeah, I mean, he bowled him his off cutter, which is his sort of default setting when his seam ups aren't going well. Bravo likes to hit it inside out. That really is his favourite shot over extra. Clark has got his mid-off playing wide, but that simply wasn't wide enough.
Okay, so Johnson again bowling to Bravo. Bravo goes back, plays it deftly on the onside, and once again picks the field, and they run through for a quick signal. Michael Clark is there, but there was little he could do to prevent that run. And so the West Indies going along nicely now. 2 for 144. DJ Bravo has moved up to 30. DJ is Dwayne. Darren Bravo is 42. The West Indies 2 for 144. And they're chasing 330 to win in the 27th over.
15 off the over.
Yeah.
And done without a great deal of fuss. A couple of bad balls from Mitchell Johnson, a couple of good shots from Dwayne Bravo. This pitch is still playing beautifully. No sign of reverse swing there. That will make it much more difficult if it does start to reverse. Mitchell Stark will be looking for that. But conditions are very much in favour of the batsman at the moment, even with the lights on.
Mitchell Johnson 5 overs, none for 34. And Glenn Maxwell is bowling now. Bowls to Bravo, who pushes the ball back along the crease. Maxwell, probably the most impressive of the Australian bowlers so far, judging by what we've seen here, although Mackay 4 overs, 1 for 15. Maxwell 8 overs at this stage, 1 for 31. This one played just forward of square leg. Batsmen come through for 2. And the doing it okay now.
Yeah, well, Maxwell's keeping it simple. You know, he's not getting over complicated, changing his pace up too much. It's quick and quicker, basically. He's just bowling around the wickets, pitching middle, angling across the right-handers, not giving it air.
Again, Maxwell bowls to Bravo. Risky shot. It goes just over the head almost of Wade, and it's going to be fielded at fine leg. Batsmen come through for 2. They seem to be scoring at will at the moment. The West Indies 2 for 148. DJ Bravo 34. DM Bravo is 42. Again, Maxwell bowling to Bravo. Bowlers.
Bowling show, do you Wade?
Yeah.
Bowling show.
That's what they call him, the big show, of course.
Big
yes.
show.
And it was played back down along the wicket. And at the moment, we're watching Dwayne Bravo. And he faces again from Maxwell, plays it into the gully area. Batsmen come through for 1. And the West Indies, nice little tight partnership, this one. 2 for 149.
They've done it without much risk at all. Michael Clark, I know he's rushing Maxwell through his overs. It got some merit.
Again, the ball is bowled to Bravo. Just a little bit wide from Maxwell, out into the covers. Batsmen come through for 1.
How good a shot is it for 1?
Out into the mid-wicket area.
Of the Leary Constantine half cut, half drive. Out the deep cover at 1,000 mile an hour. Off a quick ball outside off stump.
That's the 150 for the West Indies. 2 for 150 off 27 overs, 103 minutes. And DJ Bravo is still there, 35. DM Bravo is 43. So Darren Bravo, that's DM Bravo, 43. And Dwayne Bravo is 35. The West Indies 2 for 150, heading into the 28th over. Just have a look at the run rate required. At the start of play, the West Indies needed a run rate of 6.6 per over. They're currently moving along at 5.55. So going along okay.
With batting power play to come and some wickets in the shed, so they've got a few resources left to accelerate.
So Clint Mackay back into the attack. He's going to be bowling from the Lake Burley Griffin end of Monica this time, and ball just short of a length, and it's played down into the gully area. And Bravo just a little bit high there for Bravo to do anything with.
Yeah, look, I think as we saw with James Fortney, he bowled a complete over around the back of the hand top spinners. It's the same ball that Clint Mackay bowls very well, and he started off with it with the back of the hand slow ball. He might bowl a whole over of those. Mitchell Johnson was giving the batsman pace to work with, and they were handling it easily.
Mackay, of course, bowled his first 4 overs from the other end, and this time he bowls to Bravo, who plays it out into the mid-wicket, almost to the boundary. And the batsmen come through for 1. There is a fielder out there. The field at the moment pretty well positioned, with Mitchell Johnson almost on the boundary. Came in quickly, prevented the second run. And the West Indies.
Oh, that's 2 out the back of the hand. And they come out at about 105 kilometres an hour, as opposed to his seam ups, which are 135. He lands them so beautifully, Clint Mackay. Seam comes up, but they're spinners. They're really top spinners.
Dwayne Bravo faces the bowling of Mackay. Bravo just pushes it just forward of square leg. Batsmen come through for a single.
3 from 3. Slower balls.
Again, Michael Clark is the fielder. Pings it back to Wade. And the likelihood is that the Brad Haddon will probably come in for the final game of the series with Matthew Wade going to India. Is that the talk there?
I would imagine.
Yeah. Gee, there's not going to be any players left, is there, for the 2020 game, given that 17 players from this...
It's arguably going to be a better team, though, Tim.
Test side is going to be across there, yes. As the ball is again to Bravo, and Bravo plays that nicely out into the cover area. Lovely piece of fielding right on the boundary, though, by Johnson. Dives at full stretch and prevents the 4. And the batsmen come through for 2. Great fielding by Johnson on the boundary. Had to dive at full stretch. Saved a certain 4. And the batsman in the end only getting 2. Again, it is Mackay bowling to Bravo, and Darren Bravo faces the next ball, plays it deftly down into the gully area, very deep gully too. Batsmen race through for 1, and they're able to do it because the area around gully and point very deep at the moment.
Well, it went straight to Shane Watson, who's sort of deep fine gully, but it went so slowly because it was another slower ball From Clint Mackay. It's brilliantly run when you consider it's run straight off the face of the bat to the man in the edge of the circle. They got through easily.
Again, Mackay to Bravo. Bravo plays it back down along the wicket. Just looking to push it on the leg side, but just seemed to bounce on him a little bit. In the end, it is in the hands of Mackay. Mackay comes through the end of the over. And Mackay has the figures of 5 overs, 1 for 20, pretty tidy over in the end. And the West Indies 2 for 155, chasing 330 to win after 29 overs. DJ Bravo 36, DM Bravo is 47, and the batsmen out so far: Powell 47, Thomas 19. Earlier today, Shane Watson made 122 off 111 deliveries. Phil Hughes 87, Michael Clark 14, George Bailey 44, Aaron Finch 38. Some of the highlights from the Australian innings.
And a couple of highlight catches from Conor Pollard.
Pollard, unbelievable.
Season's best, if not career best, on the one-hander on the fence, followed by a two-hander on the fence. Both would have gone for 6.
Glenn Maxwell coming up for his 9th over has the figures of 1 for 37, as again Bravo cross-bat shot, but it goes straight down behind the bowler, and the batsmen come through for 2. In the end, it's sort of drifted towards long on, and the batsmen come through for 2. Cross-bat style stroke there to the spin of Maxwell, and the West Indies still on target. And again, Bravo faces the bowling of Maxwell, pushes the ball forward, misses it, back it goes to Wade. Wade whips off the bails. A little bit of excitement momentarily there. Firstly when he missed the ball, then when Wade pinged the bails.
Well taken, and he got the bails off quickly. Darren Bravo, no spin. Darren Bravo just, I'll tell a lie. Look, it looked like arm ball, so flat. I just thought he's played inside it, but that actually was an arm ball that hit the footmarks and turned. Ended up missing it by a way.
Maxwell bowls to Bravo. Bravo goes back. Wade again whips off the bails after the ball is missed there by Bravo again. So Glenn Maxwell, good couple of balls here as we see it again on the replay.
Well, he after the ball before, which was flat and full, it wasn't supposed to turn, but it was so full it landed in a footmark. So he thought, oh, well, I'll go again. So he's learnt very quickly, and he tried full flat outside off stump again, and once again it hit the footmark. It's just turned a little bit there, much more than off the wicket proper.
Maxwell bowling to Bravo. Bravo goes back, plays it just past where the gully would normally field. Batsmen come through for 1, fielded in the covers. And the batsmen at this stage, the Bravo brothers, going along okay. Just having a look here. DM Bravo 50 off 67 balls, 70 minutes, 3 fours. And Darren Bravo and his brother Dwayne doing the job for the West Indies. They're 2 for 158. And again, it's Maxwell bowling to Bravo. Bravo plays the ball that beats the field just on the right-hand side there as Maxwell was coming through. The ball goes to long off. The lights really starting to make an impact now, aren't they? You can see the effect of the lights because it's getting pretty dark here in Canberra. 23 minutes past 8 local time as Bravo just dabs that one down along the wicket. Batsmen come through for 1. Maxwell chasing, but the batsman already in the running phase as the ball was hit down along the wicket. And that is the end of the over from Maxwell, and Maxwell has bowled 9 overs, 1 for 42, and the West Indies 2 for 151. Is it 2 for 160 as they change the scoreboard now? 2 for 160 of 29 overs. DJ Bravo is 37. DJ is Dwayne. And Darren Bravo, DM Bravo, is 51. And they are chasing 330 to win. Just having a look at the Duckworth-Lewis comparison. Only 9 runs the difference at the moment.
No, so it means they're hanging in there. And Glenn Maxwell doing a job. As I said, he's just keeping it simple. He's not trying to get too fancy and lure batsmen down the crease. He's just keeping the run rate down. He got a couple past the bat in the last over.
So the West Indies needing 170 of 21 overs as Mackay bowls again to Bravo. Bravo goes forward, lays into that one. Lovely looking off drive. Batsmen come through for 1. But there is a fieldsman out there. Pounced on that pretty quickly. Philip Hughes is out there.
Well, Clark likes to Mitch and Max his field, doesn't he? He used to spend a lot of time inside the circle, and then he's out long off. Well, now he swaps. I can't say. I looked out there. Hughes feeling it long off. He's got the greatest. They're not a bad arm.
Well, he's putting Maxwell.
Yeah, now they're swapping him now. I think Clark, either he forgot or the fieldsmen themselves weren't quite aware. Now Hughes is back at gully.
Mackay bowls to Dwayne Bravo. Bravo goes forward, but the ball just holding up there. And really couldn't complete the shot almost, as he had it in his mind what he was going to do. Couldn't complete it. And the ball dribbles back to Mackay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the slow ball again. And you can see it a lot of times as a batsman, and it's still hard to play it. Beautifully bowled. So I think Mackay is in this team because he has such an effective slow ball.
Again, Mackay bowls. Again, Bravo just plays that one down. Goes behind the wicket this time. Picked up by Wade. He's having a few problems against Mackay. Mackay just varying his pace.
Well, he's landing that top spinner, and it really does jump up. As you said, it's hit high on the splice a couple of times. It's a very difficult ball to drive because Mackay lands at a good length, but then it stops and it bounces. Very hard to hit through the line of that.
The West Indies 2 for 161 as Mackay again bowling to Bravo. Dwayne Bravo goes back, plays it backward of square leg. Batsman looking for 2, coming in quickly from the boundary though is Johnson. He misses it. Almost dived over the top of it. And the batsmen safely make it through for 2. He just seemed to dive over the top. 3 in the end. Yes. Initially it was only going to be 1. He missed it. They came back for 2. Another 2.
What happened here? He just slides over. He had to hurry in to try and stop the 2. They went hard for the 2, and then the side of his boot just slipped from underneath him. Ended up on his backside. Ball got past. They got 3.
Darren Bravo facing Clint Mackay. Mackay moves in, bowls just a little bit short, and he looks to play it on the onside. There is a fielder there at mid-wicket though.
New batsman on strike. He bowls seam up. That was 133, 134. So he's had a look at it, one seam up. I bet you goes back to slow ball now.
And Clint Mackay got the award, didn't he, for the one-day player of the year on Monday night.
Yeah, very interesting.
Moves in now, bowls to Bravo. Bravo goes forward, just plays it almost to mid-wicket again on the leg side. Batsmen come through for 1, certainly testing the field, but at the moment the Australians really don't have too many answers in the field, as we saw a moment ago with Mitchell Johnson. But the West Indies at the completion of the 30th over are currently 2 for 165.
And after 30, Australia were 1 for 161.
All right, so they're going along pretty nicely at the moment. So the West Indies are 2 for 165 after the 30th over. DJ Bravo on 40. DM Bravo is 53. Maxwell bowls again to Bravo. And again pushes the ball to the covers. Batsmen come through for 1. So the West Indies 2 for 166 in the 31st over. And yes, Jim Maxwell is waiting here to come in. So immediately after this ball from Glenn Maxwell as he bowls now to Bravo. Bravo goes forward, misses the ball completely, comes off the pads of Wade. Ball is bounced away. Batsmen come through for 1. 2 for 167 now. DJ Bravo 41. DM Bravo is 54.
Yeah, that was a big fat edge. Wade didn't actually drop it. The nick hit him on the leg, so big was the deviation.
Thanks, Tim. And the next ball pushed to cover. They go for a run. They don't. Clark comes in and sends them back, keeps them where they are. But they're ticking over very nicely here, and keeping everyone interested in where this game could finish up. Remember, Gale has not batted as yet. And Maxwell is swept and missed down the leg side. That might save a wide because Maxwell appealed and the umpires thought about it all, and now he's going to signal a wide. Yeah. Is there a thought here of going upstairs? Someone's heard a nick. They're having a chat. And Michael Clark needs to be convinced by the wicketkeeper. Yes, they're going upstairs.
It's been called a wide.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to have to revoke the wide if the technology comes up with a snick. But this is very interesting.
But if the technology shows it nicks the thigh pad, do you then call the wide? dead ball again.
Well, we'll see.
There was a noise.
There was something down the leg side, but
what
is it? We're going to see from behind here the first replay as he goes after it. What has it hit? Looks like it's hit his thigh pad. It
has.
And not his bat.
So
the wicket-keeper's gone very keen. We're going to see hotspot just to confirm that. Nothing on the bat. It's hit the pad.
What about the wide call, though?
Well, that'll be very interesting.
Because it definitely hits him on the thigh pad.
So if the umpire gets the message from upstairs that...
and then do you lose a referral?
Yeah, well... It was a pretty optimistic appeal for a catch, don't you think? I know he's unsighted.
Well, it was there was a noise.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it was the anti-wide appeal.
Now, what's the umpire going to do here? Because if he gets the message that it's taken the thigh pad, he should revoke his other call of wide. What about the wide?
That's what he's revoking.
No. Yes, he is revoking it. He's crossing his arms on his chest, and that is the signal for...
Take the wide back.
The wide to be taken out. So that's the only good result that's come out of that for Australia, is that the wide's been overturned.
One less run and one less ball.
Yeah.
Could be the difference. Simon Fry does like to call a wide. When in doubt, he calls wide. He does not give bowlers anything, Simon Fry.
Yeah, well, it looked a fairly obvious deflection from the pad, but there we go. A push to the offside to finish the over, or not. We've still got another one to go. 2 for 167.
Ball over. Liam, are you counting balls? All right. Okay.
There's one to come. Okay.
Not Billy Bowden's not out there.
Around the wicket, he has him pushing away to the onside off the pad. They don't get a run as Wade scrambles after the ball. And there was a bit to talk about during that over. 31 of them gone. And the West Indies in a position where they might pull a win off here with the Bravo at the moment.
Yeah, I think we've got an exciting finish coming up for the next half hour. You'll be joined, you in checks, still by markings and stripes for our radio listeners.
Outstanding. Yep. There's a bit going on around here, but the Bravos are in good nick with Darren and Dwayne. 54 not out for Dwayne, 41 for Darren. And here he comes. Mackay bowls just wide of the off stump, and Dwayne Bravo lets it go through to the keeper. It's 2 for 167. We're starting the 33rd over, and it's Dwayne Bravo 41, Darren Bravo 156. Chris Gale has not batted. He didn't open. He went off, so he had to be pushed down the list, and he may have a side strain. Mackay bowls a tight ball, pushed back down the pitch, well bowled by Clint Mackay. He's putting the brakes on here with Glenn Maxwell having completed 10 overs, 1 for 44. You do wonder at the team selection, I suppose, here tonight. Did they get it right by not playing Doherty ahead of perhaps Mitchell Johnson, Mark Hicks?
Yeah, that's probably the call. Doherty probably should have played with these big boundaries as well.
Now, another tight ball bowled by Mackay, and it's just knocked into the pitch back towards the bowler.
I think with a lower bounce, and that'd be probably harder to get hold of the guys who've left pace on the ball, especially later on in the match. You've seen by the fast bowlers, they've taken the pace right off it. A lot of balls at the back of the hand, especially from Mackay and Faulkner, and doing it well.
Yep, very clever bowling. Mixing it up. Mackay in again. And a short ball's hit in the air, and it's hit magnificently. One bounce over deep mid-wicket before. He picked the length there.
Yeah,
Dwayne Bravo.
Dragged that one down a bit. Gave him a good sider at it. You know, the tough one is the one that's a good length, and that was definitely short of a length.
Yeah.
Well struck, though.
Again, trying a sleight of hand, back of the hand delivery. Bravo's 45. Mackay again back, and he pulls this one hard to backward square. That should go for another 4. Johnson went left, he went right, and he's in the field. He wasn't bowling, and it's Bravo to 49, 2 for 175.
and they've pushed themselves in a good position here. I think they're well on target. And, with the hitting they've got to come, it's going to be a hard job for Australia to peg them back from here. They need a couple of quick wickets and draw up a few runs.
He's a good four-hitter, this fella. Needs one for his 50. Mackay comes in and he pushes towards short extra cover and doesn't get a run. As the ball is scrambled and collected out there by Doherty. He's been out there on the field. So that's the completion of the over. And Finch was off the park. So the score's 2 for 175. Duckworth Lewis at this point's 181. So they're getting closer.
Yeah, and on target, if you look at the same time, Australia only 1 run behind the West Indies target, so they're well ahead. Wickets in the bank as well.
So is Michael Clarke going to be bowling a few more overs here to get this game turned around?
I reckon Clarke probably bowled a few overs just in case Maxwell. It just gives him better options through the list. It just breaks his bowlers up, and if someone doesn't fire with the quickies, then he's able to have a few in the bank. I think this is a big spell.
Mitchell Starc coming on.
Whether it goes reverse, important time in the game, and a chance for him to bowl a bit of reverse, a few Yorkers, and hopefully get a few breakthroughs for Australia.
Yep, Darren Bravo on 56 has the strike, and he's bowling to into power play here. How many out are there? I can see 3 as he bowls around the corner. It's gone behind square. Fine legs up. It's going out towards the boundary. I think Mackay won't get there. No. Beats him over the line for 4 to backward square. Very fast ground.
Very quick, and it did show a hint of reverse there, so he's only just missed there, and he's gone for 4. I mean, it wasn't a bad ball by any means, but just been clipped away. Good batting. But the reverse swing here will be the indicator of the late overs and how Australia progresses.
Now, protection deep square. Long on. Deep cover. And a third man. As Mitchell Starc strives for the breakthrough Australia urgently need, and Bravo drives him through the covers, but there's a sweeper out in the deep. Falcons there as they take a single, and the score moves to 180 with Darren on 59 and Dwayne on 49.
Yeah, struck that beautifully out to the point boundary. Brian Laros.
Yeah, well, that's how they raved about Darren Bravo when he first came on the scene. It's probably not a good thing to put that
against your name,
expectation
makes it tough
up for someone, for any player, but he may be just starting to blossom, and there's a hint with this West Indies side that there's some very good batting if they can put it together. They haven't so far in this series, but they certainly threatened to do that in Perth and couldn't finish the game off. Now we're back with the right-handed Dwayne Bravo. Around the wicket, Starc has him jumping back, and he turns around the corner. He's hustling for 1. He wants 2 as Faulkner comes in to attack the ball. No. There was a fumble. Had they gone, they would have made it, but he wasn't to know that he was going to fumble it out there. That's a half century to Dwayne Bravo. An excellent effort from him, keeping the West Indies moving towards this target of 330. They're 2 for 181 in the 33rd over. 100 partnership, 95 balls.
Great half century there. You notice these two brothers running together. They're not real keen to run each other out. They've not really taken on any real close twos. When in doubt, they haven't ran.
Starc bowls it, and he's looking to drive. Open face, gets it down towards third man, and they'll come back for a couple of runs. They've certainly got the board ticking over, and they're picking off boundaries. 2 for 183. Mitchell Starc is bowling from the Monica end of the ground, and he runs in, bowls to Darren Bravo, and he's hit on the pad, I think, as it skittles away towards third man on the deflection. What's the umpire got to tell us? Or did he get something on that? No, he got the pad.
Looking by the show he played, probably sliding down leg. A bit of that reverse that we're talking about. I'm interested to know who's going to get a wicket from the other end.
Well, run-outs shortening in the betting there, because they're batting with some skill.
Will we try Finch?
Clark again. Stark comes up and he bowls a ball that slashed and missed. Bounced again before it got through to Wade, who's standing back a long way there for Stark, given that there's a bit of reverse and lower bounce. So the end of the over, 2 for 184, and there's 17 overs to go to score 146 to win it. Now, where are we going down at the other end? Looks like Clint Mackay is going to continue. If you look at the number of overs to be bowled up there on the board, Mackay's still got 4, Johnson 4, Faulkner 6, Stark 6.
Stark will probably bowl 3 in this spell and then finish with a few, I'd say. They use him as a finisher. And then they have to work out how they're going to go about in the middle. Who do they finish with at the other end? Thought Mackay might be a chance to finish, but
it's Darren Bravo who's going to face Mackay, and he's away from that Lake Burley Griffin end, and he bowls a ball that's pushed back into the offside field, where Michael Clark is fielding. 3 in the circle on the on, 2 on the on side, and the crowd, you can hear that buzz around the crowd. They've had a wonderful day here.
It's a fantastic crowd, and it's good to see the Canberra people out supporting cricket in the nation's capital.
Yeah, and they're enjoying the evening here. It's cooled off a little, and he tries to turn the next ball away but misses out. It took the pad and went through to Wade.
I think the good thing for the Canberra people, not only do they get the cricket come to town, but all the people that come with the cricket, the ex-players that are in town that have done coaching clinics around the town. You know, your Chris Cairns or your Lance Cairns and Graham Hicks in town. There's been a few coaching clinics around the place, and it's got a chance to get some coaching from international flavour.
Mackay in again. He bowls to Darren Bravo, and he missed cues here. May have nicked it into his pad. It trickled away out towards Finch, and they took a run off that inside edge. So is that that's your caper here? You're involved in the coaching?
A little bit of coaching, yeah, just looking after the senior side of the ACT. Having a good season so far this year, which is nice. If we play well in our last game, we'll go close to winning the Futures League. So that will be the second time in 3 years. So been going quite well.
2 for 185 at the moment. Mackay now to Dwayne Bravo, the right-hander, and he walks across and he's hit on the pad, and they scoot off for another run as the Clark comes in to collect. So who are the Brad Haddon, Michael Bevins of the future you've got in that team?
We got John O'Dean, who obviously played well in the Prime Minister's 11. There's a young number 3 bat who's quite solid, Aaron Eyre. He's played some good cricket for us. We've got some young bowlers coming through. Nick Winter, who played well at the 19s and has played a full season of futures with us, and some other young guys. We're quite a young side trying to push through the youth.
Mackay in and bowls it, and he lashes this away. That's a very good shot, expansive and long over long on. That is a fantastic stroke.
That's a big hit here,
Darren Bravo. Yeah, that's cleared the boundary by 15 metres.
Not only was it long, it was high as well. Just got that in the screws, obviously.
Got underneath it. Again, he went for his variation ball, and Darren Bravo just hit sweetly, strongly through the line.
His boundaries have come from that change-up ball in the last couple of overs. Might be chucking this one a bit quicker.
Mackay bowls to him, and he drives it down to long off and takes a run. And that's the completion of the over. There are a few from that. We've got Dwayne on 69, a 51, and Darren on 69. How many from that over, Leon? 9 off the over. Thank you. So it's 2 down for 193. They're well on target. And do you play on this ground?
Yeah, we do,
in the
yeah.
Futures League?
Yep.
Oh, good.
Yeah, no, we get to play
I'm
here.
pleased to hear someone uses it for cricket matches other than
That's right.
the odd Prime Minister's game and this international.
Yeah, no, it's a fantastic oval and it should be played on more.
Yes, it should be. It's the home of cricket in Canberra. And it deserves a bit more play. Now it's Mitchell Starc with his left armers. He runs in and is slashing and missing outside the off stump there. Darren Bravo. And that went to Wade fairly quickly. Still looks like he's standing too far back, but there you go. It's 2 for 193 and we're in the 35th over.
Darren looks like he's trying to move it along here now. He's showed good intent last over that 60 on the ground, and obviously he's had a fair swipe at that one. Probably an idea if he's going to let go a bit.
Tough for Australia in the field here at the moment. Starc needs the wicket, and he doesn't get one because a drive sends the ball flying away out to deep cover. Australia need a couple of those Kyron Pollard catches. Some spectacular intervention like that. He took 4 in the field, 1 from his own bowling, and one hander leaping high at deep mid wicket. That was one of the best catches you'd ever see.
They certainly were. And the one he missed down here, but he's still got a hand on. A lot of players wouldn't have got close to getting a hand on that. The way he moved around the boundary to get there first and foremost, and then obviously putting a hand out to try and catch it. He didn't quite catch that one, but showed some great athleticism.
More of Starc around the wicket. Bowling to Dwayne Bravo, back and playing defensively down the pitch, getting right behind it. So 70 to Darren, 51 to Dwayne in the partnership after Thomas opened the batting and made 19 and Powell 47. Sarwan, Pollard, Gale and Sammy to come. So there's plenty of powerful batting.
Pollard in next. Where do you think, Jim?
I hope so. Starc bowls now and he's tight on the crease, pushing towards point, doesn't get a run. Maxwell pounces and stops it. Yes, Sarwan's been very disappointing.
And he's an accumulator, really, and he likes to bat those middle overs and knock them around where they probably need to put the foot down here a bit, and it might be an ideal time for Pollard to come in and power play time, have it.
He's certainly a good striker, but these two are going very well and they're taking some removal as Starc comes in and he bowls to Dwayne Bravo, who drives into the covers on the bounce, fielded out there by Watson, moving around pretty well to stop it. Watson made 122 in very good form, a great sign for Australia's prosperity going into the tour of India. So Starc back near the edge of the circle. 1 ball to come in this over. It is a balmy night here. The temperatures drop, but it's not cool. It's very pleasant. Starc's coming in. Wayne Bravo's back and he turns. No, he misses down the leg side. It's a wide. And it didn't flick the pad that time. He just lost the line of it.
Little change of pace.
Yeah.
Obviously tried to bowl a bit of an off cutter, I think. Yeah, slower ball bouncer. Didn't quite get up and dragged it down leg a bit.
Yep.
And that would be his method here, I think, a few slower balls and rely on his good Yorker.
2 for 195, the West Indies. Starc's moving in and he bowls a beauty. Hit the middle stump. Ripped right through his defences. A big wicket for Australia. Dwayne Bravo bowled by Australia's top gun, Mitchell Starc. He's the go-to man. Australia are going to win some games. And that pitched and just straightened a little bit and blasted through his defences.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see him hold a cross seam. I thought with the ball going reverse he would be holding a seam up, but that ball he's held a cross seam and it's gone on with the arm a bit, hasn't it?
That was an excellent delivery. And here comes the man, Chris Gale. He's been a man everywhere but on the field for the Thunder and the West Indies on his Australian tour. And Quentin Hull is going to come in and tell you about what happens next. But a lot of expectation as we go into the last part of this game. 15 overs to go. And the West Indies 2 for 195. They need 135 from 90 balls.
Well, always nice to be with you, Mark, but a good time to be re-engaged in the commentary with Chris Gale striding out. And a good reception from the Canberra fans too.
Yeah, I think they've seen some great knocks from him here at Manuka Oval. So, and also missing out on seeing him play in the Prime Minister's 11. Happy to see him out here. It'll be interesting how hampered he is with that side strain. How hard he can swing. I think with him coming in now, he can't be hampered too much. If he was hampered a little bit, you'd think that Pollard would probably come in instead. So I assume he's pretty right to go.
So the Bravo brothers putting on 114 runs for the third wicket. 51 from 50 for Dwayne. And now James Faulkner back into the attack from the northern or Lake Burley Griffin end. Darren Bravo 70 not out, and Chris Gale has had a terrible time of things in 50-over cricket for the West Indies since he played his first game in...
whole summer, really.
Well,
he's missed out all summer.
Yeah, for the Thunder, for the West Indies. The batting power play has been taken.
Interesting time in the game. It's nearly time for make it or bust it, eh?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they tackle it here.
If you can't tell by the inspirational music, International Day of People with Disability is upon us. On December 3, we recognise the contributions and achievements of over 4 million Australians with disability. Hi there, I'm comedian Madeline Stewart, and I'm a proud person with disability. Right now, you can check out some great content right across the ABC, on radio, TV and online that celebrates and highlights contributions of people with disability, just like me.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of netball.
3 for 195. Faulkner begins a new over, and it's pushed out on the offside for a single by Darren Bravo. And now the much taller of the two left-handers on strike, Chris Gale, who started with a bang back in West Indies colours after his disputes with the board. 18 months away from the team, he came back to play one of the 3-1 days against England in June. He made 53 at the Oval, and then at the start of the New Zealand series at home, he made 63 not out and 125. So 53, 63 not out and 125 in his first 3 games back, and we thought, thank you, Mr. Gale, haven't we missed you?
Yeah.
But he's scored 1 score over 20 since then in about a dozen innings. He's on strike here and stroking Faulkner to the covers to Michael Clark.
And searching for the ball there. He really searched for that one. And Gale at his peak, he lets that ball come to him and accesses a lot of power, where he was out there looking for that one.
Yes, just to finish that 5-game series against New Zealand. So 63 not 125, and then it went 11, 16, 5. The series against Bangladesh and Dhaka in December after they'd won the World 2020. We'll wait for Faulkner here, left arm over to Gale, and he strokes the ball to backward point, but no run, Finch Fields. So in Bangladesh, you made 35, 15, 4, 16 and 2. That's against the might of the Tigers. And then, of course, 2 knocks of 4 in Perth at the weekend. So it's, after an explosive return to West Indies 50-over cricket, it's been a drought since then.
It has. I'm not too sure you'll be able to dent his confidence, though. He flies pretty high.
Where's the cover? Only 3 men out in the power play. So long on goes out. There's deep cover and deep mid-wicket. Faulkner to Gale, who plays a late cut, gets off the mark. Finch throws at the striker's end, but Darren Bravo was quickly into his cheeky single there to get through. And the former captain is underweight, and the score to 197 for 3. The target 330.
Yeah, interesting time in the game. Can he get started, Gale?
More than 9 and over now, the West Indies. Faulkner to Bravo, and he lofts him over extra cover for 4. Beautiful shot. Freeing the arms and hitting with confidence over the infield. And Darren Bravo moves to 75, and the West Indies register 200 in the 36th over, 3 for 201.
Just wonder if the slower ball's getting a little bit predictable here. They've used it so much and it was effective early, but I think of the last sort of maybe 6 or 7 slower balls, a lot of them have gone to the fence.
So Faulkner's reply is almost a Yorker and squeezed out to the deep square boundary on the offside. Johnson there at deep cover or cover point to do the fielding in front of us in the Bradman stand, and just 1 run. So the end of the over from Faulkner, and the West Indies 3 for 202. They need 128 runs from 84 balls to keep the series alive.
Stark to come again at the Marnie Karen. You know, he's a go-to man when they need wickets at the moment, and obviously trying to get Gale early is so important to their cause. Pollard, we see there padded up.
Big Kairon, what a catch he took in the outer.
Oh, magnificent athlete.
Well, in front of the outer on the eastern side at deep mid-wicket earlier in the day to get rid of George Bailey. He leapt in the air and went one-handed with his right hand to a ball that was going into the crowd, not just beyond the rope. It was an amazing catch.
Yeah, fantastic.
And took a very good one in a similar position on the field a couple of overs later with 2 hands.
He's taken some fantastic catches this summer. But probably another guy who's missed out a little bit with the bat. I think in Perth he got found out a bit with pace. Probably got him in a bit early in the innings where the ball was still moving and probably looked a bit at sea. Bit different here when he has to go, and it suits him. You know, it's dictated to how he has to play.
So quite the delay before the start of this over. A long conversation between Michael Clarke and his bowler. He's trying to get this field right. There's a third man inside the circle, or should I say fine leg inside the circle. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a wide mid-wicket in the infield. Stark delivers, and it's pushed out in the offside by Darren Bravo, trying to cut or just force on the offside, fielded by Maxwell at backward point, no run. So the 3 men out in this power play. Deep third man, deep mid-wicket, and deep point.
Yeah, and he's going to go full as well. So if he misses here, he's going down the ground. He's going to try and hit him down the ground.
No cover straight.
No cover straight.
Daring them to go straight to the swinging Stark delivery, and he goes over extra cover, does Darren Bravo. Doesn't get all of it, but he'll get a couple. About 2/3 the way to the boundary out at extra cover. 2 runs.
That beautiful, stylish West Indian shot where they play it off the back foot, half volley, and you just throw the bat. It's a West Indian shot, isn't it? That we know and love. You know, Richie Richardson, special.
His back used to lean in an amazing arc when he played that shot.
Good wind-up.
Probably weighed down by the weight of the broadness of the brim of his hat. That was a big hat he used to wear, Richie. Stark to Darren Bravo. And he drives, and it's through mid-off. That's a misfield that's going to cost Australia 4 runs. And it's Ben Cutting, who was the harbour bridge there, went down and it went through him. So the West Indies to 3 for 208 and Darren Bravo to 82.
You can't afford those this time in the match, you know, build some pressure. We've got to be stopping those balls.
Oh, and the captain was right near him, Michael Clarke. We see on the replay, he just turned his head.
Not too sure he even got a mid on it.
No, well,
he didn't slow it down much.
3 for 208. Stark left arm over Darren Bravo. Looks to turn it on the onside, and it goes through the slips cordon down to third man. And was there a bat on that? No, a leg by. A run nonetheless. And now Chris Gale exposed to Mitchell Stark. And, well, Mackay got Gale in the first game. And Stark got the entire top order in the second game.
Yeah, he did. And interesting little period here with that new ball going back, going reverse. You know, it's so important to get those first few on the mark and not get him a let off.
Never scored 100 against Australia. I don't think he's got, well, the runs nor time tonight, but it's interesting for such a prolific batsman against other countries. He walks at Stark and takes it off his body on the onside. Gale controlled it down. I think that may have hit the arm guard. Wade trots across towards the square leg umpire to field, and they get a single.
Yeah, a bit of glove, a bit of arm, I think. He's sort of half-step. No, he's played it all right in the end.
I don't think I got wood, but nonetheless, Bit of glove. One ball left in the 37th over. Under the lights at Manuka Oval. Very warm afternoon.
Will Gale knock him around, or will he play second fiddle or not?
Darren Bravo has looked a bit aggressive this over. Full from Stark. Driven beautifully by Darren Bravo through extra cover. It beats the diving Michael Clark and races to the rope on the eastern side. That's a fine shot to a slightly over-pitched delivery from Stark. And Bravo moves to 86. And the West Indies 3 for 214 at the end of the 37th. And there's going to be a refreshment. And the equation now looking very gettable with 7 wickets in hand. The West Indies need 116 runs from 78 balls. Darren Bravo 86, Chris Gale 2. The West Indies 3 for 214, needing 330 to win the game, with drinks on the field at Manuka. Thank you, Debbie. And while Pete was giving that report of the proceedings at Bellerive Oval, a fireworks display here at the drinks. As a welcome back, Kerry O'Keefe. We couldn't see it.
No.
It was beyond the roof of the Bradman stand that we're in, but we could see it on the telly anyway, down at the northern end. Will we see the fireworks from the West Indies Blades?
Well, that's the crucial thing now, isn't it? It's well poised. What's Gale got?
He's facing Faulkner, and he's bowled! Faulkner gets through the West Indies champ, and his summer of discontent in Australia continues, and that's a huge wicket for James Faulkner. Gale bowled for 2, and the West Indies 4 for 214. Through the gate.
It was, and he never looked comfortable, Chris Gale. He's obviously inconvenienced by the injury he suffered while he was fielding, and he didn't look in the event at any stage. 2 from 5 deliveries, and out he goes. It brings in Pollard. Now this is the man that can change it.
Well, what a terrible summer he's having, Chris Gale. Misfired with the Thunder and now scores of 4, 4 and 2 in the one-day game so far.
Funny enough, Q, he actually went back and played for Jamaica and in 2020 and got 85 and 122 not in their competition.
Yeah.
So he did it for his native Jamaica, but he hasn't really offered yet. And he was obviously inconvenienced by injury there. But this is the man that I think can affect the victory here, Kyron Pollard. He only deals in sixes, really, and that's what's required now. The run rate has escalated. It's an ideal situation for a hitter. If he can get his eye in and just bomb a few, then we've got a real match. So if he was to go, Australia will win it easily. So it all rests now on Kyron Pollard against the Australians.
Took a couple of spectacular catches, as we were speaking about, and he's just waiting for Assad Ralph to look at him so he can take guard and bang the bail into the spot on the pitch where he wants to square up to look at the left-handed Tasmanian. James Faulkner, we've seen a lot of him in state cricket. It seemed a matter of time before he played white ball cricket for his country. Bit of 2020 stuff and now some 50-over cricket. He seems to be doing his bit. Big partnership with Bailey the other day was important with the blade too.
He's a very intense competitor, and I think he's just got a Michael Clark has been summoned by Assad Ralph. They've got a apparently it's to do with James Faulkner.
Left arm over. He delivers to Pollard. Pushed out on the offside. No run. Is he running on the pitch, is he?
I don't know whether, I think that's just a reaction. He gets so involved. There's a lot of huffing and puffing, and maybe didn't like the reaction afterwards. Oh yeah,
we've just seen the send-off that James Faulkner has given to Chris Gale. You don't need to be a lip-reading specialist to work out it was a little unsavoury. 2 words, the second of them off.
Yeah, he does get a little bit too involved at times, Faulkner.
He bowls to Pollard, pushing out through point. Pollard's away with a single to the sweeper, covering the boundary out there on the eastern side of the field.
Yeah, and I mean, I know that's part of his persona as a cricketer. He's into it. Every ball is a contest for him, but I think that could get mentioned. Just the celebration and the send-off. But It's funny now, he has the variations that'll worry Corin Pollard. Corin Pollard likes to work with pace, and the Australians are going to vary it on him, bowl slower balls out the back of the hand and give him no rhythm to work with.
And again, just a chat between Clark and Faulkner before the Tasmanian runs into Darren Bravo, who's 86 not out, and he bowls him! 2 wickets in the over for James Faulkner, the young all-rounder, swinging the game Australia's way. And the fine innings of Darren Bravo is over. He's bowled for 86. But the poles knocked back of Gale and Darren Bravo in the one over for James Faulkner. The West Indies now 5 for 215.
And that was just a fast medium delivery. He'd been bowling all sorts of change-ups, and he decided that he'd go straight at the stumps against Darren Bravo, and he's aimed it off stump and hit off stump. That's a very good delivery. And really now it's Pollard against Australia. Suddenly the tail, Sarwan will probably come in desperately short of runs. And in fact, it may not even be Sarwan.
It's big Andre.
Oh, another hitter.
Andre Russell.
Yeah, so there are hitters around, but the Australians have the momentum, Q. And I just wonder whether Pollard will get enough balls that he fancies to hit the sixes they need. Very appreciative crowd. That's been the key. They've stayed attentive to the cricket. They've enjoyed it. It's been a good day. There's been no misbehaviour. Well done. They've come along to watch an international, and they've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, it says a bit of something about too where Ramnaresh Sarwan is, the fact that there's a hitter out there. They don't want to go with the anchor in the hitter. Well, they've still got the hitter in Sammy to come as well, and we see Narayan can tonk it a bit, but no, it's Corin Pollard at the non-strikers end, and Andre Russell, who dined out in the PM's game here, to face James Faulkner, who's on a hot streak. First ball is full and crunched through wide, mid-off for 4 by Andre Russell. He's got this very unique bat as well, too, a mongoose bat, I think Mark Hicks was calling it earlier on, with the long handle, and the blade is shorter than the regulation that you'd see. Give power through the stroke, and boy, oh boy, when he hits them, they stay hit. Great way to start. 5 for 219. Still a great over for Faulkner, and he has Russell on the back foot this time defending, and that's the end of a terrific over from James Faulkner, where he picked up the scalps of Gale for 2 and Bravo Darren for 86. Both clean bowled. West Indies 5 for 219 after 38 overs. They need 111 from 72 balls.
Hello and welcome back to Marnock Oval. Tim Gable alongside Kerry O'Keefe, and you'd have to say Australia on top at the moment. 5 for 219. The West Indies chasing 330 to win as Mitchell Starc is bowling, and Pollard plays it down towards the gully, and batsmen come through for 1. Andre Russell is out there, hit 54 against the PM's 11, hit a couple of massive sixes, suffered a leg injury, didn't play in the first 2 games at the WACA, but it is great to see him out there now for the Windies. Can hit the ball, and looking forward immensely to watching him bat if he gets going, Skull.
Yeah, no, he's a hitter. These are the 2 that can take West Indies to the victory, but will Australia give them enough deliveries that they can lift over the rope? Monstrous strikers.
Starc bowls to Russell, moves back along his crease, plays the ball back down along the ground, and Starc coming through, fields off his own bowling. Just has a quick chat on the run there to Michael Clark. He'd be pretty happy with that over from George Faulkner just a moment ago, taking 2 wickets. Gale for 2, Darren Bravo for 86.
Yeah, look, Starc and Faulkner are the go-to bowlers for Michael Clark these days. He's bowling Starc out, I think.
Starc to Russell. Russell goes for a wild slash outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Wade. Almost a half attempted appeal there, but in the end the Australians just joyful that Russell didn't get hold of that one.
Is this Stark's 8th or 9th? I can't.
I'd assume that it's his 8th.
Yeah. All right. He's got a couple up his sleeve, but it'll be interesting. He's got to tinker with it. He's got a few overs to make up, Michael Clark.
Russell on strike. Stark bowling from the Cathedral end of Monica Oval. Again, Russell really winds up through the covers. Batsmen come through for one. Johnson right on the boundary, field successfully. Batsmen come through for two. Johnson's had a fair bit of work to do.
He's such a great athlete. I love watching him on the boundary rope. He's so flexible and lithe. He's a great mover, is Mitchell Johnson. He has a role to play late because he's going to be bowling at some stage, and the match is on the line.
Well, he's bowled 5 overs so far. Stark currently in his 8th over. Again, is bowling to Russell. Moves in, bowls to Russell, a little bit short, and Russell almost lets go of the bat. It was short. He had a wild slash at that one. One hand went off the bat. That could have been anything again.
You know, in 64 one-day international innings, Kyron Pollard has hit 78 sixes. So he's a 1.2 or whatever it is, sixes per innings he plays, and he's played 179 T20, and he's hit more sixes in those than he's batted. So he just clears the rope, and that's the expectation here.
Stark bowls to Russell. Again, Russell glides that one successfully this time, and it goes through the vacant slip cordon straight down to the boundary. Beat the man at third man, and finally got hold of one there with a bit of a slash outside the off stump, and it races away to the boundary. So the West Indies 5 for 226, and they need 104 from 66 deliveries. That was the end of the 39th over. Pollard is on 2, Russell is 10, and the comparison, Australia led 2 for 237 in response. The West Indies a 2 for 226. So Australia had 3 wickets in hand and were ahead by 11 runs.
Yeah, Australia looked to be winning, but this is a crucial over, and Michael Clarke is backing Faulkner here with his out the back of the hand stuff against Pollard. But what's Pollard got?
Faulkner bowling to Pollard, a little bit short, and Pollard just didn't read the change in pace there, nor the bounce by the looks of it, and the ball bounces just before it hits Wade, and he just moved forward but just misjudged it, and George Faulkner is on fire after taking 2 wickets in his previous over.
That's the thing, he's a big money earner around the world, Kyron Pollard, but he doesn't pick up changes of pace very well.
Pollard again faces Faulkner. This time it's on the leg side, pushes it backward of square leg. Again, Mitchell Johnson has to work hard to get to that one. Can't prevent the batsman coming through for 2. And so the West Indies now 5 for 228, needing 102 from 64 balls.
Yeah. It's gettable, but one or both of this pair have to get them. Sarwan, such a fantastic test player throughout his career, dimming twilight, listed next, may not come in.
Faulkner bowls to Pollard. Again, Pollard pushing that one backward of square leg. It races away towards the boundary. That'll be 4. Johnson couldn't get there in time. So they're starting to score a few runs, and certainly with Pollard and Russell out there, you get the impression that runs can be scored.
Well, Australia are really overdoing the out the back of the handball, and they're starting to work them out pretty well. I think it's time for Faulkner to bowl a bit of fast medium. It worked against Darren Bravo. Can it work against Pollard?
Faulkner bowling from the lake end of the field, straight up and down to Pollard. Pollard plays it with a lovely on drive. Batsman come through for 1. Played it out. It's past Faulkner, who was following through, put his hand down, couldn't regather the ball in the follow through.
I'm going with Kyron. Do you go Kyron?
I'll go Kyron if you go Kyron.
Yeah.
A lot of people say Kieran, but I'll go Kyron.
No, thanks, mate. Thanks for your support.
That's right.
I just saw a text that said, you know, why am I going? I thought everybody went Kyron.
Russell is facing the bowling of Faulkner. West Indies.
I'm going Russell too.
They'd 97 off 62 balls, and Faulkner again bowls to Russell. Crossbat style shot goes down along the ground on the offside, straight to the field. Batsmen don't even attempt to make a run there.
How about the mongoose that Russell's got? The longish handle, extra length handle, and the shorter blade, sweeter middle, they say.
I was just talking to Lance Cairns downstairs. Of course, he had the bat, the Excalibur.
He did.
Yeah, massive bat apparently.
He was hitting him one-handed out of the MCG.
Faulkner again bowling to Russell. Russell plays it down towards third man, short third man. Batsman come through for one. And Pollard is on 9. Russell is 11. And the West Indies at the end of that over, 5 for 234. They need 96 to win here at Monaco. They're chasing 330 to win. Yes, we had Lance Cairns and also Chris Cairns together down there. They sledged each other.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they just got stuck into each other. And Max Walker was talking about his time working at the MCG as a student, working in the Jack Fingleton scoreboard. So it's interesting to have a chat.
They bowled similarly, didn't they? Lance Cairns and Max Walker.
Off the wrong foot.
Yeah.
Not attractive, was it?
No, you wouldn't say it was aesthetically pleasing watching them in tandem, was it?
No.
But they both moved it.
Yes. And gee, Lance Cairns, remember that innings that he played where he hit Dennis Lilly for 6? I think Lilly hit him in the head with a bouncer during the World Series Cup in 82-83. Yeah. And then he came back and hit Ken McClay for 2 sixes, Rodney Hogg for 2 sixes, and then Dennis Lilly for 2 sixes.
Yeah, and he's taking one hand off the bat at contact. That was an innings.
It was, yeah.
But there has to be a Lance Cairns-like innings here. And his son, of course, was one of the best strikers of Shane Warne I've ever seen. Chris was a terrific hitter of Warney's leg breaks. Pitching outside leg stump, he bombed them over long on. They could play the Cairns, father and son.
They could, yes. Mitchell Johnson has come into the attack. He's going to be bowling from the Cathedral end of Monaco Oval. And he's going to be bowling to Russell, who's on 11. Moves in now, bowls to Russell. Russell goes back, plays it down along the wicket area. Chance here for Johnson. Hits the stumps on the follow-through. And the umpire has gone for the referral. Great piece of fielding there from Mitchell Johnson. This will be close.
Oh, I think this is out. He's walking. Oh, he knows. Oh, that is outstanding athleticism from Mitchell Johnson. We've seen cordon bowls from him. We've seen outstanding work in the outfield. But
Pollard believes that he's out, and he's already walking towards the dressing room. Yet to see it on the big screen. Decision pending, and Pollard will be out for 9. Run out Johnson. Great piece of fielding as he followed through on his left-hand side, preferred left-hand side, and he's thrown down the stumps. As the West Indies look to increase the run rate, Kieran Pollard out for 9.
And it was all about Mitchell Johnson. There was probably one there, but this is one of the most lithe athletes that we've seen in Australian cricket for some time. And he bowled a thunderbolt. It was pushed towards cover, but Mitchell Johnson was around. And he flung with his left hand the most lithe pickup and release that you'll ever see, and hit middle stump and out by a foot. So terrific work. Wow, I sometimes I'm in awe of the athleticism of Mitchell Johnson. I mean, I know he's had his periods where his radar has been off, and he's been the victim of a lot of criticism, but he's got a stunning record, and the work he does around the field is as good an out cricket job that I've seen in recent times, and that's another example of it. Gee, he's a talent, M. Johnson. He's got to go to England this year. A lot of haters over there. They're waiting for him, but he might just be waiting for them as well, because he may just be a lot better cricketer than when they last saw him.
So Sarwan has come to the crease, has an average of 42.64, and the West Indies in all sorts of bother at the moment. 6 for 234, chasing 330 to win in the 41st over. Sarwan, the new batsman at the crease. Russell is 11. And Russell will face the next delivery from Mitchell Johnson, who's bowling from the Cathedral end of Monaco. Capacity crowd here under lights as Johnson moves in, played down towards gully. No chance of a run. And the Australian field just lifting there. Saw Aaron Finch just moving off his mark pretty quickly, realising the batsman looking for a single. And he prevented it quite successfully. We see it again on the replay as Mitchell Johnson picks the ball up from the follow-through. Almost in the same motion, throws the ball towards the stumps, hits the stumps on the full. And Pollard is out for 9. One of the danger players for the West Indies.
That was jaw-dropping.
Johnson again. Shuffles towards the crease. Again bowls to Russell. Russell went to play that, but in the end let the ball go through. really can't afford to do that, as we see Mitchell Johnson, just that athleticism as he threw the stumps down.
Fantastic work. And Sarwan's come in at number 8, and gee, this is as low as Ramnaresh Sarwan's batted for the West Indies, I reckon. Scorer of so many thousand runs in his career, but just so down on form.
Yes, hasn't scored too many runs on his return, as the ball is now bowled by Johnson and towards the boundary on the offside. Ball is thrown down there by Stark. Batsman come through for 1. Almost on the boundary too, Stark. Nice return to Wade. So Sarwan is on 1. Russell is on 11.
Well, you saw him in the Prime Minister's 11 game, Tim, and he was impressive there with his hitting. He's got to do that again, and if he does, West Indies will win. So again, with Pollard gone and Gale gone, it's come down to Andre Russell against the Greens.
Russell faces the bowling of Johnson again, goes back, looks to play that one on the offside. Ball goes straight through to Wade. Just didn't seem to pick that one up from Mitchell Johnson. Johnson's bowling pretty well now.
He is.
He's certainly containing the batsman. Just when it looked as though it might explode a little bit with Russell and Pollard there at the crease, but things have quietened down following the loss of Pollard.
And this is the key to getting these blokes on the paddock. We've got a battalion of fast bowlers who can take Australia up the ratings in all forms.
Again, Johnson bowls to Russell, and again he plays and misses at that one as it goes for 4 byes. Well, must have, what's he saying, hit the bat and just bounced before Wade, just wide of Wade by the looks of it. Wade dived for the ball and it's raced away to the boundary for 4. And the West Indies now 6 for 239, chasing 330 to win. They need 91 of 54 balls.
Yes. Look, it's a big ask, but Russell, he's clever. Apart from his striking in front of the wicket, he's very deft at just angling the bat, and he did that to that last delivery, invaded Matthew Wade. It was a clever shot with the man at third man very square, and he took 4 there. And the name of the game is no dots, a few 4s, and then start to smoke a couple of 6s closer to the finishing line.
The applause you can hear is for Mitchell Johnson. He's fielding on the boundary, and the crowd just in front of us here at the Bradman Pavilion giving him a standing ovation.
That was good, wasn't it? Well done.
Isn't it a great atmosphere?
Oh, well, they've watched the cricket. I mean, I think it's a great plus that the Canberrans have come to watch an international, and here it is 9:25 at night, and they're applauding fielding.
You know, James Sutherland, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, has been questioned a couple of times over the last week or so about the possibility of Canberra getting more games. And he said, well, it's not in the foreseeable future, certainly not next year, possibly 2015. But he says it's got to fit in with the schedule. And he's been questioned time and time again. Well, we've put the lights in. We've got a capacity crowd here today. What about Canberra in the future? Even for a Big Bash team. Big Bash game. As Faulkner again bowls to Sarwan. Sarwan plays that down to third man. Batsman come through for 1.
And the thing is, I think it's a must, because if you notice, it's a quiet crowd. They're celebrating Australian strikes, but they're watching the game at 9:26 at night.
Yes, well, something about the Canberra crowd, certainly at AFL matches. I think Eddie Maguire was one who complained about just how quiet the Canberra crowd is, even during AFL games here. As again, Faulkner bowls and a wild woolly whoosh there from Russell, just looking to drive that one out of the ground, and the ball rolls along the ground almost to Wade. Slower delivery.
They're a tough crowd to do stand-up comedy in front of, too.
Are they
you crack your best stuff and they're quiet.
Good place to practice.
yeah, tough crowd.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's a thinking man's cricket crowd. Steve Waugh would love to play in front of this crowd. They're watching the skill of the player.
Faulkner again, and this time he bowls to Russell again. It's a great hit from Russell. 6. Just absolutely standard level there from Russell. And on drive, has absolutely smashed that one over the rope. and it's gone for 6. And Andre Russell, when he fires, he fires.
Oh, and look, the whole summer for the West Indies rests on Andre Russell. He can take them to the line here. Gee, that was a blow. What's Faulkner got?
So Faulkner bowling to Russell, and Russell again winds up, and the ball bounces just to the right-hand side on the follow-through from Faulkner. Batsmen come through for 2. And Russell looking a little agricultural at times, but gets the job done.
Yeah. He's just got to wait for that ball he likes to hit the 6. That's his thing. He'll take the 2s. And if there's a ball he likes, he's so strong. I've seen him a couple of times, not often, but I like the cut of his jib.
Faulkner again to Russell. Russell looks to dab that one on the offside. Ball rolls along again, almost hits Wade in the chest as it bounced just before him.
I think Viv Richards is a fan of this bloke too, Tim.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, I think he's received a glowing commendation from Viv when he played an innings or two a couple of years ago.
Faulkner bowling to Russell, who's on 23. And again, Russell plays that one towards the gully area, almost a run out. As the ball is pinged towards the stumps, picked up by Faulkner. Faulkner hits the stumps. And Andre Russell, his intentions are pretty clear. Wants to score runs. He wants to score them quickly. And so the West Indies, chasing 330 to win, are currently 6 for 248. They need 82 from 48 balls. Sarwan is on 2 and Russell is on 23. Coming up next, Jim Maxwell.
Bit of fun coming up. I wonder if Sarwan can give Russell a strike.
Well, that's what he's got to do, Jim, but he can't leave it all to Russell. He's a test-class batsman. He's got to himself fancy a 4 or 2 along the way.
So Sarwan faces the bowling of Johnson, and he has a crack at the ball, and he hits it over extra cover, and it's bouncing away towards the boundary, and it gets there. That looked a fraction loose from Johnson, and Sarwan dispatched it. So it's 78 off 47 to win the game with 4 wickets in hand. They had one of their typical implosions after the fireworks and the drinks.
It's been a good day, hasn't it? I mean, I hope they do get close. Been a good team to work with here in Canberra. Baldy, our producer. Tim Gable.
He's not bald.
No.
Johnson around the wicket, bowls to Sarwan. Sarwan pushes out on the offside, and there's no run this time.
He's got a black suit on with a white shirt. He looks like a priest.
He is the priest of Canberra.
Yeah.
He holds communion on the radio all the time.
He's heard 4 confessions and blessed 2 babies today. But isn't it amazing, the crowd? There's been no misbehaviour. There's been applause of a mid-wicket fielder for his fielding in the previous over. I'm not used to this.
Here's Johnson around the wicket at Sarwan, and Sarwan pushes to mid-wicket, and he doesn't get the run. You want a bit more Yahoo?
I don't. I want less Yahoo. I want this.
Well, they're appreciative, and they like the crowd, the game.
Yeah, I like this.
And they'll get a test match one day.
Oh, I hope they do.
Yeah. Because they'll fill the place up, and that's going to be crucial, as they have done with almost 12,000 here tonight. Now they're showing great respect for the game as Mitchell Johnson strives once more from the Monica end, and a change of shot from Sarwan doesn't get a run. Plays it down, and that bounces through to Wade. 6 for 252. It's not quite 2 runs a ball, but it's getting there.
Yeah, and these are the dots that hurt them. And Sarwan hit the 4, but it just becomes you've got 2 deliveries since. You should have been able to squirt a 1 to get off strike. The match winner's at the other end. He's got to be on strike by now, and every dot you soak up throws more pressure on Andre Russell.
Yeah, Johnson's doing his job. It's just as Stark and Faulkner have done theirs. And he has a charge from Sarwan, and he whips it wide of mid-on, and they collect just a run. And it's fielded out there by Maxwell running out. So now Russell has his chance, but there's only 1 ball left in the over. What do you make of this fella?
Oh, I like him. I think there's a bit to him. I think he's a loose bowler. who can, on his day, bowl wicket-taking balls, but I think as a striker, he's up there. And he's clever. He knows when to deflect. But he's got one delivery here. The run rate is really, it's all, as you say, it's almost at 2 a ball. This has to really go rope or over.
Boundary riders back mid-wicket, long on, long off. Johnson around the wicket, and he gets a tight ball. It was short, it was lifting, and he nudged it away to third man. And he took one, which means he'll have the strike. 6 for 254. So 42 balls remaining in the game, and they need to score 76.
And that's what, 7 overs, 76. You'd have to be on Australia. Michael Clark, who's he going to back here? I mean, Mackay has a couple left. He's going to have to bowl somebody else. Fulton has got a couple to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, he can get through. But Mackay is crucial. He's a big wicket taker. He needs, if he gets a wicket here, Australia are home the next wicket.
Yep. West Indies made a slow start, which started to expand after Thomas was open because of an injury to Gale. He made 19, Powell 47, Dwayne Bravo 51, Gale just 2. He was bowled through the gate. Looked uncomfortable. He's obviously got some rib side strain. And Darren Bravo 86, and then he got bowled. And Pollard was run out on Johnson's direct hit following up from his own bowling. And he made 9. So it'll be Mackay to bowl. And we're coming down to crunch time here with Russell on strike. Can he deliver the big blows? The big licks. Now, Mackay bowls, and he's after the short ball, and he pulls it away to deep mid-wicket where Finch is fielding. It's just a run. Clark's got the field well organised to protect the boundaries at the moment, and now it's up to Sarwan to keep the game moving. Jeff Lawson's taken over from Kerry O'Keefe.
Andre Russell has got incredibly quick hands. Saw that with that two-bagger over left field, and even on that shot, it wasn't the Mackay slower ball. It was seam up. He was cramped up. It was at the body. It was well bowled, and yet his hands are so quick. He could get through the ball, and he smashed that out to wide mid-on.
So it's Mackay in from the Lake End, and Sarwan is getting a change of pace, and he smashes it to backward point through the field for 4. That's a bonus. He adjusted to the change of pace. No, sometimes with Mackay, he seems to overdo that, and he gets picked off.
He got it wrong. I mean, he's bowled it for the most part very well. He's bowled it very straight and very full. That one was too short and too wide, and it's a long hop, whether it's a slow ball or his normal seam up ball. It's a long hop. And when he gets it full and straight, it's a very difficult ball to drive, particularly for Sarwan, who's not likely to go straight and over the top.
Sarwan's 11. Mackay bowls, and he whips him to the onside. He was walking into the bowling. He gets a run to Finch out there at short mid-wicket. 6 for 260, 70 from 39. There's a game to be won here for the West Indies.
And the Duckworth letter says they're going to be 280 at the end of the over, so they're not that far behind. They're one big over behind. They're kind of over the George Bailey was having with his 40 off 20. That's just what they needed towards the end here. They probably need a 60 off 30.
Mackay comes up. Russell goes back, nudges between the two men down there on the offside, and they'll come for a second run as they're both up inside the circle at short third and backward point. And Russell ticks along to 27. 6 for 262. Ben Cutting in front of us down here at Backward Square. He's been on the field for quite a while. George Bailey and Faulkner had a collision earlier in the evening. Faulkner went off with a bloody lip. He returned, and then Bailey went off with a wounded something, a bit stiffened up, and he hasn't reappeared. So he's probably in the hands of the masseuse at the moment. And now Russell's just adjusting his gloves.
Worst places to be, I guess.
Yeah. Hopefully he's okay. Australia, of course, gradually sending players off to India in the next few days. The first batch heading tomorrow. Now Russell's ready for Mackay, who comes to him, and Russell goes back and misses. looked to blaze at fast point, but did not get hold of it. A bit of skiddy bounce
I
here.
think Mackay got lucky there. That was short and wide. Did skid through a bit. He went underneath Russell's bat, but that was in the slot to go as well.
Yep.
Third man up. There's no third man. There's a short third man on the edge of the circle, then a deep gully on the edge of the circle. So plenty of room out there on the offside.
Russell on 27. Mackay bowls to him, and he pulls the ball back past the bowler, straight down the ground. They should come for a second run, and they make those runs comfortably on a pulled drive to long on. Russell's 29. It's 6 for 264. And that's the end of the over. So there you go. We've got 6 overs left, and they need 66.
Mackay's got one of those. Stark potentially 3. He'll have to bowl 25 through 7:49. But it'll be Johnson, so it's not really Stark to finish. He might come around at the Lake Burley Griffin end. Finish it up. Who else has got a couple? Well, Clark can bowl 3. And Faulkner has got 2. So just a couple of numbers for Michael Clark to play with. His 3 over stint for 23 is able some flexibility towards the end here.
Now Johnson comes in. Someone's looking for him. He's bowled. He's bowled. He's bowled. He's bowled. Right through him. He got very expansive, very ambitious, and Johnson was too good for him. So Sarwan's ordinary run continues, but there he was having a crack for the sake of the team and missed it. He's out for 12. Bowled Johnson 7 for 264, and well, they've still got Sammy to come.
He's a very good player. Well, I mean, Sarwan, interesting that Sarwan didn't be sent in. I mean, he's not a slogger. He's a batsman. He bats. He keeps the ball on the ground. He keeps the scoreboard ticking over. He can score a run at a ball, but he does that by mostly keeping it on the floor. That was just a filthy slog. Change up ball from Mitchell Johnson. That was his off cutter. More off spinner than off cutter. So perhaps he did it with a little lack of pace, but an absolutely filthy heave towards the leg side. But well bowled, not so well played. Sarwan not really thinking. Gets strike over to Andre Russell. You don't have to play the big shots. If you get a bad ball, it's fine. Long off, half volley, something on the leg stump, hit it hard, but that wasn't. Darren Sammy, very capable. Very capable. And your man to be coming in number 9. He's got test hundreds.
So you might be listening to us in the Caribbean, somewhere through the various tuned-in Androids and the rest of it. And Darren Sammy's just come to the crease. Here's Johnson around the wicket, and Sammy hits the ball away to fine leg, flicking it around the corner and getting off the mark immediately. 7 for 265. We're in Canberra, the national capital. The bright lights, which look like a series of lacrosse nets, are all around this ground. The light is magnificent. Could not really be any brighter than this. There's a impressive lux, and it's the licks, not the lux, that the West Indies need with their batting here, because their batsmen have actually been taking a few licks from the Australian bowlers, and in terms of their stumps being bruised often. 7 for 265. Now, last gasp for Russell as Clark adjusts the field once more. He wants the boys out on the onside for the heave-ho, and away we go. If he nicks one, he'll get 4. Johnson comes up and he bowls to Russell, and Russell back, pushes the ball straight back down the pitch. Well bowled by Johnson. Kept him tight. And Russell's trying to be selective here. Can't wait too much longer, though, before he...
65 by 33. That's a pretty straightforward equation.
Yep.
2 a ball would get you there. That's an equation in a T20 game with a few wickets in hand. You'd fancy getting 7 out of 10. Not too many wickets left here, though.
Johnson's running in, and Russell's playing around the corner, but missing a wide. Almost shaved the thigh pad. pad, but it was just offline. And
Mitch is not very happy. Let's see as much as this missed by. Oh, that's not a wide.
Did everything but shave.
That's not a wide. Simon Fry's the king of the wides. When in doubt, call wide.
Well, he called one earlier that it hit the pad. And
I mean, that is just missing leg stump from around the wicket. It probably pitched off stump.
Yeah.
That is not a wide. Perfectly good opportunity for the batsman to play that.
As Russell got a big shot to come in this over. Johnson bowls to him and he's almost playing on. He got a bottom edge and it ran past his stumps. It was very close to bowling him. Well bowled by Johnson again. As Australia have got the screws on the West Indies here. A lot of responsibility on these two, and soon to produce a few shots. Gee, that was close to bowling him inside edge to pad.
Oh. He was in the slot to go over extra cover as well. Just trying to bat a bit too hard at that one.
Australia made 7 for 329. Watson scored 122 and Hughes 86 of those, as Johnson bowls a ball that slashed away for 4. That was outside the off stump. A little change of pace, and he opened the face of the bat and played a slashing shot along the ground between backward point and short third for a 4. 7 for 270. 60 needed from 31 balls.
Oh, they got the equation still going. Johnson bowled a big off break. Got the line wrong. Gave him some width to work with. It was a half on the outside off stump slow ball. It had been on middle and leg, and much harder to hit.
So Russell goes to 33. Another one of those, please, for your West Indies fans, as Johnson moves in towards him, and Russell is beaten outside the off stump, just flicking, trying to run that ball away, and it got past his bat. So 60 off 30. At 7 for 270 under the bright starry lights here at Manuka Oval in Canberra.
At the same stage, Australia with 3 for 278, 28 runs in it. George Bailey had a little flurry about this time that got Australia to the 3-2-9. The Windies want Darren Samuel, Andre Russell to have that flurry, and both are capable. Very capable of rapid scoring. Clint Mackay's coming back for over number 10. Want to get the field right here. Third man up, fine leg up. Mackay wants to bolt straight, foolish. No one out of deep cover. Only got long off, long on. Cow corner, deep backward square leg. They're the 4 on the fence.
So it's Mackay to Sammy, and Sammy tries to pull the ball away. He misses out, and it lobs off the pad to backward point. And they go through for, Asad Ralph. And he's a very demonstrative style. Lifts his leg and indicates to the scorers and to the crowd and to the rest of the world that that is definitely a leg by. Now it's the man with the mongoose bat, Russell. Mackay comes in, and Russell back, tries to cut and does. Sears away through point. Just a little bit of room for him to get back and hit hard. 55 from 28, 7 for 275.
That's still 2 a ball. Exactly the same equation. Width from Clint Mackay. Doesn't have to be much width. That was enough. With no third man and no sweeper on the cover fence or the point fence, anything outside the off stump is likely to go for 4. Going to bowl really straight here. The outfield's on the leg side. Got to bowl middle stump.
Mackay comes in. Russell swings over cover. He's got a good piece of that, and it's running away to the boundary for another 4. Inside out. Yep, well, he's got the field set up to protect the onside boundaries. He may need readjustment here.
Might need someone on that point boundary, I think. It's either that or Clint Mackay's got to go full at middle and leg. That was outside off stop again, so he's got the line wrong. Bowler's error, that one. So you can keep that field, but you've got to pitch middle. Unfortunately, if you pitch middle and fine leg up, and you get it slightly wrong, it's easy to score to fine leg, but you've got to bowl straighter than that.
Russell 41, Mackay bowls, Russell back, pushes to the onside, he goes quickly for 1. There's a chance of 2 there, and there will be 2. As he sent the ball slowly towards long on.
It didn't get out of the fielding circle.
Well, Mackay got there almost before anyone else. So
That's
2
it.
more to Russell. That's 10 from the last 3. Gets them going again. Raises hopes of the West Indies getting to this target of 330. They're 7 for 281. Now, Mackay. What's he got for Russell? Moves up towards him, and Russell swings and misses. Yep, that was coming up into our commentary box somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
But he missed out.
Oh, that was similar to the ball he hit over long on with the flat one, the 2-base hit.
It's a good swing, but no connection. He might be better off getting a top edge over back.
Yeah, and it's dangerous length to bowl. Dangerous length to bowl. That's a bit of luck from Clint Mackay on that occasion. Got to go full.
Mackay goes in and Russell swings at this. He's got a top edge. It's gone straight up in the air and Wade takes the catch. A big wicket. That may well have finished off the West Indies' chances. He went big, but he went nowhere. Straight up into the sky. And Wade had a simple catch. Russell's out for 43. Mackay gets the wicket. It's 8 for 281. And as Narayan comes out, the man who hit 4 consecutive sixes the other night in Perth, the West Indies need something of a miracle now to pull this game out. Jeff Lawson's here and Quentin Hull's coming in.
Hello, Q.
We're going to get scores very similar to the PM's game here.
It looks like it, doesn't it? But Russell's out.
Yeah.
That's a big blow. Well, let's give Clint Mackay some credit. He went short, got the miss, went short again. I was going to say he got the shoulder of the bat, but that's almost the middle with Andre Russell's bat.
Is there a shoulder on that bat?
Yeah,
it's shaved off, isn't it?
Not a lot, but he actually got the top edge. So he gambled on going short and won.
And Mitchell Johnson's going to bowl the 46th over from the southern or the Manuka Cafe strip end. And big Darren Sammy at the striker's end. Can the captain find some heroics here, trying to keep the series alive for his team? Johnson around the wicket. Sammy swings long and strong for 6. Over wide, long on. That's a terrific strike. Wow.
For a moment, I didn't think he got anywhere near like the pitch of it, but he just extended his hands. It's a great exercise in hitting the ball out in front. That's what they teach you in baseball. Hit the ball out in front. Don't let the ball get level with you. Hit it out in front. And that was well out in front. About 5 rows back.
A maximum from Sammy, 8 for 287. Johnson's reply is full and, well, actually just short of a length. On the end, Sammy played it on the back foot, defends it.
Yeah, off cutter. Took some pace off it. Well bowled. First ball was his full pace and gave pace onto the bat. That one was off cutter. Similar ball to which he got Sarwan with. Sammy just had to wait for it to get to him a fraction. 43 or 22.
Still doable if
there's still a ball.
They can get a really good flow on here. If Darren Sammy survives for the next couple of overs, the equation will be much better. He's on strike. Johnson around the wicket. Short, and he hits the West Indies captain in the stomach, just under the ribs. And the windy skipper has doubled over in pain. Now he stands up and has a saunter down the pitch, but that got him as he tried to whack it out on the onside.
Get through this too quick. Yeah.
Ouch. Just missed it. I don't think it got up as much as he thought.
No, I mean, it's a gamble every time he goes short here. 5 legs up. Double bluff that was. Lining up bowl short.
A body blow struck by Mitchell Johnson. He's done plenty of those in his career. Most recently a friendly fire, a Yorker here, kept out by Sammy. And you get a single to backward point. Finch doesn't move as the ball trickles to him, and they get the run. So Sunil Narayan now on strike. Powerful hitter for a little man.
Of the spinners. I'm not sure if he's that good against the quicks.
Don't back him against MJ?
Well, he's got to get on strike against MJ.
According to the TV measurements, that 6 from Sammy over long on was 107 metres.
And we're side on, and you just go, well, yeah, that's long. That's out there. Went well over the fence.
Well, I think the dimensions of this ground are actually a little bigger than the MCG.
I know with the rope, it's not.
Well, that one cleared the fence, I suppose. Johnson, a bouncer. Narayan flashes and misses through to keep away. Yeah, the rope, of course, makes a hell of a difference everywhere.
But as you say,
days.
you do it over the fence. So
yeah.
Measurements per se, it was a long rock. Got the ropes in a long way here. Too far, I reckon.
Well, that bouncer is another dot ball for Australia, and it makes it even harder for the West Indies. 42 off 19 balls, so one delivery left in the 47th over. Mitchell Johnson to bowl it, left arm over the wicket to Narayan, who turns the ball off his pads to keep the strike for the start of the next over. Just a single to Ben Cutting, who's on for George Bailey. Cutting fields at deep mid-wicket. They get a single. Bailey's off with a bit of a hamstring problem after bashing 44 from 22 balls. They need basically that, 41 from 18 balls. They need the Bailey to finish off here for the West Indies at 8 for 289 after 47.
And Mackay has finished his allotment, 10 overs for 62. In the end, it was over 6 and over, which is almost the going rate the Windies needed. He looked like he bowled better than that. Just got ragged towards that over 7 to 10. What else we've got? Johnson's bowled 9. He can come back with 1. Faulkner with the slower balls.
Stark. He's got 3 up his sleeve.
But Faulkner's on now, so he's got 2 left. So just a few options for Clark at the moment.
Well, I think the bonus for Michael Clark is he got 10 overs out of Glenn Maxwell for 44 with a wicket as well.
Yeah, I'll take that every day on this pitch.
Well, pretty much on most pitches around the world, wouldn't you? 4 and over.
4.4, yeah.
4.4 and over with a wicket. That's job done for the all-rounder. Here's another of them, more a bowling all-rounder. Faulkner gets another wicket. He clean bowls Sunil Narayan. And yet again, the poles are pulverised by the left-arm Tasmanian. He's having a very good night. That's 3 for Faulkner. Rocks the off-pole back. Narayan gone for 1, and it's 9 for 289.
Basic formula, straight, quick. You miss, I hit. It was a half volley on off stump, but it was too quick for Sunil Narayan, who's just come to the crease. He was late on it. He was trying to hit it hard. Maybe he should have been trying to push it for a single. Terrific in hindsight, but Faulkner was straight, he was too quick, and he made a mess of off stump. And that's been the basis of the Australian success tonight. They've bowled straight when the Windies have missed. We've had some LBWs. We had how many bowls? Faulkner, Stark, Johnson.
Faulkner's got 3, and 1 each to Stark and Johnson.
The peaks have been hit. If you stick to that basic, roll straight, it often comes off you, particularly when you're defending our large totals, which now. But Kemar Roach, he's not the worst number 11 running around.
No, Ken.
But I still think he needs to get off strike and give Darren Sammy the strike.
Can bang them, Kemar Roach. But James Faulkner's figures now, 3 for 47 in the 9th over. So his introduction to 50-over cricket has been pretty good. 2 for 14 in the Calypso Kings on Friday. None for 40 from 7 on Sunday, but that very important 39 that he made in the big partnership with George Bailey. And today, only 2 with the bat, but 3 wickets. So doing his bit, certainly. Can he clean them up here? Last man standing is Roach, and on the back foot he'll get a run. Turning the ball backward of square, just the 1 run as Johnson comes scurrying in from the deep to keep it to a single.
And Roach played that like a top-order batsman, and you wonder why Narayan goes in front of him. We've seen him make runs on several occasions against Australia. And that was a perfectly competent back foot defence. It'll turn on the leg side and get me off strike. And Narayan's all over the place. A couple of swishes at Johnson, missed a straight one from Faulkner. You wonder what the thinking is while he's batting in front of this guy.
So now the last hope for the Windies, the captain Darren Sammy, and Michael Clark's just taking the extra moment here to get his field placement right. In the infield there's backwards point, the deep cover's coming into cover point on the edge of the circle. There's an extra cover and a mid-off. Fine leg comes up. Mid-on is in, so the men out.
Oh, look like they might see mid-off out, are they?
Yeah. There's
Clark's debating. No, he wants him.
Yeah,
no, in out. He was.
Yeah.
He did change his mind.
Long off. Deep mid-wicket. Deep third man and long on. Sammy to face Faulkner. West Indies 9 down and Faulkner cleans him up. Bowls him. 4th time that Faulkner's hit the poles to finish the game for Australia. And the hosts win the series. They're 3-zip up with 2 to play. Sammy bowled Faulkner. What a good way to finish for the young Tasmanian. He's got 4 for 48. And he takes the captain's scalp as Australia claim the game by 39 runs with 2.5 overs left. Well played, James Faulkner. Well played, Australia. And the Aussies 3-zip ahead.
Well, there's some startling similarities between the Prime Minister's game and this. Not quite the same margin, but it was heading towards that. Just not enough wickets in the shed. The loss to Pollard with the run out may have been the decisive moment. Andre Russell battled well, 43 off 41. So an ill-disciplined, reckless shot. Darren Sammy, interesting dismissal by him. I mean, that's not a great shot playing across the line. Doesn't want to hit it straight. What could have been for the Windies, it's a terrific victory for the Australians. Set too many and proved to be just too many.
Yeah, there's certainly the talent in this West Indies batting outfit to run those down, but I just wonder about the method at times on evidence. We've seen it well. They got to a platform of danger in the second game in Perth, but it unravelled pretty similar to here. The partnership between the two Bravos had the West Indies at 2 for 195 in the 35th over, but from there, unfortunately for the tourists, the wickets fell too regularly. Call of the card in a moment, but just looking at how many did Sammy make? Liam, 8 was it in the end? So Sammy out for 8, and the West Indies all out for 290. Kamar Roach 1 not out, and Tim Gable's lurking around down below as well, and hopefully we'll be able to hear from one of the Australians in a moment. But Darren Bravo top scoring for the West Indies with 86 from 96 balls. His brother Dwayne with 51 from 50 balls. Kieran Powell made 47. Andre Russell 43. They were the best of the contributors for the West Indies. But for Australia, James Faulkner 4 for 48. Stark 1 for 50 from 7. Mackay 2 for 62 from 10. Johnson 1 for 59 from 9. Maxwell 1 for 44 from 10, and Michael Clark bowled 3 overs and was wickerless and conceded 23 runs. So 3-0 to the Australians before Sunday's game, should I say before Friday's game at the SCG, and then Sunday at the MCG to close the series. Might be able to get Shane Watson in a moment, but he looks like it's gone to television first and foremost. So a few more thoughts. Henry, what's going to happen with this team before the end of the series? That's an interesting thing with everyone going all over the place. Well,
the Australian selectors will be breathing a sigh of relief. They've won the series.
Takes a bit of the heat out, doesn't it?
It does. It takes. Imagine if this series was still on the line. They're sending some players off tomorrow to India. The advanced guard that they're talking about later on in this one-day series, and certainly the 2020 matches. However, they've won this series 3-0 with a couple to play. The Windies have improved every game. They could have won in Perth, they could have won here tonight, but Australia just held their nerve much better than the West Indies did.
I suppose among the clatter of one-day games that we see, the big story of the day, Watto back, opening, made 100.
Well, the victory was set up by the batting. We thought 329 was above par, not much, but above par. And Shane Watson has come off the injury. He's made not a lot of runs in state cricket. He made a duck in club cricket. Nobody was sure as to how much form they were in. Let's go to Tim Gable.
Thank you, Quentin. Yes, down here is Michael Clark, and Michael, 3-0 in the series, a solid performance in the end.
Yeah, that's a great win. A very, very good wicket for batting. and I thought we played really well with the bat. Shane Watson was outstanding today. I thought George Bailey played an important innings as well, and Hughesy continues his form. And then we worked as hard as we could in the field, which is nice. A great result for us.
And Faulkner taking 4 wickets again.
Yeah, it's great to see him. His execution at the death is outstanding. That's probably one of his greatest strengths, and something that's a big part of this one-day setup that you need these days.
3-0 lead now. Do you start to experiment a little bit, or do you want to win 5-0? What's the feeling now?
Nah, the goal's exactly the same. We want to win every game we play. Consistency is an important part of this game. We weren't as consistent as we would have liked to be against Sri Lanka, but, you know, our plan's exactly the same. We go to Sydney, try and win the 4th game.
Yeah, gee, I tell you what, a lot of runs here.
Yeah, it's a good wicket, fast outfield as well. One of the games you'd like to be an opening batter, I reckon. Get him while the ball's new. But, yeah, look, you still got to get him. You still got to make him, and the boys did.
What about Shane Watson? 122. He's in great form, isn't he?
It's good to see him back, making runs. Yep, it's exactly what he needed. It's a real positive start. Hopefully he can go on and be right for next game, or next 2 games, and continue with his form.
Good on you. Thanks very much for that, Michael.
Thanks, Tim. Tim Gavel with the Australian captain. And I think you're still waiting there for Shane Watson, Tim. So a few more thoughts from Jeff Lawson. In fact, Henry, I'll just give you the complete Australian figures. Mackay, I went through those, my apologies. Faulkner, 8.3 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 48. Powell, well, we'll start from the first wicket to fall. That was Devon Thomas. The keeper opened, caught Hughes, bowled Mackay for 19, 1 for 54. Powell caught Wade, bowled Maxwell. That was an interesting dismissal. Powell trying to play a lap sweep, and Wade catching him a few metres to the onside. Powell out for 47. Dwayne Bravo bowled Stark for 51. That was after the Bravo brothers put on 114 for the 3rd wicket. 4th man to go was Chris Gale. His terrible summer continuing. Now scores of 4-4 and 2 in the 50-over series today. Was bowled by Faulkner. 4 for 2, 1-4, was then 5 for 2, 1-5 when Darren Bravo was bowled by James Faulkner for 86 in the same over. 6th man down, Kyron Pollard. Run out, well, he was burnt terribly by Andre Russell. Russell dabbed and ran, and Pollard was called through, and in his follow-throw, Mitchell Johnson athletically picked up and just under a little sidearm fling at the stumps, hit them first time, and Pollard was run out for 9. 6 for 2, 3-4, was then 7 for 2, 6-4 when Sarwan was bowled by Johnson. And to finish off, Russell caught Wade getting off a top edge there from the bowling of Mackay. Russell out for 43 from 31. He was the last hope with the fireworks. Narayan bowled Faulkner for 1. Sammy bowled Faulkner for 8. Roach not out 1. West Indies 290 in 47.3 overs in reply to Australia's 7 for 3, 2, 9. And no surprise, Shane Watson's been named man of the match, and we'll hear from him shortly. Canberra fans starting to make their way from the ground, 12,000 of them in, and it's a day I'm sure many of them will remember for a long time. The first day night international and the first time that Australia played a one-day international in the national capital, and Tim Gavel is down with the man of the match.
Well, Shane, congratulations, man of the match award, 122 on your return. A fantastic way to return.
It was absolutely, yeah. It's nice to be able to spend a bit of time out in the middle. The last couple of weeks since I've been back playing in grade cricket, and for New South Wales I haven't been able to spend much time out in the middle, so certainly made it really a fair bit easier. It's an amazing wicket out there, beautiful, very true cricket wicket, so it's nice to be able to get a few out of the middle for a while.
In your wildest dreams, though, you probably wouldn't have thought 122 against the West Indies.
No, absolutely not. Look, to be honest, I'm just being very excited to be out here playing. As I said, the last 4 weeks has been it's been good in certain ways off the field in my life, but certainly not on the field. I do miss playing when I'm not playing. So just to be out playing cricket, I certainly do love it, and it was nice to be able to spend some time out there doing what I love doing.
Been a bit of conjecture about whether or not you're ever going to bowl again. Do you feel as though in yourself you'd like to bowl again?
Oh, of course, I definitely will bowl at some stage. It's more so in the short term, just trying to get some continuity to playing, and today is certainly a good start along that way. So I will pick up the bowling over the next couple of months, but it's just more so just trying to get some fitness into my legs and hopefully stay together for a while.
How'd you pull up after the innings today?
Yeah, really good. A little bit tired, but it's a good tide. It's nice to be able to spend some time out in the middle, and as I said, the Monica wicket here was absolutely amazing to see the people pack out the crowd was absolutely amazing. It really was a treat to be able to play here tonight. To be able to see people with so much love for the game and actually showing with coming out was an absolute pleasure to play.
Good on you, Shane. Well done.
Thanks very much, Stoke.
That is Shane Watson, man of the match, and just joining us down here at Manuka Oval. And the news is that he wants to bowl again, which is good news for Australia.
Thanks, Tim. Yes, enjoying time off the field as well. He's got a big couple of months ahead of him with his wife, Lee, heavily pregnant and expecting in the next, I think, 6 weeks or so.
That'll be a bigger challenge than all his hammies and his groins and his backs. Or leg cutters from West Indian fast bowlers.
So what do we look forward to for the next 2 games, Henry? Sydney on Friday and Melbourne on Sunday with the series decided.
Well, despite what Michael Clark said, well, he said that we want to win every game, and that's fair enough. I think that's a given. I don't think you ever want to question that. We might see a couple of changes in the team. Xavier Doherty might get a run on Saturday. We've got to check on George Bailey's fitness. I suggest that's a minor thing, but these days you never know when they get a rest. I think the West Indies will be very disappointed, and I think they'll want to improve on that. They won't want to get beaten 5-0, that's for sure. And 3-2 is going to look a lot better. So they have improved every match, and they want to take that up to Sydney and play a little better. So I think we'll see a terrific game up there. I'm not sure if they all change their side. Got to check on Gale's injury. Or his form's not too flash either. No. Won't be dropped on form, let alone on his injury. But you know, I expect Windies play better. Australia, they may need to make a couple of changes and see another terrific game of cricket. But there were so many highlights out of this one. First of all, the venue. You know, the crowd, the venue. We've just heard the guys say what a great pitch it was, a lot of runs out there. So it's a terrific place to play cricket, and it's great for us to come down here, call the first ever one-day international. So that's the big bonuses we've had today. And then we've got Shane Watson's form on top of that. Terrific stuff from him, given that he looked fairly much out of nick.
Jeffrey, thank you. Look forward to seeing you on Friday at the SCG. Thanks to our team here in Canberra, and thanks for your company for an historic night in the nation's capital. The first day-night international here, and the first time Australia has played at Manuka Oval, and they sealed the series with a 39-run win. Australia 7 for 329, and the Windies out for 290 in reply. On behalf of the team, Quentin Hull signing off. We'll catch you at the SCG on Friday.